This is Ja Rule versus 50 Cent. Ja and 50 come from the Queens neighborhoods of Hollis and South Jamaica respectively, and by the mid-90s, both were working on making music. Ja Rule with his group Cash Money Click signed to TVT, then eventually were dropped and he wound up on newly formed Murder Inc., founded by brothers Chris and Irv Gotti under Def Jam. 50 Cent started his career around the same time when he met Jam Master Jay and learned about making records from him and signed to his newly formed JMJ Records before eventually being signed to Columbia Records by the Trackmasters and making his Power of the Dollar album, which was shelved by the label but did get bootlegged. Allegedly, the beef started in 1999 when Ja Rule was robbed by a friend of 50 Cent. Ja saw 50 in a club with the guy that robbed him and possibly felt that 50 had something to do with the situation, leading to there being tension among the two artists. If that is the case, I don't blame Ja for being cautious. Ja Rule, on the other hand, stated in an interview with Vlad TV that the situation was quite different. He got robbed for his chain by someone that he knew and got it back, and knew that 50 Cent had nothing to do with the situation, but that 50 ran with that story to try to gain publicity essentially. Around 1999, 50 recorded several songs for Power of the Dollar, including songs like Your Life's on the Line, Ghetto Quran, and How to Rob. Ghetto Quran has him talking about the infamous drug dealers, the Supreme Team, led by Kenneth McGriff, aka Supreme, and his nephew Gerald Miller, aka Prince. Supreme plays a part in this beef, so keep his name in mind for later. They had a whole issue themselves, which I won't be going into detail too much as that sits outside the realm of rap beef, but his dealings in Queens play a part in the overall situation. Your Life's on the Line is the first official diss track released by 50 Cent in the beef. The song was also featured on his official debut mixtape, Guess Who's Back, released in 2002, as well as on his official debut album, Get Rich or Die Trying, released in 2003. On Your Life's on the Line, 50 disses Ja Rule and Murder Inc. on the chorus mainly, with subliminal shots thrown in his verses, but on a different version of the song that was released, he takes direct shots at Ja, along with other artists like Puffy and Mr. Cheeks from the Lost Boys. This version was allegedly changed because of his record label at the time, Columbia Records, taking issue with the names being mentioned in the song. This is the first of the well-known diss tracks, but 50, Tony Yayo, and Lloyd Banks, aka G-Unit, would take several shots at Ja Rule and Murder Inc. on the mixtapes. Among the first of those would be on the Birth of G-Unit mixtape hosted by DJ Rough Hands on a freestyle over the beat of LL Cool J's song, I Shot Ya. He also took shots at Ja on a freestyle he did over the beat for Cream, aka Cash Rules Everything Around Me, by Wu-Tang Clan, as well as a freestyle over the Rockwilder by Method Man and Redman. Name a popular 90s song and people were rapping over it, that's how it goes. Early in 2000, the two got into a physical altercation in Atlanta as they were both booked to perform in the same club. According to a Vlad TV interview with Chaz Williams, aka Slim, the one who 50 mentions in the hit song Many Men with the lines, Slim switched sides on me, let niggas ride on me, I thought we was cool, why you want me to die, homie? 50 Cent and Ja Rule were supposed to talk about things, and that Ja Rule was already outside when they got to the hotel and was armed with a bat and several people from Murder Inc. 50 Cent and Ja walked off alone to talk, and then they started fighting, and Ja's crew attempted to jump 50, but everyone still walked away clean. And then later, while on the radio, 50 made claims of snuffing Ja in the face. There's multiple accounts of this story, but several people that were there have stated the same thing. 50 Cent was the first one to punch. Also, this situation is where 50 would later claim to have stolen Ja's chain from. This would only be the first physical altercation, but things down-spiraled from here. Only a couple months later, the beef would escalate yet again as the two crews found themselves at the Hit Factory studio in New York. Like the start of this beef and the previous altercation, there's multiple perspectives on what happened. Several people involved have had interviews about the situation. 50 and Yayo, for example, have kept their story the same. 50 had his gun in his jacket in another room, and the studio has very narrow hallways which kept him from getting to his gun and firing on Murder Inc. And during the fight, 50, Yayo, and the studio engineer were all stabbed, with 50 and Yayo stating that their wounds were minor and they went home afterwards. The engineer, however, was more badly wounded as he was stabbed in the chest. From Murder Inc.'s side, however, they would say that 50 went to the hospital afterwards as he was more badly wounded and that he got an order of protection against Murder Inc. because of the incident. Black Child specifically would state that the light got turned off during the fight and he heard someone from 50's side ask about the gun, which led him to start stabbing whoever he could.
One of the niggas with 50, like, yo, where the gat at? What? I just start hitting niggas, bomb. Cause I first thing kicked in my mind, if niggas get to the gat, one of us is dead. But I felt the gap was in the area and niggas was reaching for it. Know what I mean? And I wasn't letting nobody get to their gun to pop me. Know what I mean? So I started poking niggas straight up and down.
This led to the back and forth about an order of protection from 50 Cent to Murder Inc.
Lawyers let us know. Know what I mean? Niggas was pressing charges. Niggas said that I stabbed them and then I stabbed a few people and all that. They gave a statement on me. That's the statement that's floating around that some people don't think is a real document, but it's a real document.
50 in an interview would state that the order of protection is fake and just a publicity stunt.
You little bitch. Try to jump off like it's a promotional stunt. 7 days before your album drop, huh, you little bitch? Order of protection. From who?
While Murder Inc. would say that it is indeed real.
What I'm holding in my hand, I'm gonna leave with you, man, is an order of protection. An order of protection for Irving Lorenzo to stay away from Curtis Jackson. That's 50, y'all.
Others say that the order of protection does exist, but the police did it on behalf of 50 Cent as part of the procedure when these situations happen. Either way you look at it, this is one of the things that others would use against him in this beef and later ones to call 50 a snitch. After these altercations, it's back to beefing on wax. In March 2000, Murder Inc. released a compilation album, Irv Gotti Presents The Murderers, which has the track Shit Gets Ugly, featuring Vita, Black Child, Tom Murda, and Ja Rule, with Ja dissing 50 with his verse, specifically with the line referring to him as loose change. Funny enough, that would actually be the name of a later diss track that Ja Rule would aim at 50 as well. Somewhere around this time, a freestyle was made by Yayo, 50, and Storm P, in which 50 used his verse to diss Ja, as well as making references to getting stabbed and only getting a few stitches from it, which would place this probably shortly after the incident at the Hit Factory. Then, later on in May, 50 Cent was shot outside his grandmother's house in Queens. Like I said earlier, Supreme would play a part in this beef as, allegedly, he had been the one to give the order out to hit 50, and also Preem was associated with Irv Gotti and his brother as he met them when he got out of prison. Supreme approached them about making a film, probably because they were also from Queens and at the time probably had been shooting music videos for other artists. That unfortunately came back later on with the Murder Inc. Fed case, which caused the decline of the label's dominance in the industry, and the lines 50 would throw at Murder Inc. about them being extorted by Preem. After some time, 50 recovered from the shooting, but his voice was changed because of one of the bullets hitting him in the mouth, but eventually he went back to making music. In April of 2002, 50 Cent released the earlier mentioned mixtape, Guess Who's Back, which featured songs like Your Life's in the Line, which I mentioned was a diss to Ja Rule, as well as the tracks Get Out the Club and Who You Rep With, which both contain shots at Ja Rule as well. On the former, he disses Ja on the outro and again mentions the stabbing incident and says he'll be getting them back. On Who You Rep With, Nas and the Bravehearts are featured, and 50 again references the fight with the line, "Last rapper who raised his voice at me got jabbed in the eye," implying that he punched Ja Rule in the face during their confrontation in Atlanta. Also on the track Be a Gentleman, he mentions Ja again with the line, "Yo, no more freestyles and verses, killing Sticky and Ja. I'm moving on now, I got bigger fish to fry," and then continues on to diss Jay-Z. Jay is one of the people who 50 dissed on How to Rob, and one of the few artists that did respond to him on a song, hence the back and forth. After the release of this mixtape, he wound up signing to Shady Records and Aftermath Entertainment after Eminem heard some of his music. In October, the soundtrack to the film 8 Mile was released, which featured the song Love Me, which has Obi Trice, Eminem, and 50 Cent on it. On 50's verse, he doesn't diss Ja Rule, but he mentions both Ashanti and Charlie Baltimore, who was signed to Murder Inc. at the time. Also, the soundtrack featured the song Wanksta, which was also included on the G-Unit mixtape No Mercy, No Fear, released a few months prior to the soundtrack, and was also included as a bonus track on Get Rich or Die Tryin'. This was 50's first hit single, which pushed him into the mainstream, and although many say that this is a diss to Ja Rule, 50 Cent, when asked about it, would state that the song is not about Ja, but Ja does indeed fit the description of a wankster. Unfortunately, in October of 2002, 50's mentor, Jam Master Jay, was shot and killed while in a studio in Queens. Another person in the studio was shot as well, but survived the incident. Supreme, as well as Irv and Chris Gotti, were under investigation for the murder, as 50 Cent was blacklisted from the industry due to the song Ghetto Quran, and JMJ was considered to be going against this blacklist by signing 50 Cent and helping him with his career. Also in 2002, Ja Rule disses 50 Cent as well as DMX on a Rap City freestyle with a verse that would later appear on the song Connected from his 4th album, The Last Temptation, which was released in November. On that album, he also disses 50 and DMX again on the song Pop Niggas in the 3rd verse. DMX and Ja Rule were beefing around this time due to many perceiving that Ja was copying DMX's rap style. 50 Cent dissed Ja Rule again on the G-Unit mixtape, God's Plan. Yep, over 15 years before Drake made that title of his song, G-Unit used that as a mixtape title. Maybe Drake grew up listening to G-Unit too. Anyways, on the tracks Catch Me in My Hood and Banks Workout Part 2, 50 Cent talks about someone indirectly, but it can be assumed that Ja Rule is the one who he's referring to considering their ongoing beef. Several tracks from 50 were featured on different mixtapes as they were essentially flooding the streets of songs, many of them obviously containing Ja Rule disses and adding fuel to the fire and increasing his own publicity. On one mixtape titled Big Mike Presents 50 Cent and G-Unit, The Future Is Now, the mixtape starts off with an excerpt from a Ja Rule and Irv Gotti interview with Star, where they talk about the alleged order of protection and even state that they have a copy in their possession and show it to Star. Then the mixtape goes into several tracks and skits that send jabs at Ja Rule and Murder Inc., such as skits 1, 2, and 3, Order of Protection, I Smell Pussy, We Got the Hood on Smash, and If You Want It. The Ja Rule duet skits are the best. They're just so humorous how they make fun of Ja for all the duets that he has with women like Ashanti, Lil Mo, and Jennifer Lopez. They have someone mocking Ja's deep singing voice and all. I recommend checking those out for a good laugh. A lot of the tracks are also featured on the G-Unit mixtape Automatic Gunfire, which was released around the same time. Sometime after the release of Wanksta, Black Child released a diss at 50 on the beat for Wanksta, and it's probably one of my favorite tracks from the beef, as I think Wanksta has a pretty dang good beat, and Black Child comes at 50 here over the snitching allegations again, and mentions 50 getting stabbed by him during the Hit Factory fight. Didn't that stab you up? Don't make me gun you down. Your whole career is nothing but a publicity stunt until I kill you and give you the publicity you want. Honestly, that's one of the hardest opening lines to me throughout this whole beef. Around this time, another shooting happened, as in January 2003, the Violator management office was shot up. Fortunately, no one was injured. It was considered by some to be a warning to Violator, as they had at the time been managing 50 Cent and also managed several other big artists such as Busta Rhymes and Missy Elliott. More shots directed at 50 Cent came soon from the Murder Inc. crew. Cadillac Ty, who knew 50 Cent when they were growing up, this is 50 on several tracks. On 38 Snub, he raps over the beat from 50's song In the Club. On Used to Be, featuring Black Child and Young Merc, they rap over the beat from DMX's song We Don't Give a Fuck, and send more shots at 50 Cent and G-Unit. Then on 40 Shots, more 50 and G-Unit shots are thrown once again. In February of 2003, 50 Cent drops his official debut studio album, Get Rich or Die Trying, to critical acclaim. The album included the songs Back Down and Your Life's on the Line, both going at Ja Rule. If you see my videos on the most disrespectful lines and diss tracks, you'll recognize the former. 50 Cent is known for being pretty ruthless in his beefs. Back Down is one of my favorite songs from the beef and from 50 Cent in general. It's also one of the more well-known diss tracks from 50 to Ja. He disses him brutally with lines threatening Ja's wife and kids. He disses Irv Gotti as well by calling him a wannabe Suge Knight, and even claims that Ja is only famous because of Jay-Z and DMX, which likely comes from the fact that the three used to be a group called Murder Inc. What makes it funny is the second verse, however, as he makes fun of Ja Rule's singing voice with the line, "You sing for hoes and sound like the Cookie Monster." The Cookie Monster comparison is something they'd used to diss Ja Rule a few times throughout the back and forth. In February 2003, DJ Envy released his debut album, the Desert Storm Mixtape Block Party Volume 1, and on it is the track titled What Goes Around Comes Around by Lloyd Banks and 50 Cent, which Lloyd Banks disses Murder Inc. artist in his first verse. For example, the line, "Either I'm blind or Ashanti sideburns thicker than mine." It's one of the funnier lines from this not-so-humorous conflict. G-Unit associates Bang'em Smurf and Domination also released a diss track titled F Y'all from the G-Unit mixtape Bulletproof, which has Smurf doing the intro and Domination rapping over the beat for the Biggie song 10 Crack Commandments. He responds to Black Child for the Wanksta freestyle and uses that to diss Murder Inc.'s music. This is Ja Rule for the gay allegations against him, and this is Cadillac Ty with the line about him not even being able to afford a Cadillac. Another pretty good diss track here, and he prefaces it by saying that 50 Cent is too good to diss him, which places 50 at a higher level than his enemies. Send your soldiers after your enemy, pretty good tactic. Charlie Baltimore dissed 50 Cent and G-Unit on her Get At Me Dog freestyle, which of course is a freestyle over the classic track Get At Me Dog by DMX. On the music video for the song Murder Reigns from Ja Rule's The Last Temptation album, it features someone at the police station giving information on Murder Inc., then a reenactment of the feds raiding the Murder Inc. office. Considering the beef that they had at the time, it's fair to assume that the snitch in the video is meant to be 50 Cent, as calling him an informant or snitch was a common diss from Murder Inc. Around this time, Eminem and the rest of Shady Records started to get more involved with the beef by releasing their own diss tracks to Ja Rule. If you see my previous video talking about Eminem versus Benzino and The Source, then you remember some of these next tracks and situations from there, as Benzino basically teamed up with Ja Rule and Murder Inc., and of course 50 Cent and G-Unit were with Eminem and Shady Records as they were signed to the label, so I won't be going into too much detail on some of those incidents. If you missed that video, the link is in the description, so check it out after this. On the song Go to Sleep from the Cradle to the Grave soundtrack, Eminem, Obi Trice, and DMX diss Benzino and Ja Rule. Specifically, DMX disses Ja Rule as Eminem just mentions him in the last line of his verse that's aimed at Benzino. On the track Realest Killers, 50 Cent disses Ja Rule again for his perceived Tupac imitation, and to add insult to injury, it features Tupac on it from a song recorded before his death. The song is featured on a G-Unit mixtape, but was then later officially released on the soundtrack for the Tupac Resurrection documentary. In April of 2003, in response to the various diss tracks 50 and Friends released, Ja Rule came back with the track Loose Change. On the song, he disses 50 Cent, as well as Aftermath and Shady Records and others like Chris Lighty, the co-founder of Violator Records. It's one of the more well-known diss tracks coming from Ja Rule's side, and another one that's a favorite of mine. On it, Ja raps over two different beats. First being We Here Now from his first studio album, Vini Vidi Vici, and then Made You Look from Nas's fifth album, Stillmatic. He addresses 50 Cent as just loose change here, and talks about homosexual allegations with Dre, and mentions Chris Lighty and Busta Rhymes here as well, which brings Busta into the beef on another one of the big diss tracks which came out shortly afterwards. At the end of his second verse, he mentions Eminem's daughter Haley, as well as his ex-wife Kim, which causes Eminem to retaliate to Ja harder and continuously. Shortly afterwards, Eminem, 50 Cent, and Busta Rhymes dropped a diss track, Hail Mary, dissing Ja Rule, which of course is their version of the song Hail Mary by Tupac. They mock Ja Rule throughout the song for trying to imitate Tupac. Various lines from Eminem's and 50 Cent's verses are references from Tupac's songs like Hail Mary and Against All Odds. M in particular also makes references to Ja's alleged ecstasy usage, which comes from Ja's song Ecstasy from his second album, Rule 336, as the song is dedicated to the pill. But coming from Eminem, it's honestly hypocritical considering him and D12 made their own song talking about their pill usage, and he's talked about his own drug addiction several times as well. This song comes from the DJ Green Lantern mixtape Invasion Part 2, Conspiracy Theory, which features several other diss tracks such as Bump Heads, Do Re Mi, We All Die One Day, Keep Talking, What Goes Around, as well as a freestyle by Tony Yayo dissing Ja Rule. One of the funnier diss tracks on here is Suck My Dick by Con Artist from D12 and a female rapper named Treasure, and that's largely due to Con Artist's verse and the chorus being once again humorous. Half the mixtape has something to do with dissing Murder Inc. pretty much, and some of these tracks are featured on other mixtapes as well. The track Bump Heads, which features Eminem, 50 Cent, Lloyd Banks, and Tony Yayo, was actually recently released officially on the expanded edition of the Eminem Show album for the 20th anniversary. And like Hail Mary and other diss tracks around this time, Eminem disses Ja for his pill popping, and they send shots at Irv Gotti for being a Suge Knight wannabe. Ja Rule also dissed 50 Cent and G-Unit on the track Guess Who Shot Ya, which was recorded around the same time as Loose Change, and as you can guess, it's his version of Biggie's song Who Shot Ya. And of course, there's more taunts about 50 being shot. Sometimes I wonder what people would say to diss him if he didn't get shot several times. It's a pretty repetitive thing, however some rappers have done it quite well. 50 is basically the same though with his disses towards Ja Rule, a bunch of mocking him about making duets with women, which is quite ironic as he went on to do the same thing with Olivia and others. Just a little hypocrisy for you. Moving on though, D12 on the mixtape titled Limited Edition Mixtape made references to the beef as well. On the Royce da 5'9" diss, Smackdown, Con Artist makes a comparison to Ja Rule because of his ecstasy usage, as Eminem has done previously, and on the track Robbery, Bizarre in his typical comedic fashion has a line about Ja Rule being an R&B singer. Then on the track Kicking the Door, they diss Murder Inc. You'd think that it uses the beat from the Biggie song Kicking the Door, but actually it uses the beat from In the Club, which was originally a beat for D12, but they passed on it and it went to 50 Cent instead, who made the classic hit single with it. Around this time, Ja Rule came back again with another track, The Rap Freestyle, which has Ja rapping over the beat from Mobb Deep's song The Learning from their 5th album, Infamy. It was also included on the album Ja Rule released later on in 2003, Blood in My Eyes. On the track, he disses everyone, including 50, Busta, and Proof from D12. He responds back to all those insults about singing with the lines, "They say I rap to rhythm and blues, but when I turn on the radio, I hear all niggas rapping it too." He's like, "Baby, can you give it to me? Nah, I'ma give it to you the same way that we gave it to Proof, the same way that we gave it to Loose." Basically making references to physical altercations with Proof as well as 50 Cent, aka Loose. Shortly before this track, Murder Inc. had allegedly jumped Proof at a club. As posted on Hip Hop DX, Proof said the following: "Straight from the horse's mouth, Murder Inc. caught me at the Rolex in Florida. They got me outnumbered, 12 or 14 people to 3. I got no cuts, a little bruise, but let it be known, it is on and popping. And Irv was there, they snuck me. They were a bunch of kittens and DJs because all I got was scratches." Also, apparently Ja Rule and Busta Rhymes got into an altercation as well during the BET Awards. Their beef, however, will be pretty short-lived as Ja's issue was mainly with 50. On the mixtape G Unit Radio Part 2 International Ballers, they dissed Murder Inc. again on the tracks Summer Jam, Diss Movie, which is a skit mocking Ja Rule, Clips, which has Lloyd Banks dissing Ja, and It Is What It Is, which is a 50 Cent track dissing Ja and Irv as usual. Shortly afterwards, on the mixtape Big Mike Prevents Cruel Summer 2K3, it featured a freestyle from Eminem as well as one by Ja Rule. Eminem rapped over the beat for Wanksta, and this is Ja. On the track It's Murder, featuring Hussein Fatal from the Outlaws, the two diss 50 Cent and Eminem, and Ja makes another reference to Proof and the physical altercation they had. Hussein Fatal disses 50 Cent, especially with the lines, "50, you ain't nothing but a gangster bitch. Pac would never did no song with no wankster snitch," which is a response to the earlier mentioned song that 50 did that featured vocals from Tupac. This track, like the rap, also was included on the Ja Rule album Blood in My Eye, released a few months later. The next G-Unit mixtape, G-Unit Radio Part 3, Taking It to the Streets, featured the track Shit Hits the Fan, which is another diss track towards Ja Rule, and it was later featured on Obi Trice's debut album Cheers, released in September 2003. I mentioned it in the previous beef video regarding Eminem and Benzino, but on this track, Dr. Dre and Obi Trice mainly diss Ja Rule once again. The funniest part probably being when Dr. Dre said that Ja Rule would have to jump up just to swing at his knees, which is of course a shot at Ja's height. He also mentions that if Tupac was still alive, he wouldn't be cool with Ja, and he also acknowledges that they were on bad terms when he was killed. Also from that same album, Eminem sent the shot at Ja Rule on the track Lady by making a reference to Ja Rule's jewelry being stolen. And again on the track Outro, D12 and Obi Trice all take their turns dissing Ja Rule as well. Around this time, Proof recorded the diss track Ja and a Bra, which obviously is a diss track to Ja, and is perhaps one of the better diss tracks coming from this side of the beef. He attacks Ja and the Gotti brothers for Ja mentioning him in the track It's Murder Freestyle, and for jumping him at the club in Florida. He claims that they jumped him with 10 people and he walked away barely scratched. The track was officially released on his debut studio album I Missed the Hip Hop Shop, which was released in 2004. In October 2003, Clapback, the first single of Ja's new album, was released, which was another diss track to 50 Cent and another one of the most well-known tracks that came from the Murder Inc. side. The B-side to the song, The Crown, was also a diss track, and in fact, the music video for Clapback starts off with a snippet of The Crown as well. Clapback is the standout track from this album that's full of mainly diss tracks to 50 Cent and crew. It basically popularized the phrase clapback in the hip-hop lexicon. During this time, Murder Inc. was still under investigation, and Ja in various interviews over the years would state that as the reason why he was unable to respond as he wanted to the onslaught of disses sent his way. According to him, Irv had requested him to stay silent in order to not bring more heat upon them from the feds. Anything you say can and will be used against you, as they say. So it is a very common misconception to more casual hip-hop fans or people outside of the culture that Murder Inc. was brought from their height due to a rap beef, when in fact it was due to a federal investigation, spending money on lawyer fees, and being removed from Def Jam's offices. Basically, the legal and business side of things was the biggest hindrance, but being embroiled in this public rap beef and having the altercations didn't help either. In a Vlad TV interview, Chris Gotti stated that they spent about $10 million on legal fees, and then later when Vlad interviewed Irv, he confirmed it and stated he himself covered the legal fees for everyone involved. The investigation went until December 2005 when they were formally acquitted of the charges. Beating a federal case is extremely rare, and this was one of the first and biggest times that you could say hip-hop really prevailed. Back to the dissing now though. As I said previously, most of the Blood in My Eye album was a diss to 50 Cent and crew. It featured several tracks that were previously heard on various DJ mixtapes, and the album as a whole was panned by critics, and it was his lowest selling album at the time. Around this time, Hussein Fatal, who had aligned himself with Ja Rule and Murder Inc., had released a mixtape titled Fadavelli Volume 1, and on it he sent several shots to 50 Cent and Eminem as he had done on Ja's album. To me, getting a friend and fellow group member of Tupac's was a pretty good move to counter all the Tupac copycat disses that Shady Records members were spouting. Also in November 2003, G-Unit released their next mixtape, G-Unit Radio Part 4, No Peace Talks, which is most likely a reference to the fact that in October, Ja Rule had a meeting with Minister Farrakhan to discuss the highly publicized beef that he had with 50 Cent. 50 later in an interview when speaking on it, stated that it was a promotional stunt for Ja Rule's album, which was releasing soon. He goes on to say that he would not be down for making peace with Ja. Some tracks from this mixtape include snippets from the interview like Chase You Outta Here and Motherfucking Star, which are basically used to mock Ja more. Late in 2003, a bootleg collection of Eminem songs titled Straight From The Lab was released, which included several tracks dissing Ja Rule and Benzino. Those being Bully, Haley's Revenge aka Do Re Mi, which I mentioned previously, and Come On In, which was released officially at 6 in the morning on D12's second album, D12 World. Also on the track Monkey See, Monkey Do, the beef with Ja is mentioned as well. On Bully, Eminem disses Benzino on the first verse and dedicates the second and third verses towards dissing Irv Gotti and Ja Rule. M claims Irv to be scared of Suge Knight and that Irv is controlling Ja Rule and should stop him from popping pills. In January 2004, G-Unit dropped their next mixtape, G-Unit Part 5, All Eyes on Us, which featured a freestyle from Tony Yayo, newly released from jail, and sending shots at Benzino and Murder Inc. You'd think that there would be a lack of diss tracks, but honestly, it still goes on. Like seriously, out of all the rap beefs I've heard of, this one just seems to have the most, especially in the mainstream. In March 2004, DJ K-Slay released his second album, The Street Sweepers, Volume 2, which has the song I'm Gone, featuring Eminem and Obi Trice. Eminem starts his verse off with the line, I murder this ink soon as I touch the page, which is a double entendre taking a shot at Murder Inc., and the rest of the song has several subliminal shots going at Ja Rule and Benzino. In June, Proof released his album, I Miss the Hip Hop Shop, which features the previously mentioned track, Ja in a Bra, but also features the song E and 1 equal none, which is a diss track aimed at fellow Detroit rapper Esham, but while dissing Esham, he mentions Ja Rule and Benzino as well as people he's beefing with. On the mixtape released in July, G-Unit Radio Part 8, The Fifth Element, Steve-O from Jackass has interludes on there, and on one in particular, he disses Ja Rule. At this point, it's kinda ridiculous. 50 got everyone and their grandmother to chime in on the beef. Young Buck had his chance at the beef as well, and he's not even from Queens like the rest of G-Unit and the Murder Inc. crew. On his debut album, Straight Outta Cashville, he dissed Ja Rule on the song Black Gloves, on the second verse with the lines, why you walking around without a gun? Shit real till the nigga get killed, then you wanna run and get one. Fuck that. I'm calling out names. Ja Rule, y'all lose. I don't even care how it started. Fuck me, fuck you. Wait till Yayo get home. At this time, Yayo was obviously locked up again, which is why he rarely appeared on any diss tracks at this time. He was barely featured on G-Unit's first album at all, hence Young Buck stepping in to replace him. In November, Ja Rule released his 6th album, R.U.L.E., which has the hit single New York, which features Fat Joe and Jadakiss. On Ja's verse, he disses 50, specifically with the lines, "Y'all niggas is pussy, punani vagina, your monologue is getting tired, now it's time to ride, apprentice, you're fired, you're no longer desired, so take off them silly chains, put back on your wire." Once again, another one of my favorite opening verses throughout this beef. Sometime around this point, Murder Inc. released a mixtape, The Inc. Presents Innocent Until Proven Guilty, Volume 1, which features tracks dissing G-Unit again like Boss You Down and Ride on Our Enemies, and the mixtape title is a reference to the criminal investigation. Late in 2003, Irv Gotti changed the name of Murder Inc. to The Inc., most likely due to this same federal case. I don't blame them. You want to make yourself look more peaceful. So, understandably so, most of these diss tracks are from the 50 Cent side to Ja Rule's side. That being said, G-Unit Radio Part 10, 2050 Before the Massacre, released at the top of the year, which features the diss track I'm an Animal, which has 50 once again dissing Irv and Supreme, making mention of their Fed case and stating that they're going to be cellmates in prison. Listening to songs like this and Ghetto Quran, you can imagine why Supreme and crew would be pretty annoyed by 50. I don't blame them really. Around this time, another mixtape dropped, Warriors Words Part 2, The Art of War, G-Unit vs. Hoodstock, which as you can guess from the title, put several tracks from G-Unit and Hoodstock, which features Black Child from Murder Inc. on the same mixtape. Hoodstock disses G-Unit on several tracks here like We Go Up and Hoodstock Exchange, and has comedian Michael Blackson talking on various tracks, dissing G-Unit as well on tracks like Michael Blackson's skit and African King of Comedy. In March 2005, 50 Cent released his 2nd album, The Massacre, which features more shots at Ja Rule and Murder Inc. On the remix of Hate It or Love It, Game disses Irv Gotti with the lines, "This nigga ain't Gotti, he pretend mad at us cause Ashanti got a new boyfriend," which is a reference to the fact that Ashanti and Irv Gotti at one point had a relationship. That relationship was even rumored at one point to be the reason why Irv separated from his wife. Then on Ski Mask Way, 50 throws a jab at Ja briefly in the first verse, and then there is Piggy Bank, another one of the biggest diss tracks from the beef and another one of my favorites. 50 disses not only Ja Rule, but Jadakiss and Fat Joe for them featuring on Ja Rule's song New York months prior. He disses them throughout the first verse, including a reference to the song New York itself. "Got 100 guns, 100 clips, why ain't here no shots? That fat nigga thought lean back was in the club, my shit sold 11 mil, his shit was a dub. Jada don't fuck with me if you wanna eat, cause I do your little ass like Jay did Mobb Deep. Yeah homie, in New York niggas like your vocals, but that's only New York dog, your ass is local." The Jay and Mobb Deep line is a reference of course to the Summer Jam screen situation during the Jay-Z and Prodigy beef, which I've covered on the channel previously. On the second verse, he disses a few more people, including Nas and Shine. Apparently 50 only started dissing Shine due to Irv Gotti wanting to sign him to Murder Inc. around this time, despite the fact that Shine was still in jail. In the video for the song, which was released after the album, shots are thrown at Cassidy and the Game as well. At this point, Game was kicked out of the group, and they would also have a beef that went back and forth for some years, which would basically become 50 Cent's new biggest beef. G-Unit and Murder Inc. would continue to go back and forth on tracks for at least a little while longer, however. Sometime around then, Hoodstock released the mixtape A Warrior's Words Part 3, which once again included some disses to 50 Cent. The mixtape has several references to snitches, which you can assume are subliminal shots at 50. On tracks like CB4 Mixtape Trailer and Snitch Co-Insurance, it's made pretty obvious and comedically that they're going straight at him. In November 2005, the film Get Rich or Die Trying and soundtrack to it were released. Like 8 Mile, it's a fictionalized version of the story of 50 Cent, starting from him being a kid selling crack and going on to become a rapper. It's a classic hood film. If you haven't seen it, then check it out. The soundtrack features the hit single Window Shopper, which has multiple versions, one of which being the mixtape version from G-Unit Radio Part 15, which has 50 Cent dissing Ja, Jada, Joe, and Nas directly calling the window shoppers. Basically, he's flossing his wealth again at his opponents. On the other versions of the song, the names are omitted, however, so you wouldn't be able to tell exactly who he's referring to. But given he was beefing with some very well-known rappers at the time, it's probably still pretty obvious. Young Merc, who was affiliated with Murder Inc., dissed 50 Cent with the track Coppas, which has him rapping over the beat for Window Shopper, and in the usual fashion, once again calling 50 a snitch. Side note, if you want to diss 50 Cent, just call him a snitch or mention how he got shot multiple times. That's pretty much rap beef with 50 Cent 101. Most of the well-known diss tracks were already released at this point in the beef. Various affiliated rappers, however, still took their shots occasionally, and other jabs were thrown. In December 2005, the Ashanti compilation album Collectibles was released, which was also the last album distributed by Def Jam for Murder Inc. After several years of having ties with Def Jam, it was officially over due to the federal investigation the Inc. was going through. Collectibles, however, featured the track Still Down remix, which has a verse from Cadillac Ta once again dissing 50 Cent. Props to Ta for taking any chance to diss 50 he can, even on R&B song remixes. Dedication, I like to see it. By this time, 50 was still in the upswing in his career. His sophomore album might not have been as well received as his first, but he was also releasing video games like 50 Cent Bulletproof, acting, and releasing film soundtracks, as well as getting brand deals like the vitamin water Formula 50. So overall, he was achieving a pretty high level of success commercially. Ja Rule, on the other hand, was unfortunately on the downswing of his career due to a combination of the investigation, losing their deal with Def Jam, declining record sales, and 50 Cent dissing him for his style while also copying that same style. Still, the beef goes on. In 2006, Ja Rule released the track So Hot, which featured multiple lines going at 50 again, and also released the track 21 Guns as well, featuring Young Merc and Cadillac Ta, also taking plenty shots at 50. In So Hot, he makes a reference to Kanye's Diamond song from Late Registration, which was released in 2005, and during one of his verses on 21 Guns, Ja Rule mentions the acquittal of the case, as well as 50 Cent being on the cover of GQ magazine, which both happened in December 2005, so I'd probably place these songs being released towards the beginning of the year. Then in July 2006, the mixtape G-Unit Radio Part 21, Hate It or Love It, was released, which featured the track 5 Heartbeats, which has 50 Cent taking more shots at Ja, Joe, and Jada. On the mixtape G-Unit Radio Part 22, Hip Hop Is Dead, most likely named after the Hip Hop Is Dead album that Nas had announced months prior, they once again dissed Ja, Jada, Joe, and Nas, as well as Puff Daddy for some reason. It's actually one of the funnier skits throughout the beef, as the preacher gives a eulogy on the artist and hip-hop as a whole, stating that 50 Cent is the one who killed him with his money-making ways, choruses, and catchy hooks. Later on, in November 2006, Game dropped his second album, Doctor's Advocate, with the bonus track It's Okay, One Blood remix. At almost 12 minutes long with over 20 rappers on it, at that point it was one of the rap songs with the most artists featured and one of my favorite remixes. What makes it relevant to this beef though is the fact that multiple people that previously or were still beefing with 50 Cent, like Game, Ja Rule, Nas, Fat Joe, Jadakiss, Styles P, and even rappers he would be beefing with later on like Jim Jones and Rick Ross, were all over this track. Fat Joe even disses 50 on his verse with the lines, "Somebody go and get this nigga a pint box, and I ain't just talking about a measly 9 shots." Obviously a reference to the 9 shots 50 claims to have been hit with. Putting together all these artists, several of which beef with 50 Cent, felt like a real screw you to 50 from Game. Also, not to mention the fact that Ja Rule went last on the song and had easily one of the best verses on it. Remember how I mentioned 50 Cent starting a beef with Shine over Irv potentially wanting to sign him, and starting a beef with Jada and Joe over them doing a song with Ja Rule? Well, 50 did the same thing again with Lil Wayne, which is how their short-lived beef started. In 2007, Ja Rule did a song together with Lil Wayne titled Uh-Oh, which was meant to be released on his 7th album, Mirror, which got delayed and released later on in 2009 as a free mixtape instead. Also on the intro of the mixtape, Ja sent a subliminal shot at 50 with a line mentioning being in the club and getting finished off with a 10th shot, which is a reference to 50's hit single and another bullet on top of the 9. In response, 50 Cent put out the song Play This on the Radio sometime in 2009, where he sent shots at several people, including Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Ja Rule, Cameron, Fat Joe, and even Oprah. Yes, even Oprah Winfrey can catch a stray from 50 apparently. Also back in 2007, while on promotion for his next album, Ja did an interview with Angie Martinez from Hot 97.1, and he made subliminal references to 50 Cent dissing him for his musical style with the duets, but now copying his style. Several years later, in 2013, Ja Rule and Irv Gotti again interviewed with Angie Martinez, and they admitted that they took the loss in the beef with 50 Cent and went on to explain why it happened. People like to say 50 Cent is petty, and I'd say that's pretty accurate considering how many beefs he started. Some of them I don't necessarily blame him given how serious the beef with Ja was. It really seemed like a matter of the friend of my enemy is my enemy and not knowing who to trust after having an attempt made on your life. You could say that some level of paranoia and PTSD kicked in. Also in 2009, 50 would begin his beef with Rick Ross in earnest, and several tracks went back and forth between G-Unit and Rick Ross and crew. This ties into the beef with Ja, as well as on the track Mafia Music Remix, Rick Ross featured Ja Rule, Game, and Jadakiss, who all were beefing with 50 Cent, and they all dissed 50 on it. From here on out, the beef was mentioned more sparingly and would mostly be referenced by other artists as a thing of the past, with an occasional bar thrown between the two, and it would start to become something that became a Twitter war of words like many other rap beefs became at this time. The beef might have died down musically as both artists had slowed down on their music output greatly, but on social media, they were still prevalent. For those wondering about Eminem and Ja Rule, in 2018 on his album Kamikaze, he made a reference to Ja Rule on the song Greatest, as well as on the Machine Gun Kelly diss Kill Shot released weeks later. Then again on his next album, Music to Be Murdered By, released in 2020, he referenced the beef again on Book of Rhymes, as well as Discombobulated. Outside of occasional mentions on songs like this, Eminem had essentially taken himself out of the beef years prior. As far as 50 and Ja, their Twitter war and the trolling continued, as you can see by some of these tweets here, and that's not the half of it. I've stated on other rap beef videos like KRS-One vs MC Shan or Lil Kim vs Foxy Brown that those are some of the longest rap beefs, and this right here, 50 Cent vs Ja Rule, takes his place right alongside those. But perhaps even more so considering the sheer amount of other rappers that got involved, physical altercations that occurred, and social media trolling that it turned into. Not to mention having some of the most classic diss tracks in rap. What do you think about the beef? Was 50 Cent really a snitch? Would Ja Rule and other Murder Inc. artists have bigger careers if that federal case hadn't happened? 50 Cent is probably the king of rap beefs. Not in the sense of winning them maybe, but in quantity, he's right up there with rappers like Game and Joe Budden. This time we're going to talk about his beef with fellow Queens rapper Nas. Let's take it back to the beginning. Nasir Jones aka Nas got his break in rap at the age of 17 or 18 when he was featured on the group Main Source's song Live at the Barbecue from their debut album Breaking Atoms, released in July 1991. Then in 1992 he was featured on the soundtrack to the film Zebrahead with the song Halftime, which is his debut single. That song also featured on his debut album Illmatic, released in May 1994, which is considered a classic and one of the best rap debut albums of all time. Then he went on to release It Was Written in July 1996 and then 2 albums in 1999, I Am and Nostradamus. 50 Cent at this time was a new rapper who was being mentored by Jam Master Jay from the group Run DMC and signed to his label JMJ Records. In 1999, he released the infamous How to Rob record, on which he takes aim at numerous artists. Allegedly, 50 had included a Nas line on the song, but wound up taking it off.
Now, was it true that he had Nas's name?
Hell yeah, he had Nas' name in there. He had a couple names in there.
Pun.
Pun's name might
You
have
talking
been
about How to Rob?
Yeah.
Pun, RZA.
No, RZA.
But originally, he took Nas' name out.
Yeah, because it's not on the record. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who said what to who, but it wasn't on the record when I heard it. No more. Hell no.
In 1999, he wound up signing to Columbia Records like Nas and got invited to the Nostradamus tour. Also in 1999, 50 released the song Your Life's on the Line, which was a diss to Ja Rule, and he shouted out Nas with the lines, "Now here's a list of MCs that could kill you in 8 bars. 50, Jay-Z and Nas." 50 wound up getting dropped from the label, however, after getting shot in May 2000. Then he was blackballed in the industry due to the influence of Irv Gotti and Murder Inc., who he was beefing with. The beef between Nas and 50 starts right around here. There's a few things that happened that caused this situation. For one, in February 2002, the remix album J to the LO, The Remixes, by Jennifer Lopez, was released, which features the track I'm Gonna Be Alright. At this time, getting a rapper on an R&B song was pretty common and vice versa. 50 Cent was supposed to be featured on the track originally, but was replaced by Nas. The original version of the song was on her second album, J-Lo, released in January 2001. Then the remix with Nas was released on this remix album, as Epic Records felt that Nas would be a better choice as he was a more successful rapper at the time compared to 50, who was an up-and-coming rapper still. 50 apparently was not warned by Nas about being replaced by him, which rubbed him the wrong way, as he and Nas were cool with one another and he felt he should have gotten a heads up about it. Certain pressings of the remix album had the remix of Nas, while other ones had the remix of 50. The version with Nas was also featured on her third album, This Is Me, Then, released in November 2002. This situation also goes back to another one between 50 and Nas. Around this time, Nas was also beefing with his childhood friend Cormega, who was a member of the firm before being replaced by Nature. According to 50, Nas wanted to do something similar that Jay did to Nas, using his woman against him.
Look, he wanted to do the same thing that Jay did to him with Carmen, to Mega. Because he called me to get Holly number in Queens, Circle 5, and Mega was messing with it at the time. He was tight at Mega at the time. He sent me to go get the number. I went through there.
Nas apparently also felt that Cormega had given information to Jay-Z to use to diss Nas. So Nas sent 50 to get Cormega's girlfriend's phone number so Nas could talk to her and try to get information apparently. 50 would state that Nas called him multiple times about it, so when the record label had replaced 50 Cent on the Lopez song, he would have expected Nas to return the courtesy.
It was like he called me like 3 times that night to tell me what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And then when I did the Jennifer Lopez joint, I did a remix for Jennifer, because the first thing I did is Puffy called me back to help him with the Make This Money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And after I did that, then I was working with Jennifer. I did a remix on one of her joints. Nas ended up doing the record. I wasn't mad that he did the record. I was mad that he didn't call me. You called me 3 times to ask me about Mega's girl, and then you didn't call me when you did the record over.
Also in November 2002, the album Irv Gotti Presents The Remixes was released. On that album is the remix to the song The Pledge. The original version is featured on the previous Murder Inc. compilation album, Irv Gotti Presents The Inc., and features Ashanti and Cadillac Ta. The remix features Ashanti, Ja Rule, and Nas, as well as a sample of Tupac vocals from Shed So Many Tears from his Me Against the World album. And the Pledge remix is also featured on Ja Rule's album The Last Temptation, which was released later that month. On Nas's verse, he takes shots at Jay and hints at joining Murder Inc. Around this time, it was rumored that Nas was considering signing to Murder Inc., which would have been a pretty big deal, especially considering this was after Nas had recently released his Stillmatic album, which was considered a comeback album by many, and had the Ether song, which was a diss to Jay-Z and Rockefeller Records and considered one of the best diss tracks of all time. This once again was clearly something that would rub 50 the wrong way, considering his lifelong beef with Ja Rule and Irv Gotti. On top of this, when 50 Cent and Tony Yayo were on tour with Nas and met Khalees, who Nas was with, they allegedly made a negative comment about how she smells. Yeah, I know, one of the weirdest things I've heard yet in all these rap beefs that I've covered. Before all of this, however, they had collaborated on songs together. On the 50 Cent mixtape, Guess Who's Back?, Nas is featured on the songs Too Hot, which also features Nature, and Who You Rep With, which also features Nas's group, Bravehearts. The mixtape was released in 2002, and the songs were likely recorded in 2001 or early in 2002 before these issues had occurred between the two. Around this time, G-Unit released the mixtape Automatic Gunfire, which features the track Bang Bang, on which 50 Cent has a line talking about a woman he dealt with that looks like Khalees. This line isn't necessarily a diss, but would appear to be the first time 50 makes mention of her on wax. Also, DJ Corrupt released a mixtape titled DJ Corrupt Presents The New Year Edition 2003, hosted by 50 Cent. That mixtape features a clip from a 50 Cent interview where he mentions that when he met Khalees, she was beautiful and was dressed nice, but she had a bad odor.
Khalees, y'all seen Khalees at the Euro Awards, but the bitch smelled like she was playing full court basketball. I ain't even gonna front. Yo, she was pretty as a motherfucker. She had an ill dress on and everything. Bitch smelled like full court basketball. That's Nas' wife, right? Huh? That's Nas' wife, right? She's on the radio. You said that's Nas' wife? Yeah. He fuck with her? Stop playing, man.
I'm dead serious.
Then in February 2003, 50 Cent released the album Get Rich or Die Tryin', which is considered a classic album by many and wound up going diamond. It features the track Many Men, which happens to be one of my favorite 50 Cent songs, and the beat was actually made for Nas originally while he was working on his Godson album, which was released in December 2002. 50 Cent heard the beat while he was in the studio with Nas, and since Nas didn't wind up using it, he used it himself. Also on the album is the track Back Down, which is the Ja Rule diss. Years after the release of the album, however, it was revealed that the original version of the song also featured lines aimed at other rappers like Jay-Z, Cameron, and Nas. However, Dr. Dre told him to redo the song and leave out dissing the others. Later on in December 2003, the Bravehearts released their debut album, Bravehearted. On the title track, a subliminal shot is thrown at 50 Cent on the second verse with the lines, "You can put on that vest, I'ma shoot you in the head. Won't aim for the chest, bet you won't survive 10 hollow tips out my chrome 45. At this time, 50 was known for wearing bulletproof vests. Also, he was allegedly shot 9 times, so the 10 shots would be implying that they'll shoot him one more time on top of that. Later on in the verse, he has the lines, "Jungle live by the morals of the street, not like snitch CJ or bitch Jay-Z." CJ most likely is Curtis Jackson, which is 50 Cent. Speaking of the Bravehearts, another problem 50 would mention about Nas is that Nas didn't put his group on to make money like 50 did for G-Unit.
I didn't understand how, when he was in position, how he didn't do anything to set up his crew. You feel what I'm saying? Like, the Bravehearts, like at the time, Jungle, Wiz, Force, all of them, like, we was all on the same van together. We wasn't even on a bus. Right. Like vans together, riding. And it was like, I was honored to even be allowed on his tour at that point, because I didn't have anything by How to Rob at that point. You know, he just said, yo, that record feels crazy. It reminds me of when I came out. He had options. He could have took Nature. Could have took other, you know, there's other artists around there with AZ. Fox, he could have took whoever he wanted to take with him, you know, and he said, no, he wanted me to come with him.
To be fair, this part is a bit true, as Banks, Buck, Yayo, and Game all put out Platinum Plus selling albums. Meanwhile, the Bravehearts never had much success as solo artists. Also in 2003, G-Unit put out the mixtape G-Unit Radio Part 3, Taking It to the Streets. On that mixtape is the track Sleep Remix, which samples the Tupac song Don't Go to Sleep. On the intro, 50 Cent disses Bang'em Smurf by telling him that he smells like Queensbridge. Those are the projects that Nas, his brother Jungle, and several other rappers are from. This was apparently a shot at the Queensbridge native and his crew for dissing 50. In 2004, Nas held a concert in Central Park during which he took a moment out to send a shot at 50 Cent among others.
I gotta thank every one of y'all for coming out here today and representing that real street New York shit, not that fake shit, not that 50 Cent.
In November that year, he released his album Streets Disciple. On that album is the song Disciple, in which Nas makes a reference to 50 with the lines, "This ain't 50, this ain't Jigga, this ain't Diddy, this ain't pretty. Pain, power, pussy, and pistols, lyrically no one hold none near me, hear me?" Also that year, Lloyd Banks released the mixtape Mo Money in the Bank Part 3, Cashing In, which features the track Burying Bodies featuring 50 Cent, on which 50 says he heard Nas talking about him. That would likely be a reference to Nas mentioning 50 at the Central Park concert. Then in March 2005, 50 Cent released the Massacre album, which features the track Piggy Bank. On that song, 50 Cent takes shots at Jadakiss, Fat Joe, Ja Rule, and Nas. On the second verse, he has the lines, "Khalees said her milkshake bring all the boys to the yard, and Nas went and tattooed the bitch on his arm. I mean, like, way out in Cali, niggas know you, cuz first thing they say about you is you a sucker for love." In 2003, Khalees released her third album, Tasty, which features the hit single Milkshake. Around that time, Nas and Khalees got married, and Nas got a tattoo of her on his arm. The mention of California is a reference to the Tupac song Do for Love from the album Are You Still Down? Remember Me, which was released in November 1997. The original name for the song is Sucker for Love. So basically 50 is calling Nas lame for being in love with Khalees. Also in the music video for Piggy Bank, at that part of the song, an animated version of Nas in a Superman outfit is shown chasing an ice cream truck, which is a reference to the Milkshake song, where she states her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, as well as Nas trying to be a superhero and save Khalees, which also goes back to the sucker for love line. Also in the music video, 50 pokes fun at the Game as well. Earlier in 2005, Game got kicked out of G-Unit and their beef was on from then. I've covered that on the channel before, so check it out after this. Game released the mixtape Ghost Unit, which features the track Don't Body Yourself remix, which is the song Don't Body Yourself by Nas, with Game putting a verse on it as well. On the second verse, Nas disses 50 Cent with the lines, "I'm hearing wanksters talking greasy, whether broke or rich. My friend Nasir bring that career to an end and I'm bored with you MCs. B, y'all beneath me and my raps bring horror like a board of a Ouija." Wanksters, of course, is a reference to the song Wankster from 50's album Get Rich or Die Tryin'. Then Nas disses 50 some more on the third verse as well with lines like, "And y'all wanna know why I ain't gotta answer niggas? Cause I truly understand these niggas scared of me. So you talk about family members like I can't point out your grandma to niggas." Which is Nas responding to 50 for the multiple mentions of Khalees. Then in November that year, 50 released the film Get Rich or Die Tryin' and the soundtrack to it. On that soundtrack is the hit single Window Shopper. One version of the song features 50 Cent on the chorus, once again dissing Ja Rule, Jadakiss, Fat Joe, and Nas, calling them window shoppers. Also on that album is the track What If, on which 50 takes a shot at Brooklyn rapper AZ, who was well known for being featured on Illmatic, as well as being a member of The Firm. On 50's first verse, he has the lines, "If I put out bullshit joints like AZ every chance niggas get, they try and play me." The shot might be aimed at AZ because of his affiliation with Nas. Then in December 2005, Funkmaster Flex put out the compilation album Car Show Tour, which features the track Just a Touch by 50 Cent and Paul Wall. On the song, they used the beat from the Mobb Deep song The Realist, featuring Kool G Rap from their album Murder Music. On 50's verse, he has the lines, "On the radio they say me and you are item, Nas fall in love with hoes, me I just like 'em." That is yet again a reference to Khalees, who was married to Nas at the time. Around this time, Nas did a freestyle in which he threw shots at 50 Cent again. On it, he raps over a few different beats and he has the lines, "Guess every nigga a star when he gets shot on, that's awkward, I thought it was the other way around, a gangster's the one who busts his gun, not son laying down." That would seem to be pretty clearly aimed at 50. In December 2006, Nas released the album Hip Hop Is Dead, and around this time, G-Unit released the mixtape Hip Hop Is Dead, Verse 2, G-Unit Radio Part 22, which was likely 50 mocking Nas by copying the title and cover art. In November that year, Game put out the album Doctor's Advocate. Around the time of the album release, Game released a remix to the single One Blood from the album. On that remix, over 20 rappers are featured, one of those being Nas. The song features several other artists that were beefing with 50 Cent as well, like Fat Joe, Jadakiss, Ja Rule, and Game himself. On Nas's verse, he mentions rappers dissing him, which could be a subliminal diss to multiple rappers, one being 50 Cent. Also, one of the songs that was recorded for Doctor's Advocate but didn't make it on there is Street Riders, which features Nas and Akon. The song wound up appearing on Game's mixtape Break Lights, which was released a few years later in 2010. On Nas's verse, he references 50 with the lines, "I showed niggas they first Bentley, fuck I window shop. Show niggas they first ice, now they like I love you." Also on the album is the track Why You Hate the Game. On Nas's verse, it seems he sent subliminal shots at 50 with the lines, "Yeah, I learned my lessons and heard y'all snitching, witnessing you rocking with narcs confirmed my suspicion," as it was quite common to call 50 Cent a snitch around that time. Also, Nas ends his verse with the lines, "Ignore the ignorance, I rep the brilliance of Queensbridge and pray the feds let Murder Inc. live." That's a reference to Murder Inc.'s federal trial that went on from 2003 to 2005. Once again, some people claim that 50 snitched on Murder Inc., so this is possibly a reference to that, especially when you put it together with his earlier lines. In November 2006, AZ released his 6th album, The Format, which features the track Royal Salute, on which he responded to 50 Cent for dissing him on the What If track. AZ sends shots back at 50 on the end of his verse with the lines, "So 50, it's only a run, enjoy this here, matter of fact you ain't done, enjoy this year, and it's only fair that I make this clear, you could never fuck with me, so don't fuck with me. If money makes the man, then on Iraq land, Saddam statue will stand on top of the sand. You a fan, so overall respect my hand, cause I can see what's going on, I respect your scam." Then in September 2007, 50 Cent released the album Curtis, which features the track Fully Loaded Clip. On the chorus, 50 has the lines, "While Nas was telling Khalees, I love you boo, I was shining my 9, you know how I do." Once again making a reference to Nas loving Khalees. Then in July 2008, Nas released the album Untitled. On the intro, Queens Get the Money, Nas takes shots at 50 yet again. He has the lines, "My assignment since he said retirement, hiding behind 8 Mile and the Chronic, gets rich but dies rhyming. This is high science. Now add 23 more from Queens to be more. I'm over their heads like a bulimic on a seesaw. Now that's 50 Porsche monkeys ate up at the same time. Nasty NASDAQ, y'all gon' bow, Holmes. This is Dow Jones." The first lines make it clear that this is a shot at 50, as he mentions 8 Mile and the Chronic, which are by Eminem and Dr. Dre respectively, who 50 Cent was signed to. Then Nas has the lines, "My queen used her milkshake to bring y'all to my slaughterhouse," which is in response to 50 Cent mentioning Khalees multiple times, especially in Piggy Bank. In 2009, 50 released his mixtape War Angel LP, and on the track Cream 2009, he appears to respond to Nas. On the chorus, he has the lines, "Cash rules, I keep a shooter around me, Queens get the money, I have a nigga killed, y'all." Queens Get the Money is the name of the intro track on Nas's Untitled album, so this would appear to be a direct response to that. In February 2011, 50 Cent released the track Old 2003 Ferrari, on which he sends another shot at Nas. At the end of the first verse, he has the lines, "She alright for a night, but don't keep her, ask Nas, Khalees was the illest ether." That is a reference to the fact that by this time, Nas and Khalees got divorced, and Nas had to pay her child support. Once again, Ether is considered one of the best diss tracks of all time, so it's a comparison to how disrespectful the song is, and Nas getting put on child support by his ex-wife. Also, if you look at it from the perspective of no rapper ever really putting out a diss track that really beat Nas, then you could make an argument that legal issues like child support are the only thing that can stop him. In July 2012, Nas released the album Life is Good. On that album is the track Bye Baby, where he talks about his relationship with Khalees. On the third verse, he talks about people asking him why he trusted Khalees to begin with, which might include 50. Also on the album is the track A Queen Story. On the song, he mentions Black Just, E Moneybags, and other figures from Queens. The song can be compared to 50 Cent's infamous Ghetto Quran song, where he spoke about the Supreme Team and others also from Queens. Nas apparently had more diss tracks aimed at 50, however they weren't released. Like one titled 10 Shots, which is a reference to the 9 shots 50 allegedly took, and Spastic, both of which the audio seems not available, however the lyrics have been posted online. In 2014, things were officially squashed between 50 and Nas, as Nas brought out 50 during his performance on Summer Jam. In 2016, on 50's This Is 50 YouTube channel, for the segment where someone raps their favorite verse from another artist, 50 Cent chose Nas's first verse from the song The Message from the It Was Written album, which once again shows that 50 was a fan of Nas.
And one of my favorite verses is from Nas, it's called The Message. Fake thug, no love, you get the slug, see before gusto, your luck blow. I didn't know till I was drunk though, you freak niggas played out, get fucked and ate out. Prostitute turned bitch, I got the gauge out, 96 ways I made out. Montana weight, good FELLA, verbal AK spray, dipped the chat sheet, jumped out the range, emptied out the ashtray. Glasses A, make a man cash his play, red dot plots, murder scheme, 32 shotguns. Regulate with my Don 17s rocks gleam from one ring. Now let me let y'all niggas know one thing. There's one light, one love, so there can only be one king. Highlights 11. Vegas style, roll dice and linen. The terror spinning on millenniums. 20G bets, I'm winning them. Threats, I'm sending them. Lex with TV sets the minimum. Ill sex, adrenaline, party with villains.
In 2023, 50 Cent had an interview with XXL magazine in which he was asked about his relationship with Nas and the song they had worked on for Nas's then upcoming album. 50 stated that he got Nas's attention after releasing How to Rob, and then Nas invited him on tour. He also stated that Nas was smarter than the music he was making, and was often reading books on the tour. So basically, Nas wasn't really in the streets like that, but was so good at rapping about it, you wouldn't expect otherwise. Tony Yayo in a Vlad TV interview would also state that when he was on the tour with Nas, that based on Nas's music, he expected things to be a certain way, but he often saw Nas quiet reading books.
I mean, I thought it was gonna be a lot of weed smoking, like bitches on the bus, but Nas was like, reading books and shit. So, I'm going up for Illmatic. I'm an addict for sneakers, 20s of Buddha, and bitches with beepers. So I thought, we was gonna be smoking hella weed. Bitches gonna be running through that shit, but he was kind of like a laid-back cat that was kind of like smart, reading books and shit. So I was just like, that was Nas. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker reading books and shit.
Then in July 2023, Nas and Hit Boy released the album Magic 2. On the album is the track Office Hours, which features 50 Cent. Then on August 30th that year, 50 Cent brought out Nas during his final lap tour, and Nas, while on stage, gave props to 50 for changing the rap game after releasing the Get Rich or Die Tryin' album.
Get Rich or Die Tryin', motherfucking anniversary. When this man dropped, the whole rap game changed. Queens in the building, bro. Shout out Tony Yayo, Uncle Murder. My brothers, I love you, man. Make some noise for fucking noise.
So it would definitely seem as though the two were on good terms again. That's about it for the 50 Cent and Nas beef. There's probably some other shots somewhere in all the mixtapes that G-Unit was releasing, but you get the gist of it. Nas and 50 were cool with one another and had a falling out over those issues I mentioned in the beginning. Unlike 50's beefs with Ja Rule and The Game, this one didn't lead to fights and shootouts, so it was probably much easier for them to reconcile. On top of that, like I said, 50 was a fan of Nas and seemed to respect him, so he never really seemed to go too hard at Nas, and Nas could have probably gone harder on 50 if he wanted to, especially given their history as seen when Nas put out Ether aimed at Jay and Rockefeller. What are your thoughts on the beef? Was 50 right in feeling a certain way about not getting the heads up from Nas about his verse being replaced, and about Nas featuring on the Murder Inc. song, and considering signing to their label? Did 50 go too far by talking about Khalees? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. When you think of rappers that often find themselves feuding with other rappers, there's a few names in particular that probably come to mind, I'm sure. One of those being Jersey's own Joe Budden, and another being 50 Cent. Not only did these two have a rap beef at one point, but they also entered the industry around the same time. Both of them released their debut albums in 2003, Joe with his self-titled album, and 50 with the classic Get Rich or Die Tryin'. 50 was well known at this point for his highly publicized beef with Ja Rule, which wound up getting other people involved like Jadakiss and Fat Joe, and anyone else who worked with Ja. The beef with Joe is probably one of his few rap beefs around this time that actually wasn't related to his Murder Inc. beef. Joe is known for his controversial takes and for ruffling feathers with punchlines at times. Check out my video on his beef with Saigon for a great example. 50 Cent appears to be the one that started things off in this situation though, as in 2003 he was featured as a guest editor for an edition of a XXL magazine, and on one of the magazine segments he mentioned a Joe Budden line from his single Focus. The line in question being, "We pump diesel, I ain't talking about jeans or sneakers," basically calling the line whack. Joe responded to 50 on a DJ Clue mixtape with the lines, "Rearrange jeans and features, pump diesel, I ain't talking about jeans or sneakers, think about it, you see, you rap dudes wanna hassle me, might have to treat this barrel like a spree well, you jump, I box out, what good is your bulletproof truck when you gotta hop out?" That being a reference to G-Unit rolling around in bulletproof vehicles. Another one of the first shots thrown on wax was with another freestyle Joe Budden had. He has the lines, "In jurors where they tuck heat and love shanks, and we keep money under the mattress, fuck banks. Niggas wanna act ape like a razor to both sides of the jaw when they give them a sad face." The double entendre for Banks and Lloyd Banks from G Unit would seem to be a pretty subtle jab, but when paired with a reference to Apes and the group he was in, G Unit, in which the G is for gorilla, it would seem quite clear that Joe knew just what he was doing with these lines. Then towards the end of the verse, Joe has the lines, "If Game is a certified gangster who be giving out certificates, illegitimate, y'all niggas believe in him, he's yesterday paper, guess nobody reading him." In 2004, Jim Jones released his solo debut single, Certified Gangsters, which features Game on the remix. I've had a hard time finding when this freestyle was, but based on those lines, it would seem to have been released sometime after the Certified Gangsters track, which would mean sometime in 2004 at the earliest, if that line was indeed a shot at Game. Lloyd Banks and Young Buck from G Unit had an interview, and they spoke on their beef with Joe. Banks referred to Joe Budden as Pink Budden, and basically chalked the beef up to a case of, if it don't apply, let it fly. Basically, Banks said that Joe was replying to things that they said that had nothing to do with him. Like for example, 50 saying he's the king of New York. Whoever feels that they are is going to feel dissed.
As far as Pink Buttons, he's Pink Button. He's trying to take your job, man.
Wow.
He done gave it up. He threw it in the ropes.
Wow, man. Well, you know.
Everybody's coming at Joe Budden.
But that's old folks.
Whoa. Well, you know.
They taking shots at us.
What you say?
They shooting blanks.
Yo, where did that come from? Like, how did that even get started?
That came from imaginary disses. You know, when you're number one, whoever your contender feels, or whoever feels they can your contender, feels the number one, they're gonna feel like you're talking about them. Yeah. To the point where, you know, if 50 says, "I'm the king of New York," whoever feels like they're the king of New York also is gonna feel like that was a diss, a subliminal diss.
Yeah.
You know, when I say something like, "I'm number one on the mixtape," you don't apply. You're like, you're not even in the rankings, so why would you feel like I was dissing you or feel like 50 was dissing you? Like, you're the last thing on our mind.
I get what he's trying to say. In 2003, G Unit released the mixtape No Peace Talks, G Unit Radio Part 4, which features the track Motherfucking Star by Lloyd Banks. On this track, Banks uses the beat from the Tupac track Runnin' featuring Biggie from the Tupac Resurrection soundtrack album. On the song, Banks has the lines, "And it ain't hard to tell you flopped on your last tune, cause your dressing room is the size of my bathroom. If I'm at the dealer, I ain't browsing, I'm buying. These rappers can't spend 100,000, they lying. Damn near sold 100,000, you crying. I tell you what, here's a tech, shoot yourself in the neck." Of course, at this time, the biggest beef they were in was against Ja Rule and Murder Inc., so you could say that this was also a diss to Ja Rule. But when you look at the lines about selling damn near 100,000 albums, and you look at what Joe Budden sold in his first week with his debut album, which released that same year, it would seem to be a pretty clear jab to Joe, as apparently his album sold 95,000 copies the first week, just short of 100,000. Around this time, Joe Budden released the first of his Mood Music series of mixtapes, Mood Music 1, The Worst of Joe Budden. On that mixtape, he has the track Bitch Rappers and Metaphors, which, as you could tell by the title, is a diss to rappers with some whack metaphors. Who was one of the rappers who was known for their wordplay at this time and Joe just happened to be beefing with? Yeah, you got it, Banks. On the second verse of the track, Joe has the lines, "I love when black youths do they number and all make hits to make them little kids run to the store, but it's like rappers ain't got no hunger at all." This would be a reference to Lloyd Banks' debut album Hunger for More, which released in June 2004. Then on the outro of the track, Joe makes a reference to a line from the Lloyd Banks single I'm So Fly, where he mentioned being cooler than the other side of the pillow. Some sources state that the mixtape was released in 2003 and some say 2004, but based on the references that were made, I'm going with 2004. The timeline for some of these older mixtapes isn't always accurate, but the point is that he dissed Lloyd Banks on this track as well. Things got even more heated when at the 2004 Summer Jam in NYC, 50 Cent did the Grammy Awards, which was a mock version of the Grammy Awards show, and he said the nominees for the wackest rappers are Ja Rule, Joe Budden, and Black Child from Murder Inc., and it was a three-way tie between them. Also in 2004, the DJ Clue track Cross Country Connection was released, which features stacked bundles Joe Budden and Game. At this time, Game was a member of G Unit, and on Joe's verse, he had the lines, "Gangsters do real things because gangsters have to. I should have a real gangster whack ya, bang and clap ya, punk aiming at ya. He should be in the G Unit bid with all the gangster actors." This was seen as a reference to the G-Unit video Poppin' Them Things from their debut album Beg for Mercy, released in November 2003. According to Game, he received a call from 50 Cent asking him if he did a song with Joe Budden, to which Game said no. 50 told him that on a DJ Clue mixtape, there's a song with verses from them both. So apparently, to make matters worse, Clue put Joe on the song without telling Game. After this, Game was now officially beefing with Joe as well. Game released the diss track Buttons, which interpolates the chorus and instrumental from the classic Ice-T track Colors from the soundtrack of the film of the same name. In the intro, he states quite clearly that he's only going to have one diss track to Joe, and then he's going to resort to knocking him out. Knowing Game, do you really think he left it at one diss track though? We'll get to that a little later. In the first verse, Game references the whole situation with a DJ Clue song with the lines, "I'm gangbanging, wearing G6s, call them how I see them, these niggas is bitches," and Clue put this nigga on a song and now it's G-Unit, and I came to get it on. You ain't hot nigga, you lukewarm. I'll hog tie your ass with G-Unit shoes on. Of course, you know at this point, G-Unit was selling clothes and sneakers too, so leave it to Game to mention G-Unit shoes, even in a diss track. He then mentions what happened when they met in person with the lines, talking about you got ratchets and tools on. When you was at the All-Star game with no jewels on, I can't believe I gave you that. With the 4-5 on me, I should have gave you that. Pistol whip, you laid you flat. Game in the second verse, this is Joe with the lines, you fake like Janet's titty. One call, 300 bloods in Atlantic City. You bad boyed and dance like Diddy. I give celebrity beatdowns, I bring the camera with me. On that mixtape shit, you knew my man was 50. And I keep something chrome in them tannish dickies. The line about Janet is a reference to the Janet Jackson incident at the Super Bowl in 2004 when she was with Justin Timberlake and one of her breasts was accidentally exposed. Some say that it was fake, and this seems to be a reference to that. Either that or Game was literally calling Janet Jackson's breast fake, which isn't cool either. The Atlantic City line is of course a reference to the fact that Joe is from New Jersey. It's an okay track, it is a classic beat, but Game sticks to his threats of physical violence and not much else. Joe responds with the aptly named Game Over. Joe isn't the only one that would go with the obvious Game Over title when dissing the Game. Actually, if you haven't seen my video on Game vs. Razcast, check that one out for more details. On Game Over, Joe uses the beat from the classic DLC track, Funky Enough, from his debut album No One Can Do It Better, released in 1989. More specifically, he uses the beat from the Shine song, That's Gangsta, from his self-titled debut album released in September 2000, and that song samples Funky Enough. Joe on the intro of the track has some choice words for Game, like telling him that he's only a replacement until Yayo gets out of prison, and compares G-Unit to the group The 5 Heartbeats from the 1991 film because of the singing that 50 would do on songs. He starts the verse off with the lines, dude wanna be Dre, Ren, Ice Cube, or Easy, but you ain't them, dude believe me, your sounds type trash, tell Banks to ghostwrite, but then you sound like Fab. Which of course is a reference to the NWA members that Game talks about regularly in his music, and then a reference to Banks' ghostwriting and how some people think that he sounds like Fabulous. He continues on with the lines, let's do the math, you ain't sold shit and I sold 500k more than that. Heard your diss track, but I ain't even play all that because I just seen dude. He ain't say all that, was in the same hotel. If dude wanted to do me, I'd have been Cassidy and gave him the room key. Which is a direct response to Game's lines about Joe's sales and seeing him in public as well and nothing happening. The Cassidy mention is a reference to his hit single Hotel featuring R. Kelly, released in 2003. Joe finishes his verse with the lines, you need help, is Dre gonna put him on the shelf? Better learn from Rakim, so when I see you asshole, we can let the Glocks blow. Come through Jersey or I meet you at Roscoe's. Another fake thug gets killed, 100 red dots on you if you wanna be a blood for real. The Rakim line is a reference to the fact that Rakim signed to Dre's Aftermath label and his album was shelved. Joe channeled his inner Tupac on the outro as he goes off on all the G-Unit and talks about their singing and how 50 should diss Joe himself instead of having his pawns do it. Game also disses Joe on the track The Breakdown 200 Bars and Running from the mixtape You Know What It Is Volume 2, Throwing Rocks at the Throne, released in 2004, and on the track he uses the beat from the Dr. Dre single Deep Cover. As the title states, Game rapped over 200 bars. How many exactly? I don't know. Game calls Joe a snitch with the lines, They trying to take me downtown, put me under the court, cause Joe Budden's told him I carry a gun in New York. And homie, that's strictly fact. He got ripped on wax, so he snitched just to get me back. I'm not exactly sure where the Joe snitching thing comes from, either a line from Joe or just Game making an accusation to diss Joe's character. He follows up with the lines, "No matter what you say, dog, your shit be whack. You better watch what you say, it might get you clapped. Here's a little advice, homie, switch your raps, cause that shit in your last album ain't get you plaques." Which is a shot at Joe for his debut album at the time not going gold or platinum yet. Game goes on throughout the track to send shots at others as well, like Bang 'em Smurf, a former associate of 50 Cent, who at this point was also beefing with 50. Game also made a reference to Joe on a freestyle to the Biggie song Unbelievable, which is also from the same mixtape. On the second verse, he again disses Bang 'em Smurf, and he ends the verse with the lines, "You better ask Joe Buddens if I hold my gun. I got 99 problems and a Smurf ain't one." Once again, making a reference to Joe Budden mentioning that Game has a gun. Once again, the Game had a lot of threats and whatnot, but not too much outside of that it seems. Joe dissed G-Unit again on the track Big Shot. On the first verse, he claims 50 uses steroids and says he's not as tough as he says he is in his rhymes, as well as mentioning the original 50 Cent, who 50 got his rap name from, with the lines, "Yeah, it's your boy, listen to him. I think maybe the steroids is finally getting to him. Or maybe it's people believing all the hard raps. Or maybe it's a tank top with the bra straps. Maybe he's really believing he's a heathen, like dude he stole his name from. Dude ain't the same none. Nothing's hard body about him. He's like pudding." For those that don't know, 50 Cent got his name from Brooklyn stick-up kid Kelvin Martin, aka 50 Cent. He goes on to diss 50 for going to boot camp instead of doing his jail time when he got arrested for drugs back in the 90s, and claims that Yayo stayed in PC, or protective custody, when he was in jail with the lines, "I get you off for a clip, no friends involved." Or we could take it one further, get Queens involved, where they know he went to jail, never over a banger, he went to boot camp, not in pop with the gangsters, sorta like Yayo, he stayed in PC. He finishes the first verse with the lines, "Punched Banks in the face and he's still with him. No worry about me putting clips in the 40 to pistol whip Lloyd when 50 will do it for me." Which I'm not sure is true or just a claim Joe made to make them look bad as a group. He also made a reference to 50 punching Lloyd Banks as well as punching DJ Who Kid in an interview he had around this time, so hey, who knows?
Who Kid? Same dude let 50 Cent punch his mouth off and body slam him all around the Summer Jam stage.
Budden, tell me something now.
What Who Kid is putting on. Man, if I man, listen.
50 Cent punched Who Kid in the face?
Come on, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did just say that. Said he punched him and he body slammed him like Hulk Hogan at WWE Raw.
Who Kid? You ever say something to me about a Who Kid again in life? Who Kid? So anyway, man.
So listen, 50 Cent smacked Who Kid.
You gotta give it to 50. He's gangster though. He just run around punching dudes in their face. I ain't gonna punch Who Kid in the face.
If 50
punch poor little Lloyd Banks all in the face.
He punched Lloyd?
Damn it.
In the second verse, he switches targets to the Game. He starts the verse off with the lines, "Far as the kid Game, he's lame to say the least. Mad he from the west, so he diverted to the east. All he talk about, him and his mans are the blast pounds, but when you see him, he just dancing in the background." Essentially dissing Game for being a West Coast rapper, but joining a group from the East Coast, and for being in the background of all the G-Unit videos, but not really having any of his own. If you remember back around 2003, Game was featured in G-Unit videos. For example, he was seen briefly in 50 Cent's video for the hit single In the Club. Sometime in 2004, G-Unit released the mixtape G-Unit Radio, The Fifth Element, which features Steve O speaking at various points, and on an interlude, he disses Joe Budden. Ironically enough, Game wound up being kicked out of G-Unit early in 2005, and he would then turn his attention to dissing his former group mates above anyone else. All that dissing he did to artists like Ja Rule and Joe Budden to show his loyalty for this to be the outcome is wild. The beef between Joe and G-Unit continued, however. Lloyd Banks would dish Joe Budden on the track We're Back with Young Buck. On Banks' verse, he has the lines, "That's why I'm on a level you need to step your rap game up to. I live on the road, but for the pay I'ma roll out. Besides, my hotel room is bigger than your whole house. Fuck the game, don't let the rap game fuck you. They shelf ya, won't nobody hear your shit but you. I help ya for a good price if you could swallow your pride, cause you're not ready, you're hood nice." That is a reference to the Step Your Game Up segment from XXL magazine that 50 mentioned Joe Budden in, and the fact that Joe's second album due to release on Def Jam was shelved. In 2004, he released singles from his then upcoming album The Growth, but it wound up being shelved indefinitely. Joe took shots at Game again on a freestyle to the hit single by Fabulous, Breathe. On the first verse, he has the lines, "And I ain't got beef with one gang, just one clown dude who just got rid of his tongue ring. Put us in a room alone, give us room alone, he knows better. He'd never step in a room alone. When it's all done, I'd be leaving the room alone. Sad part is, they wouldn't even know you was gone." Joe hit G-Unit with yet another diss track, this one titled Heartbeatology, which is a callback to him calling G-Unit the 5 heartbeats on the Game Over track. He starts off his verse dissing 50 with the lines, "Raps too commercial, just like commercials advertising shit, lying on the product. They say he's alright, but man, I don't see. You'll always be an Onyx hype man for me." Which is a reference to 50's first big appearance being on the Onyx single React from their third album, Shut 'Em Down, released in 1998. He then disses 50 for having help from Dre, Eminem, and Nate Dogg on his music and claims 50 lied about how many times he was shot with the lines, "Kick one line where real nigga praise you without M, Dre, or Nate coming to save you. Got shot twice, paper said 9. Guess Jada missed a few lines, like why 50 lied to us, oh probably to sell, and why he live his main man Muttley in jail. And y'all give him love, but 9 minus 2 is 7, I reckon we missing some slugs." The Jada mention is a reference to his hit single Why, and the Muttley mention is a reference to the character Muttley, who was a sidekick to the villain Dick Dastardly from the animation studio Hanna-Barbera. Joe then goes in on the second verse to send a shot at Game for appearing on Change of Heart by stating that he's probably gonna wind up on Blind Date next. Then in 2006, Joe released Mood Music 2, Can It Get Any Worse?, which features the track Dumb Out, a track where he raps for over 7 minutes about a bunch of things, and of course, one of those was taking another shot at Lloyd Banks. In the second verse, he has the lines, "I probably fool cats cause I don't ride out in some big car in the streets, like I ain't some big star and these young motherfuckers is about to fuck up, like leaving their whole career in some bitch car. No name, but just no sublime, nigga, you know who you are. Or end it before it goes too far. Your bud is still fucked. You a liar, money, I'm still spending pump it up, fire money." The career in the car is a reference to the story about Lloyd Banks losing the CD of his upcoming second album, The Big Withdrawal. Some woman got a hold of the CD and the album leaked, which led Banks to scrap it and then release The Rotten Apple instead in October 2006. Fast forward to 2008 and the beef between Joe Budden and Game was officially squashed. In 2008, Joe had an interview on Vlad TV and was asked about his beef with the Game. He explained how the beef started over the line from the Cross Country Connection song, and that Game was the one that reached out to him to squash things.
Me, Game, and Stack Bundles did a joint on Blues Tape. Cross Country Connection. I don't remember the name of shit. And it was really Game and Stack, and Clue just kind of spliced me on there. So I got on there, and I stand by this today. I had no intention of causing any drama on that track. I mean, we eventually met up and decided it'd be best for both of us to just dead it. But yeah, that's why I say it wasn't really the beef was over at that point. We just may not have been fucking with each other. I never had I didn't carry that beef on after that. Unless I was asked about it, I would say something about it, and vice versa on his part. So yeah, that was it. That was the beef.
They talked things out, and Joe kind of hinted that something might be in the works with them together.
Felt real good.
Y'all talked about doing songs together?
We talk. We talk. Me and him actually are similar in a lot of ways. How, I won't say, but we are. We talk. I mean, if I tell you everything that we talked about, it'll probably spoil anything that will ever happen. Right? I don't want to give it away. It'll be dope when it happens.
That wound up coming to fruition when Joe released his fourth album, Padded Room, in February 2009. On the album is the track The Future, featuring The Game. It's not a bad track, it's a song about women, not really what I would expect from a Joe Budden and Game collaboration. So yeah, the beef between Joe and Game was officially squashed. The situation between Joe and G-Unit, however, was still not resolved despite things being a bit calmed down publicly. Lloyd Banks and Joe Budden wound up collaborating on the track Remember the Titans, also featuring Fabulous and Royce the 5'9" from Joe's mixtape Mood Music 4, A Turn for the Worst, released in October 2010. Then again, they had a song together on Lloyd Banks' mixtape All or Nothing Volume 2, Live It Up. released in September 2016 on the track Transitions. To me, it's one of the best tracks on the mixtape, and it seems quite fitting that Joe ends his verse with the lines, "Some think too small, they can't vision it, don't even bother hitting my line, I'm transitioning." As after this was released, he released his album Rage and the Machine and retired from rap. So clearly by this point, the beef between Joe and Banks was squashed too. Joe and 50 still had slight tension at least, but they didn't have anything else really to say on wax about one another, as like Joe said, 50 was sending G-Unit to diss him. Sometime in 2009, however, after Joe Budden and Tahiri had broken up, she was spotted with 50 Cent on multiple occasions. Knowing 50, that was possibly his way of being petty and getting back at Joe for the diss tracks aimed at him and G-Unit, as this is similar to what he did during his beef with Rick Ross around this time as well. After all of this, 50 and Joe did still have some things to say about one another in the media. For example, in September 2017, on Everyday Struggle, they posed the question of which rapper had the best run. Joe's answer was 50 Cent, largely due to all the obstacles he faced early in his career, like having beef with street guys, as well as having to deal with being blackballed from the music industry.
50 Cent had the greatest run that I've ever seen in my entire life, and that will probably remain the same. That answer will never change for me. I'm very aware of all the people that 50 Cent had beef with. He shouldn't have beat any of it. They should have killed him. They tried to kill 50 Cent for years. He should have died. He did not. He then had to deal with real live street beef with being blackballed. He shouldn't have beat that.
In December 2017, Eminem released the album Revival. Joe, as he tends to do, gave his opinion of the album, which wasn't too favorable. This caused Eminem to take shots at Joe, and also Bizarre from D12 released the diss track Love Taps, aimed at Joe Budden and Jay Electronica. 50 Cent also chimed in with a post on Instagram aimed at Joe Budden, captioned with, "That was a bad idea. Look, you got a little ass whooping coming. It's not a big deal, you will get over it." Then in April 2020, Lloyd Banks called into the Joe Budden podcast. Once again, they seemed to be on friendly terms. Then again in July 2022, Banks made an appearance on the podcast, this time in person. So like I said, Joe and Banks had certainly squashed their beef if nothing else. The beef between Joe and the unit was pretty much over with. Joe, being focused on his podcast, has had his comments about things going on in music as usual, and there were things said back and forth, like the whole 50 defending Eminem thing, but it wasn't anything like it was back in 2004 when diss tracks were going back and forth between them. G-Unit, coming from Southside Jamaica, Queens, and the Locks from Yonkers have a beef that goes back to the days when 50 was beefing with New York rappers like it was his job and taking shots at anyone associated with Ja Rule. Ironically enough, 50 actually complimented the Locks on the track Back Down, which was a diss track aimed at Ja Rule and featured on Get Rich or Die Tryin', which is one of my favorite songs from that album. He has the line, "I'm the hardest from New York, my flow is bonkers, all the other hard niggas, they come from Yonkers," which was a reference to the Locks, or at least you might think so, as later on in an interview with DJ K Slay during 50's beef with the Locks, he stated that he was referring to DMX with that line, as he is also from Yonkers, and DMX and the Locks were both signed to Rough Riders and made music together.
I don't even understand why Jada would be supporting Ja on the I'm from New York record when he was calling X a crackhead last week. In my head, DMX is Rough Riders. When I was saying that all the other hard just come from Yonkers, I was making a reference to DMX, man.
The first shot, you could say, actually came from J Hood, who was a young rapper that was around the Locks and eventually signed to their label D Block Records. In 1999, 50 Cent released the infamous How to Rob song, which was a fictional tale about robbing a bunch of different artists in the industry, which prompted several rappers to respond. One of those being J Hood, who did a freestyle using the beat from the 50 Cent song Your Life's on the Line. This freestyle may or may not have ever been heard by 50, but things escalated to a verbal war between the two groups in 2004 when Ja Rule released the hit single New York from his 6th album, R.U.L.E. On that track, Ja dissed 50 on his verse, and Fat Joe and Jadakiss are featured on the song as well. So like I said earlier, 50 decided to bring them into the beef. 50 being 50 did what he does best and took aim at Jadakiss on the single Piggy Bank from his second album, The Massacre, released in February 2005. He disses Jada on the end of his first verse with the lines, "Jada, don't fuck with me if you wanna eat, cause I'll do your little ass like Jay did Mobb Deep. Yeah, homie, in New York niggas like your vocals, but that's only New York, dog. Your ass is local." Which of course was 50 taking a shot at Jada for not being as well known or high a selling artist as himself. He also took a shot at Jada on the hit single Window Shopper from the Get Rich or Die Trying film soundtrack released in November 2005. The soundtrack version of the song leaves you to question who he's referring to as he doesn't mention any names, but on the original version of the song, on the chorus, 50 names Ja, Jada, Fat Joe, and Nas as the window shoppers in question. Once again, 50 dissing his foes for not making money like he does. Both of them are among my favorite songs by 50. He has a knack for making some pretty catchy songs, though these might not be the best diss tracks at all. In response to Piggy Bank, Jadakiss responded along with the other Lox members Styles P and Sheek Louch, and also their D-Block signee J Hood. Now, there's a lot of tracks from the crew that took shots at 50 and G Unit, and I'm going to run through them. If there's any that I missed, leave a comment with the name. We're starting off with the Jada response to Piggy Bank. Using the beat from the Big Noid track Air It Out, which is also the beat 50 used on the track I'm an Animal, on which he disses Murder Inc., Jadakiss released the track Checkmate, which is yet another one of my favorite diss tracks and probably the best diss track I've ever heard aimed at 50. On the intro, Jada congratulates 50 on selling over 1 million records with the Massacre album. From the very beginning of his verse though, he makes it pretty clear that the gloves are off, or rather that the gloves are on, for this sparring match with the lines, "We gon' handle this like grown men, you won't win, you don't even feel comfortable in your own skin, I rap my ass off, I'm fighting the champ with the glass jaw at the Garden of Nassau." Of course, 50 was the champ of rap around this time, based on things like sales, and Jada is making it clear that he could beat him in regards to pure rapping. He then calls 50 a snitch with the lines, "See me couple hood niggas behind stars, I heard you put a couple good niggas behind bars. I might never sell that much, but you could bet your last 2 quarters I never tell that much." Which is a reference to the Ghetto Quran track where 50 talked about drug dealers from his neighborhood like Preem and Prince from the Supreme Team, which some considered snitching in a way. Jada has plenty of other lines here aimed at 50, but one of the hardest hitting lines is a simple question that he asks. This is a true fact, since when has it become cool to get shot and not shoot back? That of course is a reference to the fact that 50 is well known for being shot multiple times and surviving, which is something he's talked about in interviews and in his music. He then expands on this with the lines, "You ain't get shot again yet, so what's your second album about?" And then ends the verse with even more lines about 50 shooting with, "It'll take a lifetime to see Kiss, you had to get shot 9 times to be rich." Once again, really driving home the point that 50 essentially became huge partly due to being a victim of a shooting. He also has the lines, "You should just sell clothes and sneakers, cause out of your whole camp, your flow is the weakest," which to me is pretty funny. Jada claiming that the rest of G Unit all rap better than 50. To be fair though, I definitely say Banks is a better rapper, but I don't know about Yayo. In response to Checkmate, G Unit put out the track I Run New York, featuring 50 Cent and Tony Yayo, which was featured on the mixtape G Unit Radio Part 11. On the track, 50 sends shots at Jadakiss and Styles P with lines talking about being the boss of Interscope and how they're employees and he can push their albums back. In the chorus, he states that even though he lives in Connecticut, he still runs New York, which can be seen as a direct response to the Jada line from Checkmate where he claimed that 50 can't be the king of New York because he lives in Connecticut. On the second verse of the track, Tony Yayo takes direct shots at the Lox with the lines, "My money longer than yours, nigga, call your recruits. The Lox made more money in them damn shiny suits. The game about sales, drugs, and rapping. Jada, fuck your punchlines, my shirt went platinum. Styles and Sheek Louch went double plastic. Yayo Bucks and Banks is putting out classics." Taking aim at the group for the fact that G Unit members were selling more records than the Lox. Then 50 comes back for the outro to talk a whole lot of crap. That's always fun, right? Not long after this, Jada and Styles replied with the track Problem Child, which is named after the 50 Cent song of the same name and uses the same beat. Jada starts his verse off with the lines, "Yo, can't really figure this clown out. Where is he from? Jamaica, Queens, Cali, or down south? I could get a LA gun hit him. but Grape Street already told me you paying to run with him. Likely taking aim at 50 for being from New York, but signing to Dr. Dre, who was from Cali, and for 50 sounding like a southern rapper, and also could be a reference to Young Buck, who was from the South, being a member of G Unit, as well as Game briefly being a member who was from LA. He then has a rhyme scheme referencing some other well-known rappers with the lines, "Without Dr. Dre, you would just make slow jams. Come up out of that witness protection program. Hov don't really respect you. Get in your place. If B.I.G. was alive, he'd probably spit in your face. Nas was doing just fine without you, and Pac probably would have made an album about you. So I guess that just leaves me here to get rid of you. And Rakim and them, they don't even consider you. M know you ain't got nothing for Jada, and I know he appreciates all the money you made him." My favorite lines from the song though have to be, "Yeah, you sold more records than me, but in the streets you gon' always be second to me. We was damn near feeling you, even though your career is based off somebody damn near killing you." Which is Jada dissing 50 for selling more records but having to basically get nearly murdered in order to do so. Kinda like a publicity stunt gone wrong. Styles P starts his verse off with some of the best lines in the song. "D-Block, don't think it, nigga. Take a piss in your Formula 50. Drink it, nigga. Get shot out the Reeboks, nigga. Got shot and ain't shoot none back. Use a biatch, nigga." At this point, 50 had a deal for vitamin water as well as a Reebok deal for G-Unit sneakers, which once again gave the Locks ammo to use against 50. Essentially that he was all about making money rather than rapping, which they used to their advantage. Styles then makes a reference to 50 being a snitch with the lines, "In the streets they say 50 who shot ya. Named 3 niggas soon as he came out the doctor. And you far from a gangster, nigga. You was talking about yourself when you made Wankster, nigga." Which are some of the funniest lines in the track. Another track by the two is the aptly named Shots Fired, which has Jada and Styles going line for line, taking direct shots at 50 through the whole track. The subject matter being mostly more of the same, taking aim at 50 for making the Ghetto Quran track, allegedly being a snitch, dissing Ja Rule for singing and then singing on songs himself, and for rolling around with security. The chorus has Styles P repeating the title of the song, Shots Fired. The various threats of gun violence to 50 probably hits home considering that he was almost killed. If you think about this song in that aspect, then the lines, "You could never worry me, I know you've been to jail, you also been to therapy," hit really hard because after trauma, people wind up going to therapy. And if it's from an injury, they often wind up going to physical therapy in particular. So yeah, this track seemed a bit of a psychological thing coming from Jada and Styles, and is another one of the biggest tracks from the Locks' side. They also put out the track "I'm Sorry Miss Jackson," on which they used the beat from the classic Outkast song Miss Jackson from their album Stankonia. On their verses, they refer to 50 Cent as a woman, just as on the Outkast track, the song is dedicated to the mother of the woman they're referring to. Jada begins his verse with the lines, "Tried to diss Kiss to the world and it's your fault cause she says she saw you kissing a girl," which is a reference to the hit single Hate It or Love It by The Game featuring 50 Cent from Game's documentary album, when 50 says on his verse that he saw his mother kissing a girl when he was growing up. Jada ends his verse with the lines, "I did the song with Ja Rule bigging the city up. She did the Magic Stick remix with Olivia. She got more money but I get busier. Think somebody gonna end up killing her." Once again referring to him making hard songs and putting on for New York, while 50 is making hit records. Styles on his verse does more of the same, taking shots at 50 for getting rich and leaving the hood, and singing on his hit songs with lines like, "Bitch moved out New York when they were swinging them Glocks. Bitch got a deep voice but she be singing a lot. Bitch would sell her soul just to get on the charts. Wanna front like she's gangster but she got no heart." Once again, another one of the best diss tracks from the group. Styles P had a mixtape around this time titled Ghost in the Machine, which featured skits and songs aimed at G Unit. One such freestyle is to the I Know You Don't Love Me beat from Tony Yayo's debut album, Thoughts of a Predicate Felon. On the track, Styles sends the usual shots at them, like saying they don't come to the hood anymore, and sends a shot at Yayo saying that 50 doesn't even respect him. Then on yet another freestyle, Styles disses the group again, this time on the beat to 50's song In My Hood from the Massacre album. Just like on the other freestyle, he disses Yayo once again by basically saying that he isn't worth dissing, and doesn't mention him by name, unlike Banks, Buck, and 50. Keeping it on Styles for another minute, on the track G Joint from his second album, Time Is Money, Styles sends a shot at Young Buck and G Unit. J Hood, who was featured on the song, does as well with the lines, "All these so-called gorillas be telling, how a rat gon' give you thoughts of a predicate felon." J Hood also disses G Unit with a freestyle using the beat to the track Be a Gentleman by 50 Cent. On his verse, he has some pretty funny lines against the unit, like Marvin talking that burner shit when all he do is jerk off and deep throat his man Curtis dick. This nigga looking all flabby and sick. For those that don't know, Marvin is Tony Yayo's first name. Jada and Styles took plenty of shots at G-Unit, but Sheek Louch wasn't left out of the situation at all. He might be the least talked about member of the trio, but he showed up when it was time to put out diss tracks. On Sheek's second solo album, After Taxes, released in November 2005, he has the track Maybe If I Sing, on which he disses 50, Banks, and Buck respectively. Sheek comes out swinging with the lines, 50, you a rat, you a coward, you a snitch, you a bitch motherfucker, now hear this. All you talk about is money and sales. What you need to talk about is all them niggas that you put in them jails. As you can see, these guys really love to call 50 a snitch. As I've probably mentioned in another one of my videos talking about 50 Cent's rap beefs, the snitching allegations was a big target used against him. The second verse he aims at Banks, and then the third verse is aimed at Buck. Sheek and Jadakiss also dissed G-Unit on a freestyle using the beat from the Jim Jones song G'd Up, which features Max B and is on Jim Jones' second solo album, Harlem, Diary of a Summer, released in August 2005. Sheek continued on dissing G-Unit later on as he released a mixtape titled Year of the Wolf, on which he sends shots at G-Unit on several tracks. I'm going to run through these tracks from the mixtape, starting with Body Blows, yet another track taking aim at 50, basically for bragging about his money and record sales rather than rapping. On the outro of the track, Sheek basically invites 50 to respond with some bars rather than singing, which was kind of funny. On the track Buck Buck Buck, he appears to send a shot at 50 again with the lines, I done seen every gangster movie that is out and none of them resemble the bullshit you about. Hitting on that bitch ain't gangster, cause you ain't hit the other nigga back when he shanked you. With your pimp ass and your pimp glass, you get your shit smashed, broken up like hash, you need a face cast. PIMP is a hit single from 50's Get Rich or Die Trying album, so this is likely a reference to that. Then on the track Twins Shit, Sheek has the line, I don't window shop at 30, that ain't fly. In 2005, 50 released the track Window Shopper, and also he turned 30 that year, which would make this seem to be a pretty clear shot at 50. Then on the mixtape is a skit titled Message to the Snitch, which is also aimed at 50. The track Clickety Clank is also a diss, as you could tell by the title being a reference to Piggy Bank. He starts his verse off calling 50's Piggy Bank track garbage and saying that he likes Young Buck, but it's war, so he's getting dissed regardless, and then claims that Lloyd Banks stole Fabulous's style. Tony Yayo once again gets dismissed as not worth dissing. He then makes a reference to 50's line from Back Down about Yonkers. Like I said earlier, 50 said in an interview that he was referring to DMX, but even if he was, the line once again gave the Locks a good angle to come at 50 from. Then on the track Hey 50 featuring J Hood, the two take aim at 50 once again, as you could probably tell from the title. Sheek starts his first verse off with the lines, yes indeed New York City, you now rockin' with the hardest nigga, fuck you 50, enough about him and stuff about them, they already know that they not gonna win. And that's pretty much how you could sum up this track. Also, the song samples the 1984 song Hey DJ by the world's famous Supreme Team. Then on the track Lies and Rumors, Sheek sends another shot at G-Unit with the lines, what you shaking for, killer? Ain't your ass a gorilla? I can't hear you, screw this fool, let's get a chinchilla. For those that don't know, the G in G-Unit stands for gorilla, so with that in mind, this would appear to be a subliminal shot at the unit. Next up is the track Let's Bounce, on which Sheek Louch uses the beat for the remix of the song Lifestyles of the Rich and Shameless from the Lost Boys' debut album Legal Drug Money. On the chorus, Sheek has the lines, niggas pussy and you know who you are, without security, don't even leave the car, which once again would seem to be a subliminal shot at G-Unit, as one of the big things people were dissing 50 about was him having security. Then on his verse, he has a line about hearing about his group having beef with someone, which once again appears to be a reference to their beef with G-Unit. You might wonder if Sheek was done dissing G-Unit yet? Well, the answer to that would be no. He also released the mixtape Still a Wolf, which had him taking more shots at the group. One of those tracks being Heard 'Em Say, which uses the beat from the Ye song of the same name from his late Registration album. On this track, Sheek makes a reference to a run-in he had with Young Buck with the lines, I heard a nigga lying how I bumped into Buck. Nigga, I ain't even seen you when I got up out the truck. I came to read for the soprano. Nigga, you was more low-key than Kanye's piano. Fuck what he told you. Styles say, what up? You replied, I'm just a soldier. And it wasn't even beef. No one tried to fold you. On the G-Unit track 300 Shots, Young Buck on his verse has the lines, "I used to listen to Jada, I've never listened to Joe. I couldn't tell you how one of his verses go. Seen Styles and Sheik out here doing promo. I was like, what up? And they was like, uh-oh." Which of course was a shot at the Lox and the lines Sheik seemed to be responding to. On another freestyle, this one using the beat from the Lil Kim song Lighters Up, Sheik sent shots again at G-Unit. He disses 50 for being a snitch yet again, and he finishes his verse with the lines, "Welcome to D-Block, I told you that we don't play. I'm reading your book to study my prey. I'm saying to myself this nigga is gay. He gon' get us all locked away. I want you to keep coming. If it was Ja, you would've kept coming. Now it seemed like you running. Welcome to D-Block." So yeah, according to Sheik, 50 is scared to go at the Lox, which if you compare the sheer amount of disses from one side to the other, it's debatable. The book line is likely a reference to the book From Pieces to Weight, Once Upon a Time in Southside Queens, which 50 had released around this time. On yet another freestyle, Sheik raps over the beat from the song That's That Shit by Snoop Dogg from his 8th album Blue Carpet Treatment. On the track, he disses the unit with the lines, "I discredit niggas, look what we did to 50, Sheik doing it, they ain't moving units on the unit. Banks fucked up, Yayo stale, you notice he ain't on shit, niggas don't think that he real, MOP's my nigga, Mop Deep is my boys, but y'all should bounce, y'all was making a whole lot more noise." These lines have some truth to it, as Yayo didn't release another album after his debut, and Mobb Deep and MOP already had careers before they signed the G-Unit and were relatively well-known artists, especially in New York. The funniest line though comes in later on in the verse, with Sheik having some self-deprecating humor with the lines, "I ain't on vacation, I ain't got no sandals like Jigga, my money fucked up, I'm not in they league." He also disses Olivia by saying that sheer flop, which once again had some truth to it, as she didn't even release an album while she was with G-Unit. Her self-titled debut album was released in 2001, before she joined up with them. Ironically enough, Sheik also has a line in there about the beef between the groups being over. I guess they were claiming their victory. Real quick, I just want to give props to Sheik Luch for really taking up the beef and releasing the most diss tracks amongst everyone involved. Like half the tracks I've seen involving the two groups are freestyles by Sheik. He said as much on a Vlad TV interview years later that he kept the diss tracks going even after Jada had stopped. Yet another diss track was titled Bag 'Em, which uses the beat from the Tierra Marie track Make Her Feel Good from her debut album. On his verse, he sends shots at the unit once again, but claims that he's cool with Game, most likely because at this point, Game was kicked out of G-Unit and they were now beefing as well, with Game sending a load of diss tracks to 50 and the unit also. He also performed part of this verse on a Rap City freestyle in 2006. Sheik also put out yet another diss track aimed at G-Unit, this one titled Kill Yourself. No subtlety on this one. The song starts off with a sample from Back Down, once again the line about Yonkers. Then on the chorus, Sheik sings, mocking 50 for allegedly snitching and having cops as security. In his first verse, he has the lines, "They don't know Kiss in Africa, shut up snitch. I know Sway wanted to ask you way more than he did, like why the fuck Supreme and them doing a bid, and why can't you come around where you hung as a kid?" Which is a reference to an interview that 50 had with Sway on MTV back in 2005. Sway asked 50 about his beef with Fat Joe and Jadakiss.
Fat Joe and Jadakiss, come on, baby. This don't even count, baby.
I mean, combined, I mean, they sell records, they got credibility.
They sell 1 million. They probably sell 1.5 together. Their last two releases add up to 1,500,000 copies, both of them together.
Jadakiss is a well-liked guy. There's not many people, too many places who doesn't like him.
If you want to be technical, there's a lot of people, a lot of places that don't even know who Jadakiss is. I've been in markets that have no idea who Jadakiss is.
Who's your favorite music?
50 Cent.
50 Cent. 50 Cent gets everywhere.
You know, I performed in Nigeria in front of 100,000 people by myself. Go to Nigeria and ask them about Fat Joe and Jadakiss. And I didn't know who you're talking about.
On the third verse, Sheik takes a pretty humorous jab at 50 for the name of his albums with the lines, "Nigga, I'ma get rich or get rich. What the fuck is this die trying shit about, bitch? And what massacre? Please say you meant mascara, cause the shit I heard is pretty as that white bitch Farrah." You might be asking yourself if G-Unit had any other diss tracks after all these tracks from the Lox, and the answer to that is yes, they did, and we're gonna get to that now. One of the tracks the unit put out is 5 Heartbeats. This song is pretty interesting besides being a diss track to the Lox. If you listen to The Breakfast Club on 105.1, then you'll probably recognize the outro of this song, as that's where they get their soundbite from that they use in the show for Donkey of the Day. Also, if you've seen my video on the beef between Joe Budden and G-Unit, then you might remember that Joe on his diss tracks was calling G-Unit the 5 heartbeats because of the singing 50 would do on their songs. On 50's verse, he has the lines, "I got a 16-shot Ruger, I got 16 cars, all over how I write 16 bars. Ja, Joe, and Jada, they're fucking retards. I run in the scope, oh my god." Once again, taking shots at them for the fact that he makes more money than they do in typical 50 fashion. Lloyd Banks also took up the mantle to strike back at the Lox on some diss tracks of his own. He has the track Death Wish aimed at Fat Joe and the Lox. He ends his first verse with the lines, "These niggas been around since Biggie and ain't blow yet. Damn, how many chances you think they gon' get? Cause I remember when they suits was shiny, now they in army fatigues, boots and grimy. My back's to the wind and my troops behind me, and if I get jiggy, the suits Armani." Which of course is a diss aimed at the Lox for when they had the shiny suits on when they were signed to Bad Boy and released their debut album. Not a bad diss track from Lloyd. As usual in G-Unit beefs, he tends to be the one going back and forth on record with people. Another track that he put out is called It Ain't a Secret, which was also aimed at Fat Joe and the Lox. On the second verse, he has the lines, "I'ma still be here when D-Block flops. I got more cash than them in my Reeboks box." Once again, G-Unit talking about the records they sold and the money they made, while Lox focuses on their lyrical ability and reputation in the streets. I ain't mad at it. The diss tracks eventually stopped, and sometime in 2007, 50 and Styles P had a conversation live on the radio with Angie Martinez while 50 was there for an interview. Angie got Styles on the phone and they talked about Styles' current record label situation, and 50 offered to help Styles out with getting into a better deal after Styles said he was a free agent.
What is your situation right now, Styles?
Who, me? Oh, thank you, bro. You helped me out, man. You helped me out more than anything.
Nah, I'm just saying to you right now, like, because I don't know what, like, I didn't hear anything.
Wait,
about
I'm a free agent, man.
Huh?
I'm a free agent.
You're a free agent.
Wait,
yeah, I'm a free agent.
Is this the first time you two have spoken?
This is the first time we had a conversation, period.
Ever?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, being a free agent, you know what I think would be the best person to broker a deal for you right now?
You.
50 Cent.
Styles went off on 50, telling him that he acts industry and essentially forgot where he came from.
Like, I mean, let me be real with you, bro.
Yeah.
I like you. Like, I like the old 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I dug you a lot. You was like a cool cat.
This is
but
the beginning,
I think you got
right?
two industry. Like, when I hear you on the radio and stuff, like, I don't get mad. I ain't like them other rappers. We don't get mad. You know, we don't get mad at the lyrics or nothing.
You know what it is?
But you can't laugh like when I hear you laugh, like that Preem got convicted.
Yeah.
That ain't right, bro. You know, you supposed to be from the hood, like.
They also talk about how 50 had the power to get Styles' album pushed back. Styles' second album, Time Is Money, was indeed pushed back on multiple occasions, which explains the 4-year gap between his solo debut album, A Gangsta and a Gentleman, released in 2002, and his second album released in November 2006. Rough Riders was distributed by Interscope Records, so who's to say what 50 was doing behind the scenes given his connections to Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine. They also talk about more things like major record labels versus indie labels, and Styles also congratulates 50 for all the records he sold. Funny enough, the indie label Koch Records was mentioned, which if you remember my video on the beef between 50 and Cameron, 50 had a conversation on the radio with Cameron as well about Koch Records, as Jim Jones from Dipset was on the label. Then in 2009, the beef was truly resolved between the two, as 50 would make an appearance at the studio with Jadakiss, which Jada would state that they talked for a while and resolved things.
Yeah, it's a
So
beautiful.
wait, but he
it's
said he
good.
went up to Yonkers.
He
to
came
do
up
it.
to D Block. Came to D
no
Block by
security.
himself.
Dolo.
MacBook.
He
yeah,
rode up
came
there.
in. Yeah.
I seen the pictures on Instagram. I was at
Luch
West
was
Coast
on
with
getting some
Ghostface.
money in Denver.
He came. Listen, everybody be like, "Yo,
solo.
you see, Sheik wasn't there, so yo, man."
Nah, he
they
was just.
beefing, no,
he
man.
wasn't
Shout out
just
to
there.
Fifth and
He would've
everybody,
been
man.
there, yeah.
You were protesting
Yeah,
somewhere
exactly.
else.
Nah, not at all. Word up.
So how did that happen? And have you guys been cool for some time?
I mean, if you know from the beginning of the thing, he already said all the other hard rappers, they come from Yonkers. So you could already, it was always a mutual respect as a fan, just doing the same kind of music. Him coming from Southside Jamaica, us coming from YO. We all, before we ever met each other, we were fans of each other's music. Then
Also in 2009, 50 brought out the Lox to perform during his This Is 50 festival. After all those diss tracks back and forth, they did wind up doing some songs together, which I'm going to get into real quick. The first song that they had together is actually a DMX song from his album Grand Champ that was released in September 2003. 50 Cent and Styles P were both featured on the song Shot Down. Styles starts his verse off with the lines, "If your head ain't off of your shoulders, you ain't get shot, you got nipped, nigga. Cause if my chrome hit a piece of your bone, it's gonna do more than chip, nigga." In an interview Styles had on Matt Hoffa's My Expert Opinion, he mentioned that he was taking aim at 50 on his verse. If you've seen my video about the Jadakiss and Beanie Sigel beef, then this probably seems like a familiar thing, as Styles also did that on the song Reservoir Dogs by Jay-Z featuring Beanie Sigel, Source Money, and The Lox. After the beef was over though, they collaborated on several songs like I said. One of the first being the track Respected from the Jadakiss mixtape Consignment released in April 2012. The track features Fabulous and Lloyd Banks. On the Lloyd Banks mixtape All or Nothing, Failure's No Option, released in 2013, Styles P is featured on the song Cover Me. Then on 50 Cent's fifth album, Animal Ambition, released in June 2014, Jadakiss is featured on the track Irregular Heartbeat, and Styles P is featured on the track Chase the Paper. Also on Lloyd Banks' mixtape All or Nothing, Live It Up, released in September 2016, Styles P is featured again on the track Land of Opportunity. Both of those tracks by those two are favorites of mine from the mixtapes, so I definitely say to check them out and the rest of the mixtapes as well. Styles P also makes an appearance on Lloyd Banks' fourth album, Course of the Inevitable, released in June 2021 on the track Food. Jadakiss also makes an appearance on Lloyd Banks' fifth album, Course of the Inevitable 2, released in June 2022 on the track Power Steering. So yeah, as you can see, they have worked on several songs together and things appear to be cool between the groups since then. That pretty much sums up the beef between the groups. They've been on interviews here and there and have been asked multiple times about the beef, and mainly the sentiment that has been shared is like I said in the beginning. 50 started it because of Jada being on the New York record with Ja Rule and Fat Joe. There was no real personal issues amongst the groups, as they didn't even really know each other but did enjoy each other's music. What are your thoughts on the beef? Which track is your favorite from it? Mine is definitely Checkmate, and it's one of my favorite diss tracks of all time. From a lyrical standpoint, The Lox takes this one for me. G-Unit had the record sales and other business dealings, but The Lox did a pretty decent job dismantling that. This one right here goes back to the days of 50 Cent and Ja Rule dissing each other on wax. Ja Rule released his sixth album, R.U.L.E., in November 2004, which features the hit single New York, featuring Fat Joe and Jadakiss. On Ja's verse, he took shots at 50 Cent. 50 then decided to start dissing Fat Joe and Jadakiss for being on the song with Ja. The single was released in October 2004, and by the beginning of 2005, 50 was releasing songs taking shots at all three of them, among others. One of the first songs being Piggy Bank, which was featured on 50's second album, Massacre, released in March. The video for the song features a kid playing an arcade boxing game where you play as someone appearing to be 50 Cent, and his opponents are made to look like Fat Joe and Jadakiss. Also in the second verse, he has the lines, "That fat nigga thought lean back was in the club, my ish sold 11 mil, his ish was a dud." Which of course is a reference to 50's hit single In the Club, selling more than Joe's hit single Lean Back. Personally, I think calling it a dud is a bit extreme, but then again, a lot of rap singles when compared to In the Club might look like a dud considering In the Club went multi-platinum and was a #1 song in several countries. Piggy Bank is another typical braggadocious 50 track, and it's one of my favorite songs by him too. To me, it's a classic. One of 50's main disses around this time would really be to call his opponents out for not selling as much as he did, which to be fair, was quite true at the time. Not many other rap albums sold as much as Get Rich or Die Trying or The Massacre did so quickly. Also right around this time, 50 Cent had an interview on DJ K-Slade's Drama Hour and was asked about his beef with Fat Joe and Jadakiss, in which he said it started because of the New York record, among other things. And then Fat Joe called in and responded to things that 50 said and called 50 a coward. Then on Fat Joe's sixth album, All or Nothing, released in June that year, he fired back at 50 with the track My Fofo. It's a direct diss mocking him for the Candy Shop video, saying 50 takes steroids, and claiming that 50 rolls around with police security and is in hiding as he's not seen out in public much. He also makes a reference to the 2004 Vibe Awards situation where Dr. Dre got punched and then Young Buck stabbed the assailant in retaliation. He follows that up with lines talking about 50 being jealous of the game because of their success, which is a reference to the fact that 50 was now embroiled in a beef with the game also, as earlier that year 50 went on the radio and announced that game was no longer a part of G-Unit. 50 was in a lot of beefs around this time. Ja Rule, Jadakiss, Fat Joe, Game, and of course he was even dissed by artists like GZA and Jay-Z due to the How to Rob track. The beefs didn't do much to hinder his success in the industry though. If anything, it helped propel him even further, it seems. Fat Joe, during the video shoot for his single, So Much More from that same album, was interviewed by DJ Vlad, and when asked about the whole beef with 50 Cent and the Piggy Bank track, he stated that he had no problem with 50, and that he feels like 50 is essentially going at him for a publicity stunt to sell more records, and that he's not into all that fake beef.
What do you think about the whole 50 Piggy Bank situation?
I'm gonna reply on my album. You know what I'm saying? So I don't battle rap. That's not what I do. I never wanted to battle rap. I never had a problem with homie. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't even know that nigga. So it's like, you know, I ain't never have a problem with him. But you know, the nigga, you know, he want to be disrespectful. So I'ma see him. And if the nigga want to see me on the streets, which we never do see this nigga, you know what I'm saying? Just holla at me. So
y'all never really had any run-ins since you found out about that. People been talking about it for a while, but it just came out.
Yeah, I ain't really believe he would do it. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be crazy to disrespect Joe Crack. But you know, I'll respond one time only on the album, 26. And that's that, cause I don't battle rap. So you know, I feel like that's whack shit. That's not real shit. That's WWF shit. So if you ever get a problem with me, just come see me. You know
Why do you think that came about? I mean, if you don't know, dude.
I just think it's like a marketing scheme for the nigga to like promote his album and whatever. He feel like he need that every time he come out. I mean, that's cool with him.
Then in May 2005, G-Unit released the mixtape, Yayo, Raw and Uncut, G-Unit Radio Part 11, which features the song I Run New York by 50 Cent and Tony Yayo. The track is aimed mainly at the locks, but on Tony Yayo's verse, he has a line about Fat Joe. That being, 100 shots, 100 clips, y'all ready to die. Fat Joe ain't a gangster, he's scared to fly. Which is a reference to how Fat Joe had a fear of flying, which is something he would speak about in various interviews. Later that year in June, during the VMAs, when Fat Joe was announcing the winner for the Best Hip Hop Video Award, he took a moment to send a shot at 50 with the comment, I feel so safe tonight with all this police protection, courtesy of G-Unit.
I like to tell the people home, I feel so safe tonight with all this police protection, courtesy of G-Unit.
Once again using the typical diss people use against 50, that he's a snitch or has police protection and whatnot. 50 responded back to Fat Joe on stage when he and Tony Yayo were performing.
Fat Joe is man. Pussy boy, fuck boy, fuck.
Fat Joe would later in interviews speak on the situation at the VMAs, saying that 50 had been basically antagonizing him from the crowd. Then in November, 50 released the film Get Rich or Die Trying, as well as the soundtrack, which featured the hit single Window Shopper, another track that took aim at Ja Rule, Jadakiss, Fat Joe, and Nas on the chorus. There's 3 different versions of the track, however, not including the remixes. In 2 of the versions, the names are replaced in the chorus, but one version leaves them in. Just like Piggy Bank, Window Shopper is another favorite 50 Cent track of mine. Not too long after this, 50 would also begin to beef with DJ Khaled as well, who had a close relationship with Fat Joe and had signed to Terror Squad Records. On an episode of Rap City The Basement, DJ Khaled was asked about several classic rap albums, one of them being 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying, to which he seemed to dismiss it compared to the other ones in the list. 50 Cent responded to this on Rap City himself and stated that none of DJ Khaled's albums are classic. Later on in November 2007, Fat Joe released a single, I Won't Tell, featuring Jay Holiday, that was later featured on his 8th album, Elephant in the Room, released in March 2008. 50 used this track to diss Joe again while in an interview on 105.1, and essentially stated that no one likes the song for Fat Joe, and they're listening for Jay Holiday, who sang the chorus. Is that true? Who knows? The two went back and forth more in interviews a bit, and then in February 2008, G-Unit released the mixtape This Is 50, Volume 1, Return of the Body Snatchers, which features the track I'm Leavin', another diss track to Fat Joe. On the outro of the track, 50 responds directly to Fat Joe's comments about him from interviews and the Fofo diss track. Then in March, 50 put out the video, Fat Joe's Funeral, in which 50 is making fun of Fat Joe for his low album sales over a mock funeral for Fat Joe. Kinda similar to what he would do a little bit later with the funeral track that he dissed Cameron on. That beef has been covered on the channel before too, so check that one out after this if you haven't seen it yet. Funny thing, During the video, he makes a comparison between Fat Joe's sales and Rick Ross's sales and gives props to Ross for having the #1 album at the moment, which is funny because he would soon be beefing with Rick Ross also. When Fat Joe released his Elephant in the Room album, G-Unit released the mixtape Elephant in the Sand, This Is 50, Volume 2, in which the title is a reference to Joe's album and his weight. The mixtape cover features a picture of Joe in the sand on the beach. The crew sends shots at Fat Joe on tracks like Hollow Through Him and I'm On It Like That. On the former, 50 has the lines, "He don't even speak Spanish, he a fraud, Joe really don't want drama, he a broad, see that cannon? Oh lord, that nigga get to talking to God." On the latter track, 50 makes a reference to Fat Joe's claims of wanting to fight 50 Cent. Then he goes on to diss him throughout his verse and the chorus. Just listen for any mentions to a fat guy. That's pretty much a reference to Fat Joe. What is it with 50 Cent beefing with fat guys though? Fat Joe, DJ Khaled, Rick Ross. Anyways, around this time, Fat Joe hosted a mixtape titled Gay Unit Volume 1, Kill All Rats, which of course is a mixtape full of disses to G-Unit by various artists. Throughout the mixtape, they send various shots at G-Unit for being snitches. The cover art for the mixtape features 50, Yayo, and Banks shirtless holding each other, once again insinuating that they're gay. Funny enough, when Rick Ross and 50 started beefing, Ross would release a video titled Gay Unit Workouts, which was making fun of G-Unit once again calling them gay. They kind of set themselves up for that with the G in their group name, but how does that saying go again? Low-hanging fruit and all? Fast forward to June 2010. Fat Joe releases his 10th album, The Dark Side, and on the intro he sends another shot at 50 with the last line of his verse. And we gonna throw the biggest part is when Curtis died, which you could assume is a response to the Fat Joe funeral video from 50 the year prior. Then shortly afterwards, 50 released another video dissing Fat Joe. This time it was again mocking him for his low album sales, of which 50 would claim is 5K. Fat Joe, in a DJ Vlad interview shortly afterwards, would go on to state that 50 went from selling 10 million records to not even going gold on his most recent album, Before I Self-Destruct, which did actually wind up going gold later on, however. He also refutes the claim of selling 5K and says that he sold 12K and that he's not signed to a major label, he's independent.
Did you see the 50 Cent video where he was talking about you recently?
Nah, man. Yo, listen, man, I don't pay attention to 50 Cent. He's irrelevant. You know, I mean, whether you want to, you know, if you talk about record sales, he went from selling 10 million records to not even going gold this last album, so he lost 9.5 million fans. That, you know, the economy's fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Plus, he ain't been making good music. All we doing is making good music at the end of the day. Reason why Ross is still around, the reason why Fat Joe's still around is niggas is making good music, you know, so, you know, he just got to step it up and make some good music, unfortunately. In fact, I've never seen, you know, and I don't want to dwell on 50 Cent, but I've never seen a guy have a classic album and make such great music. His material declined so much in the hip hop history. Like, I've been thinking he's faking us out or something, you know, because I never seen no shit happen like that. So all they got to do is make good music, man. Don't get caught up in record sales, which, you know, when 50 Cent said that, my record didn't sell that many. It sold more than that.
Sold 11,000.
Right? It sold 12,000, right? And we're independent. We sold another 20,000 singles that week.
Before I Self-Destruct was considered a big fall off from his first 3 albums, especially the first 2 in particular, as they went multi-platinum, and even his 3rd album, Curtis, went platinum. In case you were wondering where Lloyd Banks, aka the PLK or Punchline King, was at in this beef, he makes a reference to the Fat Joe beef on the track Death Wish, where he's dissing the Lox, and he dissed Fat Joe on the track It Ain't a Secret with the lines, "I thought about clapping Joe, but why clap him with the iron? He 1 Big Mac away from dying," which of course is a reference to Fat Joe's weight. Unfortunately, on August 30th, in 2012, Chris Lighty, the co-founder of Violator, which had represented artists like Busta Rhymes, 50 Cent, and Fat Joe, among others, was found dead in his apartment from an apparent suicide by a gunshot to the head. Several artists that knew him questioned if the incident was truly a suicide or if there was foul play. Then in September, shortly after the death of Chris Lighty, Fat Joe appeared on a remix to the Slaughterhouse track Goodbye, and on his verse he talked about Chris and mentioned that Chris wanted to squash the beef between 50 and Joe. That next month was the BET Hip Hop Awards, in which a tribute was made to Chris Lighty, and according to Fat Joe, 50 approached him and shook his hand and stated that he wanted to squash the beef for Chris. Now, some say that rap beef can be a good promotional tool and you can make money from it and all that, but there's also examples of it doing the exact opposite, like this for example. In 2022, years after squashing their beef, Fat Joe released a memoir titled The Book of Jose, in which one of the things mentioned was how because of the dust-up at the 2005 VMAs, he missed out on getting a deal with Michael Jordan for Jordan brand sneakers. According to Joe, he would have been the first artist ever to collaborate with the brand, but because of that, he missed out on a deal that would have been worth about $20 million, as well as other endorsements, as Michael Jordan called him and stated that he doesn't like beef, so they can't do the sneaker anymore. Also in 2022, Tony Yayo had an interview with DJ Vlad in which he stated that the two most realest beefs they were in was with Fat Joe and Jimmy Henchman, and proceeded to downplay their beef with Ja Rule as not that serious. So essentially, this was the beef that lasted from 2004 when Ja Rule put out the New York track until 2012 after Chris Lighty's death and the BET Hip Hop Awards. It's unfortunate that it took the death of someone close to them both for the parties to come together and make amends, but at least you could say that this is a beef where things stayed mainly on wax and interviews rather than resorting to violence, although there were plenty of threats and much tension. Fun fact, did you know that the first shot at Terror Squad from 50 Cent was actually back in 1999 from How to Rob, where 50 ended his first verse with the lines, "I'll rob pun without a gun, snatch his piece and run, this nigga weigh 400 pounds, how he gon' catch me son?" Then Big Pun responded on his second album, Yeah Baby, released in April 2000, roughly 2 months after his death, on the track My Turn. He ends his second verse with the lines, "And to the 50 Cent rapper, very funny, get your nut off, cause in real life you don't know, I'll blow your motherfucking head off." During the latter part of the beef, 50 was on a decline musically, but business-wise he was going up with various endeavors like G-Unit Clothing, the Vitamin Water deal, SMS Audio, even branching out into acting and more recently producing shows like Power. Fat Joe, having been in the music industry releasing albums since 1993, was at the height of his success roughly right before the beef started, as he had put out the hit single What's Love with Ja Rule and Ashanti, as well as We Thuggin' with R. Kelly, both from his most commercially successful album, Jealous Ones Still Envy. Speaking of which, if the reason for 50 starting his beef with Joe was because of the New York track, he could have started the beef even earlier considering that wasn't the first time Ja and Joe worked together. Anyways, what do you think about the beef between these two? Do you think it was really some WWE stuff like Joe said about 50 using it for record sales, or do you think this was really a serious issue? 50 Cent has even recently stated that he regrets bringing Fat Joe into his beef with Ja Rule, and that Fat Joe was a loyal friend for beefing with him over Murder Inc. So it looks like both artists have some regrets associated with the beef.
The game situation was disappointing to me. You know, I put so much time and energy into that project. I worked hard on that project, man. I recorded 6 records on that album.
What was the spark which lit the fire, which caused the fallout?
People, the streets. The streets are saying that the documentary was better than the massacre, which it is. And 50 got jealous and kicked me out of G-Unit. And he thought that he could do what he did to Ja Rule to me.
It's time to tackle what many would call one of the biggest rap beefs of all time. 50 Cent versus The Game. I'm sure you all know at least some parts of the story. Dr. Dre and Interscope co-founder Jimmy Iovine put The Game in G-Unit and things were okay, and then a year or so later, bang, things get turned upside down, diss tracks are going left and right, and a shootout occurs. Why did these things happen though? Let's take it from the top. Before we dive real deep into it, however, make sure to subscribe to the channel and check out the links in the description to follow on other platforms as well. In 1998, Queens rapper Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, had his breakout feature on fellow Queens group Onyx's single, React, from their third album, Shut 'Em Down. Then he starts recording for Power of the Dollar, which was supposed to be his debut album, and then in May 2000, a shooting happens outside his grandmother's house where he is hit multiple times, leading to him being dropped from Columbia Records. Power of the Dollar was shelved and never officially released, but was bootlegged. Some of the tracks also wound up appearing on G-Unit mixtapes and 50's official debut album later on. Around this time, he formed the group G-Unit with fellow Queens natives and friends Tony Yayo and Lloyd Banks. They started releasing mixtapes to build a buzz, like 50 Cent is the Future, No Mercy, No Fear, and God's Plan in 2002, and then in 2003, Nashville, Tennessee rapper Young Buck joins the group and they released their debut group album, Beg for Mercy, which wound up going double platinum. Game joined the group late in 2003 and didn't join in time to appear on any of the songs. However, he does appear in music videos. Game's first appearance on a G-Unit track would be on their mixtape G-Unit Radio Part 3, Taking It to the Streets, on the track It's So Hard with 50 Cent and Lloyd Banks. Game then appeared on Lloyd Banks' solo debut album The Hunger for More, which was released in June 2004 on the track When the Chips Are Down. Then he was also featured on Young Buck's solo debut album Straight Outta Cashville, which was also released that year in August on the track Stomp. Work then began for Game's major record label debut, The Documentary. In January 2005, the documentary was released, on which 50 Cent and Dr. Dre are executive producers, and 50 has writing credits on 6 songs while being featured on 3 of the singles of the album. Basically, 50 had a fair amount to do with the success of the album, which wound up going double platinum. Also at this time, 50 Cent was beefing with multiple rappers like Ja Rule, Jadakiss, Fat Joe, and Nas. I've covered most of those beefs before, so check those out after this for the details. The problems with 50 in the Game started due to Game not wanting to jump into the beefs that 50 Cent had with these artists, as he stated that he respected rappers like Nas and Jadakiss. Game had an interview in February 2005 in which he stated that he wouldn't get involved with 50's beefs. Apparently 50 didn't like that too much, as shortly afterwards, when he was on Funkmaster Flex's show on Hot 97, he talked about how Game was on the verge of being removed from Interscope until he stepped in and helped the Game out with the documentary album.
It was the truth. It was getting dropped. It was being dropped from Aftermath Records, man. They asked me, why else would they let me be a partner on a record that they had signed for 2 years? You know what I mean? Creatively, they got stuck in the mud with it, and I came through and helped the car move.
He then went on to publicly kick Game out of G Unit right then on the radio. During the interview, Game and his entourage came to Hot 97, and this is when the infamous shootout occurred.
What? We got it. Let's go. Enough's enough? Right now.
As Tony Yayo said on his appearance on Math Hoffa's My Expert Opinion, they're the reason Hot 97 is called Shot 97.
We the reason why they call that shit Shot 97, nigga. We the reason. G-Unit. Who else? We the reason they call that shit Shot 97. Thank God the cameras wasn't all that back in the days. I'ma leave it there on that note, nigga.
During the shootout, someone from Game's entourage was hit. I can't even say this is one of those beefs where things stayed on wax, as it escalated to violence on day 1 before diss tracks even started going back and forth. Shortly afterwards, on March 9th, 2005, the 8-year anniversary of the death of the Notorious B.I.G., the two agreed to make peace. Shortly afterwards, 50 Cent released the music video for the single Piggy Bank from the Massacre album, which had been released earlier in March. Speaking of the Massacre, this would be another reason there was tension between the two, as 50's album allegedly was pushed back from February to March in order for them to focus more on Game's album, on top of the fact that 50 Cent contributed to the album, as songs that he planned to put on his album were given to the Game instead to help him out.
They pushed it back because we was doing too good with Game's record. And I'm like, yo, like, you gotta think, Interscope was, when East Coast, West Coast was going on, Interscope was the West Coast. So there is some uncomfortability with me being from the East Coast. That I'm not even conscious of initially. I'm going like, yo, they're like, yo, they love that they're doing extremely well like that, but they're going, damn, why we can't have one like from here? You see what I'm saying? Like, from Dre's perspective, it's why we can't have one from the West Coast like that, and that's the assignment.
So when Game started moving, they was like, wait, Fifth.
To build that. Like, once that record is out and it's selling, they're going, wait, we don't want to cut the legs off of this. And you're going, but that's rearranging my presentation, what I'm doing. So now, I wouldn't have given him things that were so good if I felt like it was going to alter what I'm doing.
In the music video, there's a scene that features the Game as a Mr. Potato Head toy, clearly poking fun at him. The album also features the track Hate It or Love It, G-Unit remix, as the original version was a single from Game's album. I think that track might be the only official song that features the whole group. Just like the documentary, the massacre was also highly successful, even more so as it sold over 1 million copies in less than a week. After this, the diss tracks began to pour out. Just like with the 50 Cent and Ja Rule beef, there were a lot of tracks going back and forth. Let me know in the comment section below which one is your personal favorite. There's a lot of diss tracks that went back and forth between Game and G-Unit, so while we will be going through most of them, don't expect an exact order of which one came right after the other. Despite the two allegedly deading the beef in March, things were clearly not great between them, as G-Unit didn't have much positive to say about Game after 50 kicked him out the group. The beef between the two escalated in June that year when Game made an appearance on Hot 97's Summer Jam. Suffice to say, Game didn't have anything flattering to say about his former group either. This is also where Game started the infamous G-Unit campaign, as in G-Unit, like G-Unit isn't gangsta, which is something he would use in several diss tracks. Shortly afterwards, Game released the mixtape You Know What It Is Volume 3, which featured several diss tracks aimed at G-Unit. The cover of the mixtape has Game wearing a G-Unit hoodie and holding 50 Cent's decapitated head, a pretty clear message. After the intro is the track 300 Bars and Runnin', one of the most well-known diss tracks of the whole beef, as well as the longest track too, as the song is over 13 minutes long. The funny thing is, before Game starts rapping, he says, "Just loan me your ears for 15 minutes. However, the track falls slightly short of being 15 minutes long. Maybe Game should have just added a few more bars. Maybe 310 would have made it long enough. In typical Game fashion, he name drops a bunch of people here like Jay-Z, Memphis Bleak, Beanie Sigel, Ludacris, and more. He also sends shots at the Philadelphia rap duo Young Guns from the group State Property while he's at it. Throughout the song, Game raps over a bunch of different beats, including Takeover by Jay-Z, Diamonds Are Forever by Kanye West, and Shook Ones Part 2 by Mobb Deep. It's easily one of my favorite diss tracks of all time, and one you'll probably find on a lot of lists of top diss tracks. As far as I know, this track is also the longest diss track in hip-hop history till that point. Following 300 Bars and Runnin' is the track Down, which has Game rapping over the beat for the Cameron single Down and Out from the Purple Haze album. This track is aimed at Lloyd Banks in particular, as he starts off the track mentioning Lloyd's mother and sends the first lines in the song right at him. He then goes on to rap about what happened at Hot 97, like getting kicked out of G-Unit and heading down to see 50 with 30 people and the shootout, and how one of them got shot, and talks about getting pulled over and going down to the police station. The next track on the mixtape is Poison Bananas, which features Cicero and M.O.B. The chorus and title of the song are a reference to the stereotype that gorillas eat bananas, and of course for the G in G-Unit, which stands for gorilla. They rap over the beat from the Lil Jon and the East Side Boys song Real Nigga Roll Call from their album Crunk Juice. The funniest line on this song comes from the person rapping first on the song. "You G-Unit Ninja Turtles cause your leader is a rat, Scrat." That's both a reference to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as well as the animated film series Ice Age, as Scrat is the name of the rat-like character. The second rapper on the song used the same cadence and similar lines to Hussein Fatal's verse on the classic diss track by Tupac, Hit 'Em Up. Then Game comes out the gate on his verse with pure aggression with the lines, "Olivia get back in the car for I smack you like 50 did Fredro Starr, and he picking a little niggas, is it me or is it every video Curtis Jackson get a little bigger? Nigga using that muscle enhancement, all I need is a couple dumbbells and a sandwich. Fuck holding a conference, I'll run the Violator, hold Chris Lighty for hostage, cause Banks doing gay porn, come out the closet, either that or I'ma knock Chris Lighty unconscious." That's a reference to the altercation that occurred between Fredro Starr from Onyx and 50 Cent, who before then had actually worked together on the song React, like I mentioned prior. The threat to Chris Lighty is due to the fact that Chris is a co-founder of Violator, which 50 Cent was managed by at one point. The line aimed at Lloyd Banks happens to be one of the other funniest lines in the song here and comes across a bit random, but also you might be able to tell that Game seems to have had a big issue with Lloyd Banks in particular. Some say there was a level of jealousy between Banks and Game over the acclaim Banks' debut album, The Hunger for More, got. Also, there was likely competition between the two, as to me, and I'm sure many others, Banks and Game were the two best rappers in the group. On the next track, I'm a King, which uses the beat from the Pimp Squad Click song of the same name, Game doesn't have direct lines at G-Unit, but the song starts with clips of 50 Cent and Young Buck from interviews. The track afterwards is perhaps the funniest, as it's an ode to Olivia, the female member of G-Unit Records, and at the end of the track, the singer sings about how they found out Olivia has a penis and they're gonna call her Oliver instead. Throughout this beef, the typical way to diss Olivia was to call her a man. It's a bit messed up considering she's not even a rapper, and as far as I know, she didn't even do anything to the game and isn't even a member of the actual group. She simply signed to the label and been featured on multiple songs. The next track on the mixtape is a skit of pieced together voice clips from Yayo and Donald Trump, of all people, talking about how Yayo loves 50. Like calling Olivia a man, the common thing for Yayo was to say that he's the worst rapper in the group or that he's basically 50 Cent's sidekick. Then we have the track Play the Game, which has Game back to dissing the group. He raps over the beat for the song The Next Episode by Dr. Dre from the album Chronic 2001. The song title is a reference, of course, to his rap name. Throughout the song, Game throws jabs at 50 for things like his hypocrisy with lines like, "Niggas hating on me cause I'm doing my own thing. I ain't Lloyd Banks, bitch, I don't share your brain. I was in the fast lane before the G-Unit chain. You was hating on Ja cause him and Irv went pop. Now your ass running around singing the candy shop." This is a common criticism of 50 Cent, likely becoming a more popular one due to lines like this from the Game. People say that 50 clowned Ja Rule for singing on songs, but 50 also did the same when he put out songs like Candy Shop, which features Olivia. Then Game makes a mention of the original 50 Cent, Kelvin Martin, with the lines, "I got word from the wise, nigga you dead wrong, stole the real 50's name and wouldn't pay for his headstone," which is a reference to how Kelvin's mother felt like 50 Cent was profiting off his nickname, and 50 apparently offered to pay for a new headstone for Kelvin, which he, according to Game, had not done yet. Game also calls 50 a snitch with lines like, "Got niggas locked up, you a snitching Queens. Told him tut shop Pac, then ride it out supreme," which is a reference to 50's songs Ghetto Quran and Many Men. This is probably another one of my favorite diss tracks from the Game to 50. Then there's the track Lil Bit, which as you could imagine has Game using the beat for 50 Cent's hit single Just a Little Bit from the Massacre album. Interestingly enough, this isn't the first time he used the beat for this song to diss G-Unit, as it was also one of the ones he used on 300 Bars and Runnin'. On this track, Game pretty much redoes the whole song to make it a 50 Cent diss track. It's yet another one of my favorite diss tracks from the beef. The next track, MOB Freestyle, is a track by MOB which has them using the beat from Mobb Deep's song Quiet Storm. The song starts with a phone recording from Nas, who 50 Cent was beefing with as well. Up next is the track Why You Smell Like That, which starts from a phone recording from Fat Joe, who like Nas was also embroiled in a beef with 50. The track features Cicero, Eastwood, and Technique, and they once again dish G-Unit with the typical threats of violence. Also on the track, Game makes a reference to the G-Unit song I Smell Pussy, which was a Murder Inc. diss track from the Beg for Mercy album. On the next track, Street Music, they take the first verse of Sheek Louch's song Street Music from his second solo album titled After Taxes, which was released later that year. On Game's verse, he again takes shots at the crew by saying that Banks is a wankster, Yayo is doing homosexual things with 50, and Olivia is the man once again. Then on the track Swallow That Slug, Charlie Baltimore does her own version of the hit single Holla Back Girl by Gwen Stefani and sends a shot at G-Unit as well. Then we have another one of my favorite diss tracks from the mixtape, Game's Hate It or Love It remix. Once again, he uses the same beat as the track and just flips the lines around to make it into a G-Unit diss track. This was a good year for hip-hop considering we got 3 versions of Hater to Love It. The original version that was on the documentary, the G-Unit remix which was on the Massacre, and the Street remix which was featured on You Know What It Is Volume 3. Throughout the track, Game once again calls 50 a snitch with lines like, "Walk around town every day in that snitch coat, put niggas behind bars, but homie that ain't dope. Now he toss and turn in his sleep at night, wake up in the morning, watch cops in Miami Vice. Different days, same snitch, ain't nothing good in the hood. He'd run away from New York and never come back if he could." Then on the third verse, he seems to make a reference to supporting G-Unit in their beef with Joe Budden with the lines, "Told Dre from the gate I'd carry the heat for you. First mixtape song I inherited beef for you. Gritted my teeth for you. G for you. Put Compton on my back when you was in need of soldiers." On his previous mixtape, You Know What It Is Volume 2, the first track after the intro is 200 Bars and Running, on which he disses Joe Budden. I covered the beef between G-Unit and Joe Budden previously, so check that out after this if you haven't yet. On the next track, Lay Low featuring Technique, he and Game take shots at G-Unit, Tony Yayo mainly. They rap over the beat from the Snoop Dogg single Lay Low featuring Nate Dogg, Butch Cassidy, The Eastsiders, and Master P from Snoop's 5th album, The Last Meal. On the chorus, Game interpolates the chorus from Nate Dogg's on Lay Low, dissing Yayo and calling G-Unit snitches once again. Later that year, G-Unit released mixtapes which featured tracks taking shots at the Game. For example, on the Young Buck track, They Taking Pictures, from the Return of the Mixtape Millionaire, G-Unit Radio Part 13, Young Buck has a line saying Game isn't coming back to G-Unit. Then on Back to Business, G-Unit Radio Part 14, on the track Emotional, 50 Cent disses Game on the outro. He mocks Game for his tattoos and says he's like a disgruntled employee, which is a reference to 50's position in Interscope compared to the Game's. Then on that same mixtape is the skit No More Games, which you could tell by the title, of course, is aimed at the Game as well. Game also released the mixtape Ghost Unit, on which the title and mixtape cover are a diss to G-Unit calling them the Ghost Unit rather than Gorilla Unit, and they're dressed as the Ghostbusters, basically calling them actors. On the intro to Ghost Unit, they have what sounds like a white kid along with the Game making fun of G-Unit using the theme song from the Ghostbusters film. It's pretty funny, however the white kid then says nigga, and I'm just like, why did Game allow this? The next track on the mixtape is Here We Go Again, on which Game mentions 50 Cent and Sha Money in the third verse and mentions how he left the group and how he's going to finish his second album without them. That leads me to a point that often is talked about with the Game. When it comes to rap beefs involving the Game in particular, starting from this beef right here pretty much, people really chalk it up to a publicity stunt when he's getting ready to drop an album. Like how he was beefing with Meek Mill before he released his album 1992, or how he was beefing with Eminem before he released his album Drillmatic Heart vs. Mind. This is probably what we could say is the biggest and maybe the first example of that. At this time, Game was working on his next album, The Doctor's Advocate, which I'll be getting to in a little bit. For now, let's get back to Ghost Unit. The next track is Mr. Potato Head, which is a response to Game's portrayal in the Piggy Bank music video, and Tony Yayo also referring to Game as Mr. Potato Head. Game raps over the beat for the remix to Out of Control, which is from the Massacre album and features Mobb Deep. And the chorus of the song samples Stop Looking At Me by the Cutthroats, which features Guru from Gangstar. On the first verse, Game has a nice theme going as he actually goes with the whole Mr. Potato Head thing, as he starts the verse off with the lines, "Look at what you niggas made, ain't that a bitch, created a monster, kick me out of G-Unit." And then continues to rap from the perspective of a Mr. Potato Head toy, which is known for being able to attach different parts to it. Then on the outro, another one of Game's affiliates goes on a spree, calling 50 Cent a snitch and Olivia a man, as usual. I kinda feel bad for Olivia throughout this whole beef. She really got it hard, no pun intended. Next up is the track Crack Music Remix, which features the verse from Game that was allegedly removed from Ye's album Late Registration, as on the album version, he's only on the chorus. On Game's verse, he has a line mentioning the beef with 50 Cent. The next track is a remix of the Chic Luch song Kiss Your Ass Goodbye, also from After Taxes. Game ends his verse with the lines, "Nails in your coffin, leave them locked airtight. Let him scream G-Unit with dust in his windpipes. Drive him through North Philly, Brooklyn, and Yonkers. How it feel to get fucked all the way from Compton." On the next track, Old Guns, featuring Cicero, who was using the name Rockstar at the time, they used the beat from the Beanie Siegel song, "Feel It in the Air." And he and Game dissed the Young Guns, while on the outro, Game mentions the rappers that he's had beef with, of course including G-Unit. Then on the track Twisted, the singer Barbecue comes back to diss Olivia again, this time singing over the Olivia single Twisted, once again calling Olivia a man. On the track Oliver Part 2, he does more of the same. One of the ironic things about this though is that apparently Barbecue is a gospel singer, but he's getting involved in a rap beef and swearing all throughout the track. Then on the song You Ain't Crazy, Game disses Tony Yayo with the lines, "He got that thing on his ankle, we gonna have to catch him at Summer Jam, it'll be the talk of New York, I got 100 grand that say I knock all of your teeth out in front of fans." As Tony Yayo used to call himself the talk of New York, and the thing on his ankle probably referring to an ankle monitor, as Tony Yayo was in jail around this time and apparently spent some time on house arrest as well. Then on the track Coming from the West Coast, Game sends another shot at 50 on the intro. Then on the track Don't Ya, which uses the beat from the Pussycat Dolls hit single Don't Ya, they take a dig at G-Unit on the chorus again. On the track Don't Body Yourself remix, Game adds a verse to the Nas track aimed at 50, and on that verse he adds on to the lyrical onslaught 50 was already getting. He again mentions the shootout at Hot 97 and continues to call 50 Cent a snitch. I see conflicting information about when the mixtape was released. Some say 2005 and some say 2006, but I am going with 2005. Same situation with a bunch of the other mixtapes we'll be going through as well. In November 2005, 50 Cent released the film and soundtrack Get Rich or Die Tryin', which is the same name as his 2003 album. After 50 Cent released the film, Game released a mixtape and DVD titled Stop Snitchin', Stop Lyin', which as you can guess is based on the title of the film and album. The DVD features Game talking about G-Unit and the people that signed to the label like Mobb Deep and Mace. For example, questioning why Mobb Deep got G-Unit tattooed on them.
And then I heard that the Mobb Deep niggas got G-Unit tattooed on them now and shit, but y'all Mobb Deep, you know what I'm saying? Y'all Mobb Deep. Do 50 got a Mobb Deep tattoo? Why the fuck you gonna go tattoo that man's shit on me? I don't got no G-Unit shit on me. I was the best motherfucking member in G-Unit, man. I got motherfucking Black Wall Street on my motherfucking neck, man. That's my shit, man. Black Wall Street is my shit. You know what I'm saying? So why would you tattoo a G-Unit tattoo on your motherfucking self if you've been Mobb Deep for the last decade, man? So, you know, I think that all Mobb Deep did was sour whatever street credibility they had left.
Also on the DVD, they drive by 50 Cent's house in Connecticut, and it also shows Game getting G-Unit tattooed on his arm, among plenty of other things. The intro of the mixtape is a skit mocking 50's film for doing worse at the box office than Chicken Little, which had released around the same time and made much more money. On the next track, We Are the Champions, Game disses G-Unit using the beat from the classic 3 6 Mafia song Stay Fly from their album Most Known Unknown. On the next track, 120 Bars, Game raps using the beat to 50's single Hustler's Ambition, the lead single from the film's soundtrack and one of my favorite 50 Cent songs of all time. 120 Bars is similar in format to its predecessor, 300 Bars and Runnin', and starts with an intro from DJ Clue stating that Game is going to dead the beef after he gets everything off his chest. We can see how that wasn't the case, however, as Game continued to diss G-Unit on the rest of the mixtape and even after it. He mentions wanting Young Buck to leave G-Unit and how 50 is jealous of Game with lines like, I tried to take Buck with me, but he stayed on the scene. Guess all I could do now is pray for Supreme while I finish my next album, 5 Million and Counting, anticipating telling the world I did it without him. If Aftermath was a family that didn't have a mother, I'd be Dre's newborn, you'd be the jealous older brother. He then goes on to reference his 300 Bars track as well as 50's beef of Ja Rule with the lines, gave you 300 bars and then said I'm gone, but I'm back. This is rap, and a fact is a fact. They say once you turn snitch, you never go back. Here's a picture of Ja Rule. Motherfucker, hold that. What goes around comes around. Get used to the gold plaques. Homie got cheese, but he don't feed no rats. He also mentions his beef of Eazy-E's son, Lil Easy, with the lines, "And I got enough beef. Now Lil Easy dissing, he don't write his own raps, so I gotta forgive him. I got love for your pops, and I always will. So on behalf of Eric Wright, my nigga, you gotta chill. I'm the reason you new West Coast niggas got a deal." Yeah, despite Game having NWA tattooed on his chest and name dropping Eazy-E all the time, he was actually beefing with the man's son. Game then goes on to diss Mobb Deep for signing the G Unit with the lines, "Like Hova and Takeover chewing out Mobb Deep, like Pac on Hit 'Em Up chewing out Mobb Deep. Don't one of you niggas got sickle? Fuck it, talk is cheap. When I see you and I'm gonna see you, I'ma strip you down asshole naked, and that's how I'ma leave you. Then I'ma find Havoc, make him walk through Queens nude." He then goes on to name drop a bunch more rappers like Snoop and Eminem, and then sends another shot at Mace and Olivia as well. On the next track, Stop Talking to the Cops, Game disses 50 Cent for snitching for the umpteenth time. Game uses the beat from the hit single Window Shopper from the Get Rich or Die Tryin' soundtrack. The funny thing about this song is that the outro by Fat Rat is longer than Game's verse itself. On his outro, he takes shots at 50 for being a snitch and once again calls Olivia a man. If you take a shot every time Olivia gets called a man throughout these diss tracks, I'm not sure you'd make it through this. Moving on, we have the track Testify, in which they use the beat from the Ye single Touch the Sky from Late Registration, and diss G Unit once again calling 50 a snitch. Game doesn't have a verse on the song, but does the chorus, claiming that 50 testified on Irv Gotti and Ja Rule. Then on the track G Unit Crip, they used the beat for the hit single Miss New Booty by Bubba Sparks, featuring the Yin Yang Twins from his third album, The Charm. Throughout the song, Game disses G Unit as usual for being snitches. On the track AM to PM, Rockstar seems to send more shots at G Unit, and then Game comes on the outro again mentioning how he's tired of beefing with 50. Then on the track Gayo, Game mocks Tony Yayo for being gay, of course. On the next track, All I Need, Game disses G Unit, this time using the beat to the Nas song Blaze of 50 from his compilation album The Lost Tapes. On the track Bounce Back, Charlie Baltimore sends a shot at Tony Yayo, calling him a whack rapper. On the track I Told You, Game disses G Unit throughout the track using the beat from the 6-2 track Mentally Disturbed from the DOC's third album Deuce. On his first verse, he claims that 50 lied about how many times he got shot with the lines, "In front of your grandma's house, right outside, nigga ran up on your shit and let off 9. And 50 knows homicide let off 9. You ain't died cause you only got shot 3 times. 1 in the jaw, 2 ins and outs. He was screaming, that's why they knocked his teeth out. I've seen your medical reports, you phony homie." Game then disses Mace for signing the G Unit records in the second verse with the lines, "Mace, step inside the confessional booth. You turned your back on God. The devil got you spooked. You ain't murdered shit. You don't even got your own block. Taking orders from a snitch that sleeps with cops." At this time, Mace had returned to rapping after initially leaving to become a pastor, and Game was pretty much dissing anyone who had signed the G Unit records, like Olivia, Mobb Deep, and Spider Loke. On the outro of the mixtape, Red Bandana, Game uses the beat from the Joel Santana song Bandana from his mixtape Back Like Crook Crack Part 2, More Crack. Throughout the song, Game disses G Unit on the chorus and on the outro, calling 50 a snitch and saying that 50 can't take him on lyrically. What do you think though? Was Game's 3 mixtape run full of G Unit diss tracks proof that he's a rapper of a higher caliber? Game definitely had at least a few more diss tracks aimed at the unit, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. It's time to get back to G Unit. Leading up to the release of the film Get Rich or Die Tryin', G Unit released Are You a Window Shopper? G Unit Radio Part 15. On that mixtape is the track Simple Ain't It, on which Lloyd Banks seems to take shots at Game on the second verse. He has the lines, Here's a little story I would like to tell about a certain individual perpetrating like hell. Well, you seen him round imitating legends tough as hell on his records, but terrified of my presence, it's ticking cause his career only lasts a couple seconds, begging for attention, dropping a name in every sentence. A little slim punk from the other side of the water is a target intended for the slaughter. Banks doesn't mention his name, but given that they were beefing at the time, and he mentions an individual dropping names, it points to the game. Later on, G-Unit released the mixtape Crucified for the Hood, 10 Years of Hate, G-Unit Radio Part 16, which features the track They Don't Bother Me. On that track, Young Buck has the lines, "And I don't need no helping hand from no other man, my name ain't Game, I'm really who I say I am," which is a reference to 50 Cent helping the Game. However ironic as it might be coming from Young Buck, as 50 helped him too, and everyone else in G-Unit at some point. Then they released the mixtape Best in the Business, G-Unit Radio Part 17, which features the track Murder Murder. On 40 Glock's verse, he seems to send shots at the Game as he has the lines talking about a tall stripper who got shot, which we can assume is a reference to Game, as he's mentioned on several songs how he got shot before, and of course he's quite tall. Then on the track Mr. Potato Head / No More Games, they diss Game as well. It starts with an interview clip from the Game, and then Young Buck on his verse has the lines, "Listen when I tell ya, I didn't even really know Game when I said his name on Poppin' Them Bangs." Poppin' Them Bangs being the G-Unit single from Beg for Mercy, on which Young Buck has the lines, "I hate when niggas claim they bangin' the gang, you ain't a crip like Snoop, you ain't a blood like Game." Then on Young Buck's second verse, he continues to diss Game, making a reference to his appearance on the Change of Hearts show, as well as Game's alleged stint as a stripper and his beef with Spider Loc, who had recently signed to G-Unit Records as well, and is also featured on the song. Spider Loc on his verse disses Game with lines like, "I got love for the West and I'm ashamed of Game, and not because his album was full of famous names. See, I'm everything he wishing he was, but he's nothing like me. Can't you tell from all that dissing he does? It be all about publicity buzz, cause when they meet at the club, he be all about kisses and hugs. He threatened Yuck Mouth, but Loc, you ain't touch him one time when you seen him." Before beefing with G-Unit, Game had beef with Yuck Mouth, who, like Spider Loc, was a fellow California rapper. Also on the mixtape is the track I'm Not Rich and Still Lying, which has 50 Cent taking turns rapping in his own voice and doing an impersonation of Game throughout the track. On the outro, 50 mocks Game for the DVD that Game released and mentions that Game's brother, Big Face 100, said that Game lied about ever being in a coma after he got shot, and that he was never in a gang either, which goes back to the theme of the song, Game being a liar. Then they released Rags to Riches, G-Unit Radio Part 18, which features multiple tracks aimed at Game from Spider Loc. On the intro track, Your Crew is Featherweight, which samples the line from Prodigy on Shook One's Part 2, Spider Loc seems to take a shot at Game on his verse. On the track LA Niggas, Spider Loc takes another shot at the Game with the lines, "Got to the hood like, yeah, I'm back, y'all. I'm active. It's time to get crackin' on Whack Wall. We do bitch boys like busters get done." Whack Wall is a reference to Game's record label, Black Wall Street. Then we have the track G You Not Killer, which of course is aimed at the Game. Spider Loc has the lines, "You are not a Pyru, you are not a BG, and you just love hip hop and watched a lot of TV. You ask what's on my mind? Well, lately, math. I heard your 300 bars and it made me mad. You did a lot of diss songs and ain't say me yet. Must be having flashbacks from the day we met. DMX still remember and you ain't forget." According to Spider Loc, he and the Game met at a DMX video shoot, and X saw them battle rap, and Game admitted to losing. This is something that Game would refute, however, in a response track later on. Then on the next track, Like We Do, Spider Loc and Stoopy Blue diss the Game as well. On the track All Eyes on Us, featuring Big Psych, Spider Loc disses Game as well on his verse with the lines, "Big Psych got me in the booth with the spirit of Pac. I grabbed the Glock and have these whack walls clearing the block. I love to see these bitch boys clearing the spot." For those that don't know, Big Psych is the rapper that was featured on the title track of Tupac's All Eyes on Me, and they used a beat from that song as well. Then we have the track Bitch Boy, which is also directed at the Game.
I met him battling for DMX, and what I think about his character has to be attached to this because he's not even honest enough to recount our introduction to one another honestly. We battled and I slaughtered him, murdered him, destroyed him. The battle ended because he admitted you can't fuck with what I got going on. And that caused us to become friends. Yet and still, when it's time to recount us meeting down the line, it didn't happen that way according to him. So, not that he's a bad rapper. All I'm saying is when we met, we battled and he couldn't fuck with me, hands down.
Spider Loc also released the mixtape Bangadocious, which has a lot of the same tracks as the Rags to Riches mixtape, and also several rappers affiliated to Spider Loc who often take shots at the game as well. On the song Start From Scratch, they dissed the game using the beat from the song of the same name from the documentary album. Another track is Put Your Back Into It, on which they dissed the game again for allegedly being a stripper. The title comes from Ice Cube's hit single You Can Do It from his album War and Peace Volume 2, the Peace Disc. The mixtape also features the track Coming Out of Compton by Eazy-E's son Lil Easy, on which he uses the beat from the Cameron song Losing Weight from his album SDE, and on the track Lil Easy disses the game as well. Spider Loc also disses Game on the track I Don't Know. On the track Gon' Pay Me, featuring Young Buck, shots are also thrown at the game, and they use the beat from the Jeezy single Go Crazy from his album Thug Motivation 101. Basically, the mixtape is full of shots at Game from Spider Loc and various other rappers in his circle. Then in July 2006, G-Unit released Hate It or Love It Verse 1, G-Unit Radio Part 21, for which the mixtape cover is a picture of Game as a stripper. Remember, around this time, it was rumored that Game had been a stripper before he was a rapper. Throughout Spider Loc's diss tracks, he would call the game Doja, which according to them was his alleged stripper name. The title of the mixtape is of course from the hit single Hate It or Love It by The Game featuring 50 Cent from the documentary album. Basically, 50 once again mocking Game by saying, "Remember you got hit songs because of me." The mixtape also features tracks aimed at the Game. The intro is a skit mocking the Game for being a stripper. Then there are also Change of Heart skits on the mixtape, which are also a shot at Game because he had made an appearance on the Game show in the past. Also, 50 does a bunch of trash talking throughout the mixtape on the intros and outros of songs, which you could say is also aimed at Game despite his name not being mentioned. It's implied given the title and mixtape cover. A few months later, in September 2006, during a radio interview, Game offered peace with 50 Cent. However, 50 didn't respond apparently, and then Game wound up taking it back, essentially stating that the peace offering was only valid for that day. Since 50 hadn't taken him up on it apparently, it was back to diss tracks. On top of 300 bars and Running at 200 bars, Game also had the tracks 240 bars and 100 bars, which were also diss tracks. On 240 bars, aka Spider Joke, Game uses the beat from the Tony Yayo single I Know You Don't Love Me from his solo debut album Thoughts of a Predicate Felon. He starts his verse with the lines, "Hear the breakdown, Spider Loc is a joke, niggas sound like Chunk off the Goonies, your life is a movie, you ain't a factor, you an actor, 50 gave you a script, went from running with the Bloods to a G-Unit Crip." He then has the lines, "I heard this after this, little nigga you suck, like your baby mama in the third row of my truck. Norvell, I whoop your ass in your own hood. You so hard, why you ain't put out that song about Suge?" Apparently, Norvell is Spider Loc's middle name. Game compares him to the comic book company Marvel and calls him a snitch with the lines, "Marvell Williams, a well-known Crip, not because he put in work, cause his brother a snitch. He belong at G-Unit. I'ma tell you the truth. This nigga's brother tell more than you." Game then goes on to talk about how he and Spider Loc met on a video shoot for DMX, just like how Loc mentioned in his own diss track to Game, and claims that Loc tried to copy his style. He then has the lines, "You G-Unit Crip used to be a Pyru, your name Marvel, all you need now is a Spider-Man suit," which is a reference to Spider-Man's suit being red and blue, and how Spider Loc allegedly went from being a Blood to a Crip. In the second verse, he disses Spider Loc again and admits that he lied about Olivia being a man with the lines, "I've been banging for 10 years, motherfucker, I've been a vet. For $500, he'll claim any set. Give him $1,000, he'll tat it on his hand. damn, that's worse than me lying saying Olivia was a man. At least he finally owned up to it, I guess. On the track 100 Bars, aka The Funeral, Game takes aim at G-Unit using the beat from Lloyd Banks' single Hands Up from his Rotten Apple album. Like the other ones, he starts the track off introducing us to the breakdown. He then spends the first verse dissing Lloyd Banks with lines like, "Take it straight to the bank, call it Christopher Lloyd, call it mama's little boy or 50's little bitch, the rotten apple or the protege of a snitch, the protege of a bitch, nigga softer than Tybo kick." He then goes on to call Banks gay in the rest of the verse, and on the second verse he goes on to dissing Spider Loke again. Then he goes on to mention Jimmy Henchman with the lines, "Got a deal cause you sucked a couple of dicks and turned your back on Delaney and Jimmy Henchman. Just take this as a warning, don't flinch, man." Jimmy Henchman was the game's manager during his beef with G-Unit and played a big part in the way things turned out, which I will be getting to soon. If you've seen my video about the many enemies that Tupac had, then you remember Jimmy Henchman and what he did. In October 2006, Lloyd Banks released his second solo album, Rotten Apple, which did not perform as well as his debut did commercially. Game used this as more ammo to diss Banks. He released the diss track SoundScan, which uses the beat from the Jay-Z song Kingdom Come, which is the title track of the album, which was released in November that year, and the song samples MC Hammer's Can't Touch This, which in turn samples Rick James' song Super Freak. On the intro of the track, Game reads off the SoundScan numbers. If you don't know, that's what they use to track album sales and whatnot. At number 16 is Lloyd Banks' album apparently, which he uses to mock Banks. Game opens up his first verse taking shots at both Banks and Yayo with the lines, "Banks, what you wearing all that blue for? You know Snoop Dogg, fake king of New York. You ain't Jay-Z, you RuPaul. You ain't hard, nigga, you ain't hot. Yeah, you do your dance, show homie how to flop." Then on the chorus, he disses Banks, Yayo, and Buck for their album sales and goes on to diss Buck some more on his second verse with the lines, "Young Buck, when your album coming out? Nah, for real, go ask 50 when your album coming out. You niggas fighting over airtime. It's my fault that he pushed your album back farther than Clyde Drexler hairline." Clyde Drexler is a retired NBA player, and that's a reference to Buck's second album on G-Unit being pushed back. That album was titled Buck the World, which wound up being released a few months later in March 2007. Lloyd Banks also dissed the game on a Rap City freestyle around this time as he was promoting his new album, The Rotten Apple.
You can put your money on me, he ain't no fruit. That boy ain't no Ice Cube and he ain't no Snoop. He ain't no Eazy-E and he ain't no Dre. He ain't no Pop, he ain't gon' pop, just run away. All this out the blue, this is which side as a punk I shoulda knew. Cause he was a rider from jump, yep. I'm one of the realest that did it. Anything you ever heard me on, I shit it. I spread the flow to the masses and he bit it. Got a teardrop, a ghetto pass and ran with it. I know a couple that a lot of fries hat, put a butterfly blade on his butterfly tat. You know me, low key, rubber slide strap. Play with me if you wanna, be one hell of a summer. Game was a G on a groupie. If they made a flick about he be in the movie. I'm in a beach house, palm tree and jacuzzi. Bad chick, me and a smoothie. Now all I got is heat and tough talk for you. Have to spray your eyes up just for you. I'm feeling like I'm gonna lose my cool sooner or later. All over a hater. Ain't no man more important than paper.
In November 2006, Game released his next album, Doctor's Advocate. Despite the title, Dre was not involved in the album like he was on the documentary, as by this point, Game was no longer signed to Aftermath or G-Unit and was instead on Geffen Records, which was another label under Interscope. The lead single from the album is It's Okay, aka One Blood, featuring reggae artist Junior Reid, which was released in July. On the first verse, he has the lines, "I'm the doctor's advocate, nigga. Dre shot ya. Brought me back from the dead. That's why they call him the doctor. The math gon' drop him and 50 ain't rockin' with him no more. It's okay. I get it poppin'." Which is Game addressing how some people question how he would make it without the help of Dre and 50, who were heavily on the documentary. Then on the third verse, he has the lines, "I ain't got beef with 50, no beef with Jay. What's beef when you getting head in the 6th tray?" At this point, Game was also sending shots at Jay, but says there's no beef with him, although he had just sent subliminal shots at Jay in the second verse of this song. A few months later, around the release of the album, Game released the remix of this song, and on the remix there's 24 rappers including The Game, and several of them were also beefing with 50, like Nas, Fat Joe, and Ja Rule, to name a few. Fat Joe and Game on their verses take shots at 50 and Lloyd Banks respectively. Game came at the unit again on a freestyle using the beat from the Jay-Z hit single Show Me What You Got from his Kingdom Come album, just like he did with SoundScan. Like SoundScan, this was also in response to Lloyd Banks' album sales, as on the second verse he has the lines, I told y'all Banks was gonna catch a brick. I left the group, you niggas been cursed ever since. I'm the one-man crew crusher, run straight through busters. Finish my album without a feature from the new Usher. Then later in the verse, he takes shots at 50 with the lines, I'm get rich or die trying, Curtis Jackson hot. No, I'm not. I'm colder than the massacre. G-Unit was the car, I was just a passenger. Let me out, I'll walk from here. I know my way back to fast cars and platinum plaques. Once again, Game claiming to be bigger than the group.
It's not cool to be the loyal dude. You know, I hear records where he says I'm at 50 A-ho. It doesn't bother me, because I'm not a weak nigga. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody can get in my head and say, yo, fuck that nigga Banks, he got more bitches, or fuck 50, he got more money, or you know what I mean? Because I'm a real nigga, you understand what I'm saying? I don't pay attention. That's a disease. Hate is a disease. You know what I mean? I can't hate a nigga for no reason, or hate one of my mans, you know what I'm saying?
Lloyd Banks had another diss track of his own that was featured on his mixtape, Mo Money in the Bank Part 5, the final chapter. Gangrene season continues. The track Showtime, The Game's Over, as you can tell by the title, is a diss track aimed at The Game.
The Game situation, I was there when he was in the C studio. That means you gotta go to the B then the A. You understand what I'm saying? So he was signed to Dre, but in reality, if 50 never showed the interest, he would have been back in California doing whatever he's doing.
This is one of the more brutal diss tracks coming from the G-Unit side for a reason I'll be getting to very shortly. Banks disses Game for 50 writing on the documentary with the lines, Newsflash, nobody believes ya, bump your fucking head, developed amnesia, you ain't me, let alone a leader, yeah, you don't even write your own shit, nigga, you feeling hyper, go sit. Basically, Game getting too full of himself from the success, but forgetting that a large part of that success was due to 50 to begin with, which in all actuality is a fair point given the success of the album. Later on, Banks has the lines, what's the matter, you ain't got no help now? They left you all alone for your meltdown? You crying in the dark and I knew it, next time you think about killing yourself, do it, cause you a bitch ass nigga any way you view it. Those lines are a reference to an interview Game had with XXL magazine where he talked about feeling suicidal at one point. Then on the outro of the song, Banks repeats the idea that the next time Game is thinking about killing himself, he should just do it. As someone who has basically been told the same thing before, it truly hits close to home. However, from a purely hip-hop perspective, this is one of the hardest diss tracks throughout the bunch to come from the G-Unit side. Lloyd Banks didn't pull punches, and you really get the idea that there was truly some tension between him and Game in particular with how personal it got. The executive producers of the documentary album were Dre and 50 Cent. However, for Doctor's Advocate, The Game and his manager James Roseman, aka Jimmy Henchman, were the executive producers this time around. This leads us to another turning point in the beef. One day in March 2007, Tony Yayo and Lowell Fletcher, aka Lodi Mac, were riding around and saw someone in a Czar Entertainment shirt. That person being the 14-year-old son of Jimmy Henchman, as that was Jimmy's company. They approached the teen, and Lodi Mac held a gun at him while Tony Yayo slapped him, which led to them being arrested on March 24th for assault. From here on, things between Jimmy and G-Unit would worsen as Jimmy would be out for revenge. According to 50 Cent, Jimmy Henchman was a big part of the beef between him and Game.
How Jimmy Henchman felt. This is what drive how Game was behaving, because he also had his whole management team is going, yo, you don't need them. You got a whole coast. You got the whole West Coast. Like, you don't got to be down with them when I just gave him the record.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then he flips out. I'm like, oh, okay. But it is a reflection of, you see how the Jimmy Henchman thing turned out. Like, it turns into real street stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he was feeling that way long before Game said anything.
Their whole beef is a situation in itself, but things got intense to say the least. Tony Yayo years later stated in an interview that Jimmy Henchman had put a hit out on them and that multiple attempts were made on their lives, including Yayo's mother's house getting shot at. Back to the game though. He released the mixtape You Know What It Is Volume 4, Murder Game Chronicles, in 2007, which features the track Gutter. On the outro, Game basically says F the documentary and that he probably won't even reach his potential until his next album. The documentary, of course, is considered a classic by many, but largely due to the help from both 50 and Dre, so Game is brushing that aside, likely due to their issues. Also on the mixtape, he has the track Haters featuring Tyrese. On the first verse, Game mentions 50 with the lines, "These rap niggas hate and they smile in my face. You rapping niggas mad cause the turtle won the race and the radio debate. What the fuck they gon' play? All the hot shit is my shit. They take what I say, play Scrabble with my words, put it on the front page. Then they go find a picture of 50 in Game. Say it's East versus West, New York and LA." Then on the second verse, he disses 50 with lines like, "I'ma say it again, if I had one more chance, I'ma break all his ribs with my bare fucking hands. I'm a gangster, a fighter, you a liar, you ain't got no pride, there's a snitch in the wire. Your fan base knows that your gangster is dying, so I won't stop until that wingster retires." This song was also released on a different mixtape as the song My Turn, using a different beat and without Tyrese, which is actually how I originally heard it, and that is one of my favorite songs by the Game. Also on You Know What It Is Volume 4 is the track Body Bags. On that song, Game takes shots once again at G-Unit. On the first verse, he has the lines, "Fat Joe don't fuck with you, Nas don't like you, so who they gonna blame when the long nose snipe you?" Once again mentioning 50's other beefs. Then on the second verse, he references the Tony Yayo slapping incident with the lines, "What type of bitch niggas put his hands on kids? Pull up that black van on his. We don't do the kid slap, we do the kid snatching." Then on the third verse, Game takes shots at Spider Loc with the lines, "Fuck the whole G-Unit, who lied to Buck? Fuck Spider too, now that's for Big Face. I know where you counting your sheeps, I'll have some Crips waiting. YouTube banger, tell me how that clip tastes." Big Face is Game's older half-brother, who at this point recently had a situation where he was filmed getting punched by someone nicknamed White Boy, who was a friend of the Game. According to the Game, Big Face was actually defending Spider Loc, who the Game was beefing with at this time, and then Spider Loc wound up disrespecting Big Face because of it, which despite Face and Game having issues themselves, are still family, so Game clearly didn't take too kindly to it. Around this time, Game was not only beefing with G-Unit, but several other rappers as well. He released the track My Bitch, taking aim at 3 of them, 50 Cent, Jay-Z, and Suge Knight, although he doesn't name them directly. He starts his first verse with the lines, "Let me tell you a story about this bitch I know. Grew up on the south side sucking dicks for dough. Give her a $50, she'll put on a show. Do anything to be in a Dr. Dre video." Those first lines alone are enough to tell you who it's aimed at. He continues on making references to 50, and then in the second and third verses do the same for Jay-Z and Suge Knight respectively. For the rest of the year, Game was pretty quiet musically, likely working on his next album, and G-Unit was releasing more G-Unit radio mixtapes. Then in 2008, it was clear that things weren't all good in the G-Unit camp as they released the mixtape Return of the Body Snatchers, This Is 50 Volume 1, which featured them on the cover minus Young Buck. In April that year, Young Buck was officially removed from the group, allegedly due to certain things Buck said in interviews among other reasons. 50 wound up releasing the recording of a phone conversation he had with Buck where Buck was crying and asking 50 for financial help. Buck came at 50 with a diss track titled The Taped Conversation, in which he disses 50 of course for recording the conversation and says that the call was from a year ago and every man has emotions. It's a pretty heartfelt response and I respect it. Game took the track and added his own verses on it, dissing G-Unit as well, 50 in particular for kicking out Buck. He starts his first verse with the lines, "There's a G in Young Buck, there's a G in the game. Banks, Yayo, and 50 ain't no G in their name. I'm a certified gangster, fuck them wanksters." He then goes on to mention how he got kicked out prior to Buck with the lines, "I told Buck in 05 I could never stay loyal to a homo snitch nigga that's weaker than tinfoil." Then he mentions Buck again with the lines, "I've been fucking with Buck the whole time, chirp chirp the whole 9. You made us millionaires, bitch, thanks for the cosign." and on the outro he tells 50 that kicking out Young Buck was a mistake, just like it was to kick him out. This does seem to make sense, as in most of the diss tracks Game has a G-Unit, he did mention Young Buck the least out of the 4 members at the time. In July, G-Unit put out their second album, Terminate on Sight, or TOS, which has Buck listed as a feature as he was kicked out of the group before the release. However, he was still signed to the label as a solo artist. Then in August, Game released his album LAX, once again with no features from G-Unit or production by Dre. So 3 years after Game was kicked out, Young Buck was kicked out and it's down to 3 members now. The two sides continued their feud, though not as many diss tracks were released between them. Game in particular would have a lot of back and forth within himself, as 50 and Yayo have said on multiple occasions Game would apologize and want to squash the beef, but then go back to beefing with them shortly afterwards. That kind of behavior led to 50 Cent claiming that Game has bipolar disorder. In November 2009, 50 released the album Before I Self-Destruct, which features the track So Disrespectful. As you can tell by the title, this is also a diss track, this one aimed at the Game, Young Buck, and his son's mother Shaniqua. On the first verse, he coldly strikes at the Game with the lines, "Your daddy fucked your mama, then fucked your sister, then climbed in your bed playing with your shitter. Go ahead, take your belt off and hang yourself. Matter of fact, grab your strap and bang yourself." This is a reference to how Game has mentioned on multiple occasions that one night when he was a kid, his father sexually assaulted his sister. That situation is what led to Game spending several years in foster care. He ends the verse with the lines, "Come on Game, you will never be my equal. Your homies shoot doors, my niggas shoot people. See me, I'm what you never gonna be. I'm in that tax bracket you never gonna see." Which is a reference to the 2005 shooting at Hot 97. That next year in April, Game released the mixtape The Red Room in promotion for the Red album, which was released in August 2011. On the mixtape is the track Shake. On the second verse, Game mentions 50 Cent and makes fun of him for the Candy Shop music video. Some months later, Game attempted to reach out through Twitter to make amends with 50 Cent again, sending out multiple tweets saying that he wanted to talk to 50. That apparently was a failed attempt as well. Sometime in 2011, 50 Cent released the track Love Hate Love, on which the first verse appears to be aimed at Lil Wayne, while the second verse is aimed at the Game. On the second verse, 50 has the lines, "You said you was gonna see me when your homie got shot. It's been a while, so I'm guessing you must have forgot. Once again, you forget, ain't this some shit? You forgot about me, bitch, I wrote your hits. You know how we do, hate it or love it, and nigga fuck it, I'm special. That's why your ass say my verse." How We Do, Hate It or Love It, and Special are 3 of the 6 songs that 50 Cent has writing credits on the documentary. The other 3 being West Side Story, Higher, and Church for Thugs. The line about Game's homie getting shot is once again a callback to the 2005 shooting that happened in New York after 50 Cent announced Game being removed from the group. So yeah, it's pretty clear that 50 was still not fully over the beef either. In February 2014, Tony Yayo took to Instagram to state that the group had broken up and that 50 wasn't rocking with him and Banks like he used to. This came after several negative comments over recent years from 50 about Banks and Yayo. Around this time, 50 Cent also left Shady Aftermath Records, so his future releases both individually and with G-Unit were no longer on the label, like his album Anno Ambition, which was released in June that year. Also in June, G-Unit including Young Buck reunited on the Summer Jam stage. Once again, Game was nowhere to be found. However, they were a group of 5 again, as New Orleans rapper Kid Kid, who had joined G-Unit Records in 2011 as a solo artist, had now joined the group as well. In August that year, they released their debut EP, The Beauty of Independence, that title likely celebrating their newfound departure from the major record labels. Then in March 2015, they released their second EP, The Beast is G-Unit. In February 2016, tensions flared again as Game and Lloyd Banks were pictured together while in Dubai. Game posted a picture on Instagram, and 50 of course chimed in as usual, basically stating that Banks was not loyal. In October that year, Game released his album 1992, which features the track 92 Bars, which like the previous Bars songs, is a diss track, but unlike those, this one is aimed at Meek Mill rather than G-Unit. I've covered the beef between Meek Mill and Game before, so check that out for more details. Also on the album is the track What Your Life Like. On the first verse, Game has the lines, I listened to Dipset, want Cam and Jim to squash it, but how can I say that when I ain't made up with Fifth yet? I be watching Power while I bench press. Power, of course, is the show in which 50 Cent stars and is a producer on. Let's take a look real quick at all the rap beefs that these two went through while they had yet to make amends. Up till this point, Game also was in a rap beef with Yuck Mouth, Jay-Z, Meek Mill, Joe Budden, Razkaz, and more. 50 Cent had beef with Nas, Fat Joe, Rick Ross, Cameron, Joe Budden, and more as well. However, most of these beefs had been pretty much resolved besides maybe 50 Cent and Ja Rule, as that's just a lifelong thing for 50. Ironically enough, earlier that year in March, 50 and Game were seen at the same club and things were peaceful. Game even shared a receipt showing that he bought multiple bottles of effing vodka, which is the alcohol brand that 50 was associated with. Then in August, just 2 months before Game released the 1992 album, he was seen in a club with 50 talking, and apparently they had made peace. Game even got on stage and addressed the situation, saying that he rocks with 50 and that the beef was 12 years ago. So based on that, I'd say the song was recorded at some point before August and that Game had making up with 50 on his mind. Then later in July 2018, the two were seen together and talking at a nightclub in LA. Game's manager, Wack 100, would state later on to be the one that facilitated them having peace. That is a sharp contrast from the issues that G-Unit had with Jimmy Henchman, Game's manager, when the beef was really heavy. By the way, by this point, Jimmy was locked up for the murder of Lodi Mack, among other things, and sentenced to life in prison. In 2020, when Versus became a big thing during the pandemic, Wack 100 suggested that Game and 50 have a Versus battle. 50 even had an interview with Big Boy in which he stated that it's possible he'd do it, but only if Game isn't allowed to use any songs with 50 on them. However, the Versus never came to fruition.
Who does 50 go against?
I could maybe Game.
Right, and I heard that Wack was talking about it from what I understood, and people were saying that Game name has come up for a Versus with you. Would you be up to doing a Versus with Game?
You know what, look. Okay, you can't play no records with my voice on.
Then in 2022, things occurred that made things rocky once again. Dr. Dre was chosen as the headliner for the 2022 Super Bowl halftime show, which was held in LA. Eminem, Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, 50 Cent, and Anderson .Paak all made an appearance. Game was not invited to the Super Bowl, which clearly rubbed him the wrong way. In interviews, he would express his disagreement with the choices. According to an interview 50 Cent had in 2024, he had a surprise appearance on the halftime show because Roc Nation did not want him there, but Eminem made it a condition that he wouldn't perform unless 50 was welcome as well. Around then, Game started his beef with Eminem, in which M mostly seemed to just ignore. In the middle of the back and forth going on, reference tracks by 50 Cent were leaked that were songs on Game's documentary album. One example being the song Higher. You can hear the same beat and 50 rapping the chorus that you hear Game do on the official version. Wack 100 in an interview around this time would imply that Game wrote 50's song What Up Gangsta from Get Rich or Die Tryin'.
When you heard 50 rap on the documentary, that's what he wrote. Nigga, obviously, that nigga didn't write shit for me. You niggas know I wrote 300 bars, nigga.
Right.
Was 50 there?
Killed them.
Hey, hold on, wait. Look, I'm gonna speak on something you don't never speak on. What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangster? Who you think wrote that? I'm gonna leave it alone. Yes, now he just don't be speaking. Bro just don't be beating his chest, bro.
Shortly afterwards, 50 had an interview on The Breakfast Club and refuted the claim, as he states that they didn't even know Game until after Get Rich or Die Tryin' was finished.
Yeah.
What else?
They say all kind of stuff about, like, he said he wrote What Up Gangsta.
What Up Gangsta, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, bro. He wasn't even around when we did that. Like, that was before you even came into the picture. Like, that's Get Rich or Die Tryin'. He didn't even...
Come into after that.
Yeah, we didn't even know who he was till after.
Game's Dramatic album, released in August 2022. He had the Black Slim Shady track on it, which was directed, of course, at Eminem and was a 10-minute long diss track. On the song, as the title suggests, Game raps as the Black Slim Shady, which of course is his version of Eminem's rap alter ego, Slim Shady. He also makes multiple mentions of Dr. Dre throughout the song as well, likely due to not getting invited to the Super Bowl. Also in an interview on the Drink Champs podcast, he stated that Ye did more for him in 2 weeks than Dre had done during his whole career, which seemed like an unbelievable reach from Game.
I'm gonna get a motivation. You know, it's like I get this motivation to Ye because that nigga is my Dre right now. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You answered that very fast.
It's crazy that Ye did more for me in the last 2 weeks than Dre did for me my whole career. And it's not, it's what it is. And so that nigga got me inspired.
Things like this, of course, didn't seem to sit well with 50 as he started to take shots again at the Game on social media for slandering M. One example being in March that year when Game was seen on video at a basketball game and he and Jimmy Iovine walked past each other. It appears that Jimmy didn't even acknowledge him and walked right by, in which 50 Cent reposted a video laughing at Game. Then Game responded stating that he didn't even see Mr. Burns and that if 50 wrote his records then he should just write one for himself today, and that 50's rap career died and he ran to TV because he's an actor. Another example being Game trolling 50 by sharing a DM from 50 Cent's girlfriend at the time, Cuban Link. She responded stating that the DM, which includes a topless photo and phone number, was from 7 years ago when she was trying to be a video girl. In the midst of all the back and forth they had online, Game during a performance decided to stop for a moment to call out 50 Cent, saying how he still doesn't like him and if they see each other again there's gonna be tables flipped. So once again, back to the threats.
I'm gonna tell everybody in, I still don't fuck with 50 Cent, he a bitch, nigga. It ain't no cut with that nigga. Next time we in the same place, nigga, shit get thrown. I don't fuck with that nigga, he a sucker, nigga. I'ma say it in Houston, I'll say it in New York, I'll say it anywhere, nigga. That nigga's a straight bitch.
On August 2023, 50 Cent had an incident at a show where he threw a microphone while on stage and it hit a woman in the head, and she wound up filing a lawsuit. Game went to IG to troll 50 Cent over it. Since then, however, things seem to have quieted down again for the two. So this goes into that catalog of rap beefs that unfortunately have not been resolved. So probably close to 100 tracks if you count all the rappers affiliated with them were released where they dissed each other back and forth, at least one person confirmed murdered, and at least one shot, not to mention the other attempts made like the shooting of Tony Yayo's mother's house. It's not too surprising that this beef has gone on this long to me. This was a whole lot to cover. Keep in mind that this isn't even including the Game's beef with rappers like 40 Glock, who also signed to G-Unit Records. Game and 50 are almost opposites in some ways, but very similar when it comes to rap beef. They find themselves in it a lot. The difference being that Game still does music while 50 Cent has slowed down on it to focus on other business ventures more so. January, February, and March 2025 marked the 20-year anniversaries of the documentary album, Game getting kicked out of G-Unit, and 50 Cent releasing the Massacre album respectively. These events pretty much starting the whole beef, but hopefully they'll be able to make true peace with one another at some point. As far as a winner out of the rap beef, you know me, I'm all about the music, so I gotta give it to Game. For one, he simply put out more tracks overall, and tracks like 300 Bars and Running are up there in my list of favorite diss tracks. G-Unit didn't put out nearly as many, and the ones they did were not very memorable outside of a few like Showtime by Lloyd Banks. Also, career-wise, G-Unit for the most part didn't really put out much music, only Banks really was consistently putting out music, but as a group, not really. Overall, career-wise, however, it would appear 50 has the upper hand due to his branching out into acting, producing shows, and the various other business deals he's been in. What are your thoughts on the beef? Who won? Which rapper is your favorite out of the group? Do you think they'll ever squash things for real? If you felt like someone was looking at you the wrong way, what would you do? A. Question the person? B. Ignore it and go about your day? Or C. Keep it in mind and start a rap beef with them? Well, if you're anything like Rick Ross, then your answer just might be C. Miami, Florida rapper Rick Ross started a long-lasting beef with Queens native 50 Cent, allegedly over a perceived look that 50 had given Ross at the BET Awards back in 2008. Ever since then, there's been friction between the two. However, like I mentioned in my 50 Cent vs. Cameron video, 50 did mention Rick Ross on a track he had dissing Cameron, that being Funeral Music, released in 2007, with the line, "You must ain't hear me, I done told you I'm a boss, I'm eating good but I ain't chubby like Ricky Ross." It might not be a diss at all, but it is the first time Rick Ross was mentioned by 50 on a song as far as I know, and this was before Ross really got big, as by that point he had only released his debut album, Port of Miami, back in 2006. Anyways, following the alleged BET look, Ross released the song Mafia Music in January of 2009, which featured a line taking shots at 50. That being, I love to pay your bills, can't wait to pay your rent. Curtis Jackson, baby mama, I ain't asking for a cent. Burn the house down, nigga, you gotta buy another. Don't forget the gas can, jealous stupid motherfucker. Which is a reference to the May 2008 house fire of 50 Cent's Long Island home in which ex-girlfriend Shaniqua and their son Marquise were staying. Ross alleges that 50 set fire to the house himself, which is what Shaniqua had claimed. However, 50 was eventually cleared of any wrongdoing in the house fire. According to 50, Shaniqua was ordered to leave the house just days before the fire happened, essentially implying that she did it herself due to not being allowed to stay there any longer. Just days later, 50 Cent came back with the track Officer Ricky, which is titled after the fact that Rick Ross used to be a correctional officer before he got big in rap. Numerous shots are thrown at Ross, like calling him fat and calling him a police officer throughout the song, but 50 also throws shots at Foxy Brown, DJ Khaled, and Lil Wayne as well. Foxy Brown had a relationship briefly with Ross, so it seems she got caught in the crossfire. The same with DJ Khaled, as he and Ross have worked together on several of Khaled's albums. In fact, the DJ Khaled song is one of the first times I ever heard Rick Ross on a record. Given their close affiliation, I'm not surprised 50 took a shot at him too. The outro, 50 dedicated to Lil Wayne, because back in 2008, in an interview, Lil Wayne was asked about who he would like to do a song with that he hasn't yet, and he essentially stated that Eminem was afraid to get on a song with him. On the outro, 50 states that Wayne has to get past him in order to get to Eminem. One thing that's been pretty consistent in 50's career is defending Eminem. Funny enough, they would wind up on the same song in 2009 on the track Over, along with Drake and Kanye West. 50 also released a series of animated videos dissing Rick Ross as well, titled Officer Ricky. Various situations are depicted, like Chris Brown and Rihanna's fight, and Rick Ross is depicted as the police officer that arrests Chris, along with Ross arresting other people like Suge Knight, T.I., and DMX. People cool with Ross like DJ Khaled and Lil Wayne are depicted as well in the video, once again taking shots at Ross and friends. The episodes were released on about a weekly basis throughout this time. 50 also released a video talking about Ross and sending him a warning about the beef he's gotten into, letting him know that he's found information on him and that he's gonna ruin his life, and also sends another shot at DJ Khaled while he's at it. He also mentions not remembering seeing Rick Ross at the BET Awards like Ross had mentioned. The funniest part of the video is towards the end, a police car is heard and 50 says that Ross's friends are outside and goes over to look out the window and sees a cop car. This once again being a reference to the fact that it was recently exposed that Ross used to be a CO, which is something that Ross would deny at first until later on admitting it. 50 was quick to follow up to his warning as he flew Ross's son's mother up to New York to give an interview for the website This Is 50, where she talked about things such as the fact that Ross indeed worked as a CO, his cars being leased, and his jewelry being rented and possibly fake as well. 50 then took her shopping and supposedly did other things as well, not shown in the video. Also during the video, 50 mentions that Ross's ex-girlfriend Brooke is a call girl, once again using Ross's taste in women to try to diss him. G-Unit affiliate Nice the Future also jumped in to throw shots at Rick Ross along with Fat Joe with the track Respect the Gang, in which he uses the beat from Fat Joe's track Winding on Me from his album Jealous Ones Still Envy Part 2. It has plenty of shots at Ross's weight and his former job as a CO. Rick Ross responded shortly afterwards with the diss track Kiss My Pinky Ring Curly, rapping over the beat for G-Dep's song Special Delivery. This would be the start of the whole Curly thing regarding 50 Cent, which is a play on his first name, Curtis, like Cameron did back when they were beefing. On the track, Ross takes shots at 50 Cent, calling him gay and a monkey several times. If it was just a joke or something, I get it, but if Ross really thinks that lyrically this came hard, then I don't know what to say. In the intro, however, he mentions his then upcoming album, Deeper Than Rap, and then mentions it again on the outro, so if promotion was the purpose, then it makes sense. One line that does stand out, however, is where Ross says that he heard Lloyd Banks is the one that wrote the chorus for 50's hit single, In the Club, which is somewhat true, as people like Shaw Money XL and Bangla Smurf would state in interviews that 50 did indeed get the chorus from lyrics that Banks wrote. Sometime shortly after this, 50 Cent started releasing episodes of a new series titled Pimpin' Curly, where he takes on the persona of Curly, a pimp with a curly wig. Around this time, a website was made named thisiscurly.com, which was apparently a website by Rick Ross's camp to diss 50 and promote Ross's upcoming album. The website has been long since taken down, but apparently it featured an image of a monkey with 50's son's head photoshopped on it. In response to this, G-Unit came back with the track I'll Be the Shooter. As you could guess from the title, 50, Banks, and Yayo spit plenty of gun bars aimed at Ross and make references again to him being a cop. Bank opens up his verse with the line, "It's been deeper than rap. I eat shit, go to sleep with my gat. It's us three against the industry, let's keep it like that." That being a reference to the Rick Ross album that he was promoting, and the fact that G-Unit has had beef with several high-profile artists in the rap game like Murder Inc., The Lox, and now Rick Ross, among others. Also, the video for the song serves as promotion for the video game Blood in the Sand, which is the sequel to the first 50 Cent video game, Bulletproof, as video game clips are included in the video and the game released later that month. Shortly afterwards, Rick Ross released another diss towards 50 Cent titled Push 'Em Over, which was a freestyle over the beat to Juice, Know the Ledge by Eric B. and Rakim from the Juice soundtrack and their fourth and final studio album, Don't Sweat the Technique. On the freestyle, Rick Ross calls 50 Cent a monkey, gay, and claims that he snitched on Supreme. He then goes on to diss Lloyd Banks and claim that there's a sex tape between Banks and his assistant, which is one of the weirder claims in this beef. By no means a standout track in this beef, but it's still better than what some other ones have devolved into these days. 50 responded with the track, Tia Told Me. The Tia, of course, being Rick Ross's baby mother. With a Jackson 5 sample and catchy chorus, 50 goes in on Ross, attacking his drug kingpin persona with lines like, "Wait, let me tell you what your baby told me. You ain't got a street bone in your whole body. You're not who you think you are. With your gun and your badge, you think you're hard. Acting like you're moving, blowing the streets. Nigga, where I'm from, we gotta hustle to eat. And you the police." Then in the second verse, he adds Fat Joe and DJ Khaled into the mix as well with the lines, "Shut the fuck up, we don't wanna hear your mafia tough talk. That fake fuckboy shit don't fly in New York. You wanna listen to Joe? You wanna listen to Khaled? Fine, I'll just fuck everybody up while I'm at it. First it's we the best, then it's we depressed. After this shit flop, they're like, damn, we stressed. We a mess. He's not the nigga to test. It's 90 degrees out here and we gotta wear a vest." Probably one of my favorite diss tracks from the whole beef. Also, Lloyd Banks released his own diss track at Ross titled Officer Down, following 50 with the whole officer thing. Throughout this track, Lloyd has this immaculate flow that he uses to just tear through Ross. One of my favorite lines being, "He making money while we making money too. Whoop-de-doo, we'll be here long after he disappeared, this is proof." Going at Ross for his consistent money talk in his rhymes and saying that he won't be around long in the industry. The latter, however, was proven to be untrue since Ross is still here putting out music and G-Unit has been pretty inconsistent since then. And another line being, 30 cities, 30 shooters, we're like the NBA. Pretty self-explanatory, that one. He also mentions Freeway Ricky Ross, the drug kingpin that the rapper Rick Ross got his stage name from. Banks ends his verse with the lines, "In this market they let impersonators walk around. 50 bodied you, I just laid the chalk down." Obviously a reference to the Officer Ricky diss track. Banks also went at Ross again on the track Shut Your Blood Clot Mouth Part 2, which was also featured on the same mixtape, 43009, which was a mixtape Banks released for his birthday. On the track, he raps over the beat for Ready by the rap duo NYGs. In response to 50's Officer Ricky animation series, Ross had a video of his own, The Gay Unit Workout, which, as the title implies, depicts 50, Banks, and Yayo in the gym working out, and some homoerotic activity occurs to say the least. Topping off with Yayo mentioning Rick Ross releasing his new song Magnificent featuring John Legend, which was the first single from Ross's then upcoming album Deeper Than Rap. The video was pretty funny and not only dissed G-Unit, but also served as promotion for his new album again. As I mentioned previously, 50 had it out for DJ Khaled too, not just Ross. In the midst of the diss tracks back and forth, 50 released another video, this one aimed at Khaled. He recites a poem he wrote titled A Psychic Told Me, which has 50 implying threats towards DJ Khaled and his mother. For example, stating he knows that Khaled's car tires were slashed and he knows where he lives and mentions knowing where his mother works as well. The video shows a woman sleeping who is allegedly Khaled's mother at her job. The rumor circulated that it was French Montana, who was an associate of Khaled's, that recorded it. which would make sense given their relationship. However, French Montana and DJ Khaled would both deny these claims when asked about it later on in interviews.
I'm asking you this.
Of course.
We had 50 Cent in the neighborhood.
Yep.
And years ago when 50 had that video of Khaled's mom at work, 50, when he came to the neighborhood, he said that you were the one that shot that video for him because y'all was down and you brought it to the office and that was your camera work. Is there any truth to that?
I mean, I answered it before. It's just like, how does success feel? How does having #1's records feel? How does being the hottest new dog on the block feel? That's the problem. They can't take that.
But 50 would state that it was indeed French that recorded and gave him the footage.
They could give me some information, like who is it? Like who is he? And you know, Frenchie, they got me the tape. They got me the tape of his mother's house, where his mom's work at. You know what I'm saying? The other cribs, the studios, stuff like that.
That's the Khaled tape.
Right.
Okay.
I had all of it. They were staying in Atlanta. All the locations, because I ain't taking no L's. You can trust me. You do something, we're going to do it live. Baby. Now, I'm not even going to hide it.
So when you say that Frenchie had the tape, that was him taping?
French Montana, yeah.
Khaled's mom's house.
Right.
Ross came back with another diss track as well as former G-Unit associate Bang'em Smurf, who fell out with 50. Bang'em Smurf goes in on 50 and sends a shot to Yayo and Banks as well. After he stops rapping, he goes on this rant, dissing the crew, saying 50 never knew how to dress and couldn't get girls. Apparently Tony Yayo was in an abusive relationship getting beat by his woman, and claims that Banks never been in a fight in his life. Who started the whole doing a bunch of talking on the outro of diss tracks? I guess Bang'em was channeling his inner Tupac. Ross on his verse calls 50 a slime ball for speaking to his baby mother Tia, and proceeds to mention playing weed with 50's son Marquise in return. Overall, not a bad move to connect with yet another person that has issues with 50. Around this time, Ross also did a freestyle over the beef for Jamie Foxx's Blame It on the Alcohol and took shots at G-Unit and mentions Shaniqua again, as well as mentions Sierra, who at the time 50 Cent was dating. Tony Yayo came with his own diss track as well, titled Somebody Snitched, and just like 50 did, he refers to Ross as Officer Ricky in this track as well, and even starts his verse with the lines, "Yeah, I never had drama with the cops, but I Larry Davis Rick Ross ass with the Glock," and sends a shot at Ja Rule and Khaled as well. Also on the skit, Rick Ross Ain't Real, which is on the Swine Flu mixtape, like the previous track, Ross was dissed as well. Yayo also makes mention to Ross on the track Do Rag to a Ski Mask, also from that same mixtape. You know how 50 Cent talked about Ross's baby mother Tia? Well, he's done the same with Ross's other baby mother, Lastonia. He released a trailer of a sex tape featuring Lastonia, then later on released a full video which includes 50 dubbing over parts of the video, adding commentary to it. This act would come to bite 50 later on, but we'll be getting to that shortly. Ross's third album, Deeper Than Rap, was due for release in March, according to his mentioning of it during the diss tracks, but it didn't get released until April. Around this time, he also released the track Mafia Music Remix, which features other people 50 Cent was beefing with, that being The Game, Fat Joe, and Ja Rule. Each rapper takes a shot at 50 Cent. Game on the first verse starts his off with the line, "Who stacked cheddar better than a rat killer?" which is a reference to 50 Cent being a snitch, another typical shot to throw at 50. Ja Rule spends most of his verse making references to 50, such as the fact that they got into physical altercations twice, which Ja Rule claims himself as the winner of. More detail on that is in my 50 Cent vs. Ja Rule video, so make sure to check that one out after this if you haven't done so yet. Fat Joe on his verse sends shots at G-Unit and makes references to physical altercations with both DJ Who Kid as well as Chris Lighty. He also makes mention of 50 Cent getting his chain snatched while on stage in Africa back in 2008. Ross in his verse mentions Shaniqua and her oral skills, and mentions 50's son again. This beef got pretty disrespectful on both sides, with the mentions of family, especially the kids. He then released the song In Cold Blood, which on the video, a funeral for 50 Cent takes place. Essentially, Ross claimed to have killed his career, which he would claim to do several times throughout the beef. I think it's kind of funny how Ross used both his intro and outro track videos from the album The Diss 50, Mafia Music and In Cold Blood. Shortly after the release of Deeper Than Rap, Rick Ross did a video talking about the release of the album and spoke about 50 Cent and the whole monkey term, and proceeds to call Eminem a honky, as well as addressing DJ Who Kid, saying that his own DJ is paid way more than Who Kid, and he should basically reach out to him. Once again, taking shots at the whole group pretty much. Shortly afterwards, Tia released her tell-all book, Tia's Diary, Deeper Than Rap, Clarity, Truth, and Exposure, in which she talks about her life, of course, including her relationship with Rick Ross. Tony Yayo then came back with the disses as well on Swine Flu 2 on the tracks Going In, Vest, and Playoff 2. Gunplay, a member of Triple C's, Ross's rap group, also released a diss track to 50 and G-Unit as well. On the track, he mentions things like 50's chain getting snatched, just like Fat Joe did, and also calls them monkeys as well, and even promotes Ross's upcoming album, Deeper Than Rap. A lot of things happened over a short period of time, but the beef quieted down for a while. I guess since Ross's album and 50's new game had released, they didn't have much to promote at the time. However, later that year, 50 did drop his 4th album, Before I Self-Destruct, and Rick Ross did a freestyle over the beat from the lead single, Baby by Me, which of course he sent a shot at 50 once again on it. A few months afterwards, 50 Cent heightened the tension again by taking Ross's kids and baby mother to professional boxer Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s mansion, and of course taking pictures and videos to antagonize Ross. Also, probably unrelated, but in 2010, J Ton, apparently the younger brother of Texas rapper Trey the Truth, released the album Get It by the Ton, which features the track Whitney and Bobby, which features Young Buck and Rick Ross. Now this would seem pretty disloyal of Buck, but at this time, he was already out of G-Unit. However, he did rejoin the group a few years later. Perhaps this was another shot from Ross, also at 50, by being on a song together with one of his former group mates. In February 2010, Lastonia, the woman from the sex tape, filed a lawsuit against 50 for using her image in the sex tape without her permission. In the sex tape, the man she's having sex with has a blurred face, so you can't tell his identity. However, her face was completely recognizable. Of course, if it wasn't, then what would have been the point of him releasing the tape to try to mess with Ross? Then in October of 2011, Ross had 2 seizures on the same day and was taken to a hospital. 50, when asked about it, essentially stated that he doesn't wish death on Ross and that he needs to take better care of himself. Things seemed a little bit more calmed down now, as when Ross was speaking in an interview about the seizures in response from 50, he said that if it was indeed genuine, then he appreciates it and thanks 50. So you might think that things were pretty cool between the two. However, that next year at the 2012 BET Awards, 50's entourage jumped Gunplay and apparently snatched his chain, as shortly afterwards, 50 was seen at a bowling alley wearing an MMG chain. Also in the video for the song Major Distribution by 50 Cent featuring Snoop Dogg and Young Jeezy, a kid in the video can be seen wearing the MMG chain. Another shot at Rick Ross and his crew, and on top of that, at this time Jeezy and Ross had beef as well, as they had an altercation at the BET Awards also, which I've mentioned in my Gucci Mane vs Jeezy beef video. Then in January of 2013, Rick Ross's car was shot at while he was with his girlfriend, and the car wound up crashing when they were trying to get away. 50 responded to this by saying that he thinks the whole thing was staged. Shortly afterwards, during an interview with Sway, Meek Mill, who is signed to MMG, was asked about squashing the beef between 50 and Ross, and he replied by saying that he's known 50 even before he signed with Ross, but he would like to get them to talk things out if he can.
You know what they got going on, man. They grown men, man. They're going on for a long time. If I could, I would. I knew 50 before I ever even got signed with Ross. So, you know, when I signed with Ross, it was on it. I couldn't just act like I don't like 50 at all, you know what I'm saying? That'd be fake of me. So, you know what I'm saying? If I could, I would. You know, I don't like saying nobody I know go through anything, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be in the middle one day and you got to choose sides or anything like that.
Slight jabs were thrown left and right on social media sites like Twitter or Instagram, as well as interviews and, of course, legal issues. Fast forward to 2015, and 50 tries to sue Rick Ross, claiming that Ross is the one that put the sex tape out and that he just basically shared it. So if there's money to be paid in the lawsuit between her and him, that Ross should cover most of the damage. 50 did indeed lose the lawsuit with Estonia and was ordered to pay $5 million for damages. Perhaps in one of the more ironic situations, Rick Ross appeared on a remix of the track Wingstop with Filthy Rich and Yowda. On his verse, he sends shots at 50 with the lines, 50 financial woes, I never speak of them. Years ago, Pimpin' Curly, we know we eased them. At the Mayweather fight, I got my gun tucked. Second row, I'm smiling just like I'm Young Buck. The financial woes likely being a reference to the fact that by this point, 50 had lost the lawsuit with Ross's baby mother and had to pay back millions. Because of this, 50 Cent filed for bankruptcy. That would be yet again another thing that Ross would use as ammo in interviews to diss 50 as well. Rick Ross's main attack would be 50's financial status, and 50 would continue to respond with various tweets and Instagram posts. Even more lawsuits would be popping up soon, however, as in November of 2015, Rick Ross released the mixtape Renzel Remixes, which, as you can guess, has him rapping over the beats for a bunch of popular tracks. One of those being the classic 50 hit, In the Club. Then in December 2015, Ross released his 8th album, Black Market. 50 would clown Ross for having low album sales, and he also filed a lawsuit against Ross for using the beat to In the Club without his permission. A few months later, Gunplay would come back with a slight jab at 50 on his remix of the Young Greatness track, Moolah, with the line, "Play if you want, fuck 50 cents cause we dying for less." A quick and easy diss at the longtime opponent. Speaking of Gunplay, he also sent another one of those slight jabs at 50 a couple years prior on his Hot Nigga freestyle. Then during a 2016 Rolling Stones interview, Rick Ross stated that he is the biggest L that 50 has ever taken. 50 then quickly responded on Instagram regarding the comment. What do you think though? Is Ross the biggest loss 50 has taken in his career? The usual social media jabs went back and forth for a while still, and in 2018 a court ruled in favor of Rick Ross with a lawsuit regarding the usage of In the Club on Ross's Renzel Remixes mixtape. The court found that 50 Cent did not own the masters to the song, so he was not within legal rights to file a claim, and that it was owned by Shady Records Aftermath. Then in August of 2020, the appeal that 50 had filed regarding the lawsuit was again decided in Ross's favor. Essentially, Shady Records Aftermath could file a lawsuit against Ross and be more likely to win it. Also earlier that year, 50 filed yet another lawsuit, this time against his own lawyers regarding the case with Listonia and the sex tape. According to 50, they did not do their best to defend him properly. So as you can see, this beef is one that started off with plenty of songs and videos, then transformed into several lawsuits, bankruptcy, and social media posts back and forth. I can't name many rap beefs that had lawsuits going back and forth like this. My personal take on this beef is that musically, 50 Cent and G-Unit won. Yeah, there was a lot of shots about Ross's weight, but the information that 50 got about him being a CEO on top of the stuff with Tia gave him an edge on things to use against Ross. Ross and crew didn't have much to come back with in the music. However, where Ross did shine was with his business endeavors, like Ross owning several Wingstop locations, and MMG with successful artists like Meek Mill and Wale, also winning that lawsuit 50 filed against him about his usage of the In the Club beat. As I said before, this beef got real disrespectful. Things even got physical with the whole Gunplay situation, but thankfully no one was harmed too badly from it. One thing I do like about it though is that it was pretty straightforward and not heavy on subliminal disses like some other rap beefs go. Even now, they still trade barbs back and forth occasionally online. What do you think about the beef? I've talked about beefs that have started over copying rap styles, beat biting, and even beefs over cities, but beefing over record sales? Along with the competitive nature and newfound mainstream appeal of hip-hop comes the bragging about things like how many records you sold, especially for one artist in particular at this time. Here we focus on his beef with another well-known figure in hip-hop, Harlem native Cam'ron, the co-founder of Dipset and former signee of Rockefeller Records. On February 1st, 2007, 50 Cent was on the Hot 97 radio station being interviewed by host Angie Martinez, and 50 made a remark about independent record label Koch Records, saying that he could shut down any projects coming from that label. Alan Grunblatt, who introduced himself as the general manager of Koch Records, then called into the radio station wanting to speak to 50 Cent and mentioned that Koch distributes Diplomat Records. 50 Cent basically refused to speak to him and asked for Cam'ron, who was in the room with Alan. Cam then took the phone and got in the air, and the two went back and forth about Koch Records and record sales between G-Unit and Dipset members. Cam brought up Prodigy recently signing to Koch Records too, to which 50 responded that he let him do so, and Cam questioned why he will let him do that if he thinks it's a graveyard, to which 50 replied that he let Prodigy do it because he doesn't hold people back. It then turned into a back and forth about Lloyd Banks' recent album sales compared to Jim Jones. Cam'ron continued to get more passionate in his delivery and started calling 50 by his first name, Curtis, which is something that would be very prevalent in this beef. And then Cam'ron wound up swearing, which Angie Martinez had to then get him off the phone, as of course you can't swear on the radio. This back and forth led to the music and skits that would be soon released. However, some also say that this beef goes back even further. In 2002, when 50 Cent dropped the song Wanksta, allegedly the start of his second verse is aimed at Cameron with the lines, "Damn, homie, in high school you was the man, homie, the F happened to you." This might have some truth to it, as on Dipset member J.R. Writer's debut album, History in the Making, on the song Bird Call featuring Lil Wayne and Cameron, Cam starts his verse with the line, "Damn, homie, in high school you was the man, homie, that's what a fan told me," just like 50 did with his second verse from Wanksta. In high school, Cameron was considered to be a great basketball player and had a chance to go pro, and the 50 line was apparently a reference to that, while Cameron's line was a response to 50 by calling him a fan. Also, the J.R. Writer album was released in 2006, months before the radio interview happened. Also, on Kim Osario's book, Straight from the Source, an expose from the former editor-in-chief of the Hip Hop Bible, she mentions how she had spent a lot of time with 50 Cent and had asked him about an altercation that had allegedly occurred between him and Dipset. She also mentioned that the original version of the song Back Down from the album Get Rich or Die Tryin' took shots at Jay-Z and Cameron too, not just Ja Rule. She also mentioned in the book that the album version was edited to remove those disses and that the original version is essentially not available anywhere and that people deny it even existing. If that is indeed the case, however, this is more evidence that the beef between the two started years prior to the interview. Shortly after the radio incident, 50 released the song Funeral Music, which was a hidden track on Young Buck's Buck the World album, and it was also on the G-Unit Radio 24 mixtape where it was titled Cameron's Funeral, dissing Cameron, along with a video that begins with a hearse that has the words Cameron's career etched on the window. The whole song takes aim at Cameron and makes references to Jim Jones, Young Buck, and he even has one line in particular talking about Rick Ross's weight, which very well might be the first shot directed at him, as the next year they would have a beef that became very public. 50 also makes reference to Cameron's beef with Jay-Z with the line, "Word on the street is 50's not Jay, and Cam better stay out of his way." He takes a shot at Cameron again in the outro, as well as possibly sowing discord within Dipset by stating that Jim Jones is the new boss of Dipset, Joel Santana is now the capo, and Cam has been demoted to a soldier, and making another reference to their earlier phone call on the radio. He also mentions the whole "computers Putin" line from Cameron's song Get 'Em Girls from his Purple Haze album, which is hilarious. It's one of my favorite Cameron songs, but even I have to ask myself, yo, what the hell, Cam? In return, Cameron came back at 50 with the song Curtis, which of course is titled after 50's first name. Cam takes direct shots back at 50 and responds to Funeral Music. In his first verse, he makes a clear reference to the diss with the line, "Hopped out the casket, bastard, reincarnated." And on the accompanying music video, he's in a funeral casket and jumps out. The humor of these two is probably the best part of this beef. Cam then responds to the outro from Funeral Music by saying that Jim isn't the president of Dipset, he's the CEO. Freaky Zeke is the president, while Joel is the underboss. He makes more responses to 50's lines from Funeral Music, like mentioning again that 50 doesn't stay in New York anymore. He finishes it off with an outro dissing G-Unit Clothing and making references to 50 being a snitch. It's a pretty humorous diss overall. Cameron also released Curtis Part 2, a video poking fun at 50 for being a snitch. In the video, Curtis stands for Cooperating, Unit, Reinforcing, Telling, and Secrecy, CURTIS. A 50 Cent impersonator is an informant snitching on multiple people in the courtroom in the video. It's probably one of the funnier things to come from this beef. Then 50 came back at Cam again with the song Hold On, also from Young Buck's Buck the World album. There's at least two different versions of the song, however. One of them has slightly different lyrics and has an outro with 50 dissing Cameron, so make sure you check out the right one if you plan on listening to it. Does anyone else find it funny though that 50 is dissing Cam from Young Buck's album? If there's one thing 50 knows how to do, is promote music through beef. On the outro of Hold On, 50 denies Cameron's claims of IBS and instead claims that he has AIDS and mocks Cameron's Killer Cam nickname. The mention of IBS is from Cam's song IBS from his Killer Season album, in which he raps about his experience with the condition irritable bowel syndrome, which affects the intestines. 50 Cent states that he's losing weight due to AIDS instead, as that's another symptom of the illness. During Cameron's beef with Nas a few years prior, Nas would also claim that Cam has HIV. 50 Cent also took shots at Cameron on the G-Unit Radio 25 mixtape on the Hood News skits Search for Cameron 1 and 2, as well as the third one called Cameron Found. They make fun of Cameron for moving and no longer being in the public eye for a while. They also make claims that he's left to Africa, as well as having a Jim Jones impersonator say that he kicked Cameron out of Dipset, and makes a reference to him having a black eye because of the incident earlier that year where he allegedly had a physical altercation with rapper True Life, who Dipset was beefing with also at the time. Once again, it's some pretty comedic stuff. Also on this mixtape, they released the track I'm On Some Shit, on which the intro 50 Cent responds to a video that Cameron put out in May stating that he'll be back June 1st. On the intro, 50 mocks Cam for still not having shown up despite it being almost August at that point. Later on, in November 2007, Cameron released the mixtape Public Enemy No. 1, and on the intro track for the second disc, he speaks at length on multiple things, including where he's been, how he was on probation, and how police have been on YouTube watching his videos and asking about his beef with 50 Cent and Jay-Z. He also mentions that he had a family emergency, which later on was discovered to be his mother having fallen ill, and that's why he was out of the public eye, in order to take care of her. He also mentions that he's the reason that 50 named his album Curtis. On that album, which released in September 2007, 50 would take shots again at Cameron on the song Come and Go featuring Dr. Dre on his second verse, with lines like, Cam buying condos, I'm buying the whole building. This beef has also played a part in worsening the relationship between Dipset members, as one day while performing at a concert around this time, 50 Cent did something that would be a blow to the unity that fans thought Dipset still had. He brought Jim Jones and Joel Santana out on stage to perform with him in G-Unit, and they performed Jim's hit song, We Fly High. Some would claim that this is the reason for the falling out between the group, but I'd say for this to even have happened, things weren't going too well beforehand probably. In an interview with Hot 97 Jim did years later, he would state that he was already in talks with 50 Cent about their groups working together before the whole situation occurred, and that he basically didn't agree with Cameron getting on the phone and defending Koch Records and Allen Grunblatt because Koch owed them money. Another Dipset member, J.R. Ryder, on a Vlad TV interview states that the group broke up shortly after Cameron was beefing with 50 Cent and moved to Florida. Around this time, 50 Cent would also begin beefing with Kanye West as well as Lil Wayne. This is when 50 and Kanye had the album sales competition between 50 Cent's Curtis album and Kanye West's Graduation album. On the track Play This on the Radio, which took aim at Kanye and Wayne, 50 Cent also took another shot at Cam on the outro when he said, "Don't end up on this list, nigga. Be a missing person like Cameron, Ja Rule, and Fat Joe." Other artists affiliated with the groups would be involved as well and take some shots. One in particular being Tony Yayo from G-Unit, who dissed Jim Jones on the track Mo Money, Mo Problems from the G-Unit Radio 23 mixtape. G-Unit affiliate Nice the Future also released a track dissing Cameron and Dipset, aptly named Dipset Eulogy, which is a scathing diss track with references to Cameron leaving Jim Jones in the Rucker Park fight, dissing his choice in wearing pink, and claiming that J.R. Ryder is Cam's ghostwriter, among various other insults aimed at other members as well. Another G-Unit affiliate, 40 Glock, released a track as well titled NWA, which has them rapping over an NWA beat from their Niggas for Life album, and taking aim at Dipset as well as The Game, who was also beefing with 50 Cent at the time. The beef soon settled though, as in January 2011, in an interview with MTV, Cameron stated that he has no problem with 50 Cent and went on to say that Jim Jones and Joel Santana have both worked with 50 Cent and his crew plenty of times, and that he doesn't have a problem with it. A few years later, in 2016, 50 Cent posted a picture of him and Cameron together laughing, implying that everything is cool between the two now. Fast forward to August 2021, Dipset and the Lox had their versus match. The general consensus is that the Lox thoroughly beat Dipset. 50 Cent took this opportunity to poke fun at Cameron by making a post on Instagram saying that the Lox smoked Dipset in the verses. Clearly another example of 50 Cent and his trolling and humor. Nothing too serious, as like I said, the general consensus is that the Lox did perform better than Dipset anyways. Overall, these two had a beef that lasted for several years and mostly was shots sent from 50 Cent and G-Unit affiliates towards Cameron and Dipset. Did the beef between the two start off from the radio interview, or was that just when it became public? Did they really have an altercation years prior like Kim Osorio mentioned in her book? Who knows? I do know that this is a beef that resulted in some pretty funny skits back and forth between the two, and probably is one of the first beefs that really resulted in internet videos and skits, which is what 50 Cent beefs since then especially have turned into. For example, his beef with Rick Ross that happened soon afterwards. Anyways, that's it for this episode of the Rap Beef series.